On November 28th, 2009, the world was introduced to the greatest show and boy band of all time. Also, sorry, that's all I can play due to copyright. Big Time Rush is a Nickelodeon sitcom created by Scott Fellows featuring Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan, four best friend hockey players from Minnesota whose lives are changed overnight when they move to Hollywood to become the next big pop music group under the loud and controlling record producer Gustavo Rock. The show was a massive success, and the weird thing about it was, they were also a real band. Nickelodeon took another swing at what Disney Channel had successfully done with Miley Cyrus and Hannah Montana and what they had previously done with Drake Bell and Drake and Josh and made a pop sensation out of a show, but the key difference here was the band and show were basically launched at the same time. The other thing was, the entire plot of the show was them making it big relatively quickly, and instead of trying to hide themselves from fans and conceal their fame, they were surrounded by others making it in the industry as well. The songs they're making in the show are the same songs released on their albums in real life, often including pieces of their own music videos in the show to promote them, but weirdly enough, it almost never feels like a plug. Most of the episodes involve some sort of conflict regarding relationships, Hollywood life, and or working on a new song, and what they perform in the show almost always lines up with the plot of the episode. The band and the majority of the cast lives in the Palmwoods, a resort-style apartment complex thing with a nice pool and the greedy and soulless manager, Mr. Bitters. The show had a total of 74 episodes spanning across 4 seasons and even had a movie in between its second and third season about spies and the Beatles, which is neat. I vividly remember watching this show all the time when it was airing, but I don't remember that many specifics because I was a little child during its run, and on top of that, I've never actually watched the show all the way through. Until now.
From Nickelodeon comes a brand new show about best friends.
I love singing with you guys.
Big dreams.
California, the girls, the beach, the stars.
And living it up every step of the way.
You're so not Minnesota anymore.
Don't miss a special preview of Nick's brand new show, Big Time Rush, right after the world premiere of I Move Out, Saturday, November 28th at 8, only on Nick.
Before we jump into the pilot, let's take a look at all the main characters. First, we have Kendall Knight, the unofficial leader of Big Time Rush and our main protagonist, played by Kendall Schmidt. He's like the Jim Halpert of this show, one of the only normal people among a bunch of crazies. I'm sure there's a better example than Jim, but I don't watch enough TV to know more characters like this, so shut up. He's almost always the one who needs to resolve the conflict when all the other guys are being stupid and getting caught up in other things, and sometimes they're all stupid as a group and someone else takes that responsibility, but most of the time, it's him. This definitely makes him the least interesting character out of the 4 in a lot of the episodes, but Kendall Schmidt has great comedic timing, and he also has awesome hair, so I'll give him a pass. Next up, we have James Diamond, played by James Maslow, your typical self-obsessed pretty boy often in his own world, and he's actually the only one in the band whose dream it was to be a pop star. He's always showing off with his vocals, looking at himself in the mirror, combing his hair, doing this wave thing with his hands. He's not very smart, but he's definitely the funniest in my opinion because he always freaks out over the stupidest things. Like one episode, he literally calls the FBI because he's out of hairspray.
FBI! Help! My hair is limp and lifeless!
Hello? Next, we have Carlos Garcia, played by Carlos Pena Vega, though prior to his marriage to Alexa Vega, it was only Carlos Pena. He's the wild, goofy one, basically the Ringo Starr of BTR, always running around, wanting to do fun stuff, and a lot of the time the source of the physical comedy. Although the show almost exclusively relies on physical comedy, Carlos's is especially prominent and is called Wild Rush by many people throughout the series. He also constantly wears a helmet, which is cool. Our fourth and final member of the band is Logan Mitchell, played by Logan Henderson. He's your classic nerd and logical thinker, always trying to science his way through everything, but I don't feel like it ever gets too cliche or predictable, but it's definitely his defining character trait. Sometimes he's the responsible one, and sometimes he just goes with the flow. The show never makes up its mind. On top of the main 4, we have 3 other main characters. The first is Katie Knight, Kendall's little sister, who's played by Sierra Bravo. She usually is the one driving the B-plots or acting as the voice of reason to the rest of the gang. She also seems to have an encyclopedic knowledge on business and stocks and is always trying to be a rich and successful businesswoman despite being 10 years old. She also canonically watches Fox, which is surprisingly not the first time a Nickelodeon show has done this.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you are not allowed to watch Fox anymore.
I told you global warming was bogus.
Stop watching Fox News.
No, it's fair and balanced.
Next is Gustavo Rock. He's Big Time Rush's short-tempered, rich producer and songwriter. He constantly refers to the band as his dogs and yells at them and bosses them around to do his bidding, and he's played by the very talented Stephen Kramer Glickman. Side note, I never noticed until I rewatched this, but look at the way his beard doesn't quite connect with his sideburns. I can't unsee it. And lastly, for our main characters, we have Kelly Wainwright, portrayed by Tanya Chisholm. I'm sorry, I probably totally butchered that. She's actually not officially a main character at the start of the show because for seemingly no reason she isn't in the theme song. But that makes no sense because she's just as prominent as Gustavo in almost all of the episodes. She does kind of stand in the background a little bit during the first season, but like, come on, she's a main character. She's Gustavo's assistant and is comparably more nice and even-tempered, but will still occasionally step back and let the chaos ensue while doing her own thing. She's also usually the one who makes Gustavo treat the boys better when they're being overworked, but will also take Gustavo's side depending on the episode. Thankfully, by season 2, she will rightfully earn her place in the theme song. Yay. As for the supporting cast, we have quite a few right off the bat, and unlike most sitcoms, they don't really disappear without a trace. The biggest recurring character is Camille Roberts, who's played by Erin Sanders. You might recognize her as Quinn from Zoe 101. She's a crazy method actress who's constantly dressing up and reciting her lines to random people, often physically abusing them in the process, especially Logan. Speaking of Logan, she has a huge crush on him, and the relationship will get very weird very quickly. If I had a nickel for every time a character played by Erin Sanders dated a guy named Logan on Nickelodeon, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Next we have Jo Taylor, who's portrayed by Caitlin Tarver. She's introduced a few episodes in and is Kendall's main love interest. She's an aspiring actress at the Palmwoods, starring in the teen drama Newtown High throughout most of the show. She's also basically just a female Kendall, level-headed and sarcastic. She'll definitely become more of her own character as the show goes on, but she really doesn't exist without him. The funny thing is, they kind of unintentionally put this in your head right off the bat, because she literally just looks like girl Kendall. The show even makes a joke about it at one point, which is weird. Another main supporting character is Kendall's mom, Jennifer Knight, who's played by Challen Cates. Even though she's Kendall and Katie's mom, she's the one who takes care of the whole band, watching 5 kids all by herself. She's usually the one to give advice to the kids when they're having problems, which most of the time they promptly ignore, and she's always trying to push them to be good and nice people. She'll also occasionally freak out at people, but is also always there to help clean the kids' messes. Something interesting is that we never hear anything about Kendall and Katie's dad during the entire show. The only thing I could find was a tweet from 2014 where someone asked Challen Cates what happened, and she said he probably had an affair at some point and disappeared, but it never made it into the show because it was too upsetting for kids, which, good call. I briefly mentioned him in the intro, but let's talk about Reginald Bitters, played by David Anthony Higgins. He's the Palmwoods manager and is basically the Nickelodeon version of Mr. Mosby from Sweet Life, but way more of an antagonist. He's constantly looking for reasons to evict the Knight family and especially despises Katie, who outsmarts him at almost every turn and humiliates him. He's also extremely greedy and will force unfair rules on the Palmwoods residents for his own personal gain, especially if it involves making more money. Despite the fact that he only cares about himself, he's terrified of people moving out and will do almost anything to make sure he doesn't lose business, but then will go right back to exploiting his residents in the next episode. Next up we have Buddha Bob, played by Darren Norris, and unfortunately according to TV tropes he is not related to Chuck Norris. RIP. He's actually better than Chuck Norris though, because he's on Big Time Rush and is the maintenance man of the Palmwoods working for Mr. Bitters. He's really only there to help Katie with her schemes most of the time, but he's pretty funny on his own and also has a plunger as a best friend, so, based. And last but not least, we have Arthur Griffin. He's the CEO of RCM CBT GlobalNet Sanoid, the company that owns Rock Records, where Big Time Rush records their songs. He's an extremely powerful businessman and will always be demanding huge tasks from Gustavo and the band on extremely short notice, sometimes even attempting to change the band as a whole. On paper, he's the main antagonist of the show, but he's portrayed as a cheery man-child who just kind of ended up in this position, but he's also somewhat menacing and threatening with his demands, which is captured perfectly by his actor, Matt Righty. He's also arguably the funniest character on the show. It's so hard to describe his humor, but if you've seen Big Time Rush, you know what I mean.
Kumbaya!
So that's all of the prominent characters introduced in Season 1, but we also have quite a lot of less prominent supporting characters that'll appear in like a third or a quarter of the episodes, and they are the following. Tyler Duncan, that one ginger kid from Good Luck Charlie. In this show, his thing is he's always hiding from his mom, who desperately wants him to be a Hollywood star, but usually forces him to act in super embarrassing commercials. The guys and the rest of the Knight family are usually there to hide him and point his mom in a different direction, and that's as far as his character goes. Then there's Guitar Dude, whose real name we never learn. He's always walking around with his guitar, wearing epic shades, and banging his head to impress the ladies. He's the guy we all wish we were. We also have the Jennifers. These 3 actresses are all named Jennifer and act as your stereotypical popular girls from high school who think they're liked by everyone, but everyone usually avoids them at all costs. They're also always together and enter scenes in slow motion for some reason. There's also Lightning the Wonder Dog. I assume he's a parody of Bolt the dog, but he's such an insignificant character that you never really see him as more than a dog wearing shades that has very long limbs. And last but certainly not least, we have Doc Hollywood, one of the greatest fictional characters of all time. He's the quote-unquote doctor of, I guess, the Palmwoods. You never actually see where his office is, but he's the only doctor they ever go to, so either his office is extremely close or he's the only doctor in the whole city. You also question if he actually has a medical license in every episode he's in.
Everything looks pink!
I'm a doctor. I can fix this.
Now everything looks blue!
Well, what color do you want?
To be honest, Doc Hollywood is by far the least frequently occurring character out of everyone I just mentioned, but I love him and he also doesn't have a wiki page and I will fight for that. So that's basically it for the supporting cast. There will be more along the way, and there are a few more characters that will show up in more than one episode, but not enough for me to consider them true supporting characters. Another thing you'll notice about these supporting characters is that they are almost always in the background of the show, often being by the pool or hanging out with each other during the establishing shots. Even when they have extremely minor roles in the episode, they'll show up for a one-time gag, and the joke won't really work unless you understand their single character trait that defines them beforehand. Another thing to note about this show is it's not your typical sitcom. It has no laugh track and is instead shot like a cartoon, with crazy sound effects, characters changing clothes in a matter of seconds, and insane slapstick comedy. Like I said earlier, Carlos is usually the one driving the physical humor, but they all play off of each other pretty well in terms of the comedy, and they attempt to be serious and dramatic every once in a while. It doesn't work.
And I'm also gonna miss...
That being said, the chemistry among the four main guys is genuinely impressive. You actually feel like they're best friends who've known each other their whole lives, and any combination of them feels extremely natural and seamless. And I feel like that's something I never appreciated until very recently, but despite the goofy humor and cliche portrayals in the show, they still feel like real people and the relationship doesn't seem forced in any way. Something else that's interesting is the fact that the show uses Big Time Rush's real songs for the score a lot of the time. It's not super prevalent in the pilot since we only hear a couple of their songs, but it's something that'll become one of the many subtle editing choices that define this show. Another thing I want to mention before we jump into the episodes is I will be reviewing the music. At the end of each season, I'll review one of their studio albums released to coincide with the show and give my thoughts on them, but unfortunately I won't be able to play much music because of copyright, so I encourage you to listen along. And if you think you're too cool or have outgrown the 2010 boy band craze and that music is cringe now, you are very wrong because you are watching a multi-hour video on Big Time Rush, so just do it, okay? As a wise man once told me on Discord, do not kill the part of you that's cringe, kill the part that cringes.
I'll go to LA with you if you take my buds and make us a singing group.
Time.
An opportunities like this come once in a lifetime.
Let's do this.
Rush. Don't miss Nickelodeon's brand new TV show, Big Time Rush. This May half-term, only on Nickelodeon.
So here we are at the pilot episode, Season 1, Episode 1, Big Time Audition, aired on November 28th, 2009. The episode opens with the iconic theme playing while Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan are running from a crowd of, I think, angry girls. We find out that they are angry, but, a lot of them are smiling, so it's hard to tell. We get a flashback of them pulling a prank on the girls' hockey team by turning a T-bar in the grass? I know nothing about sprinkler systems, but I have no idea how that works. We also immediately get everyone's signature tropes. Kendall convinces everyone to get in on the prank while also telling everyone to run away. James is singing and combing his hair and is completely disconnected from the situation until Kendall reels him in. Carlos immediately goes for the prank and calls Logan a wimp for not wanting to do it, and Logan comes up with calculations about how they're going to get beat up and is extremely hesitant. Regardless, they get backed into an alley and get beat up by the girls' hockey team. Why they had beef with the girls' hockey team in the first place, I have no idea. We then cut to Gustavo and Kelly reluctantly arriving in Minnesota, Gustavo's last place to hold auditions in order to try and find his next big star. He explains to Kelly that he doesn't need talent as much as he needs image, and that he can form whoever he wants into the next big thing if they have the vibe he's looking for. We then cut to Kendall's house where everyone is injured except James because he was given Carlos's helmet to protect his beautiful face. Also, weirdly enough, the helmet we see Carlos wearing in the opening scene is a hockey helmet with this face guard thing, but after that, for the rest of the show, it'll just be a traditional helmet, and I have no idea why it was changed. It was probably just a different helmet and made more sense for the joke if James protected his whole face, but Carlos will wear a different one for the rest of the show, which I find a little odd. So Big Time Rush has a slight helmet inconsistency. Is the show even worth watching now? I don't know. James says he's gonna marry Nicole Scherzinger from the Pussycat Dolls and twerks for Logan, and Carlos gets so jealous he starts fighting him. They then see an ad on TV that shows Gustavo Rock is holding auditions nearby, and the guys decide to get James there so that he can fulfill his dream of becoming a famous singer. Unfortunately, none of them have a driver's license and nobody's parents are around, so they instead opt to kidnap their elderly lady neighbor and have Logan drive with his learner's permit. We then see Gustavo have to endure terrible audition after terrible audition and getting increasingly more frustrated with each one, and then he casually pulls a rocket launcher on one of them. James gets there just in time and is able to sign up, while Kelly makes the rest of the guys sign up without them really wanting to. Also, notice how Logan is the first one to get a number after James, but when Kelly puts the number on him in this shot, Kendall also has one in the background, and then the next shot shows him without it. How dare you? James gets nervous and lets Logan and Carlos go before him, and since the rest of them don't really care, Logan decides to drop some sick beats.
Wooka chicka, wooka chicka, wooka chicka, stop!
While Carlos, I laughed at this, I am 5 years old. Gustavo quickly dismisses both of them, and Kendall gives a pep talk to James, and he hides in the background with Carlos, Logan, and the elderly lady during his audition. James delivers a pretty good performance, but when he looks into Gustavo's eyes of death, he slips up a little bit and is immediately called talentless by Gustavo. This irks Kendall the wrong way, and he jumps on Gustavo's desk and sings a masterpiece of a song, the Turd Song, before the 5 of them try to beat up security and promptly get arrested. We're then introduced to Mrs. Knight, who surprisingly doesn't get any of them in trouble, realizing that they were just trying to back up their friend. Katie gets mad because of this, but is immediately cheered up when she's sung the Giant Turd Song. They start dancing and singing, and then he shows up. James is initially really happy, thinking Gustavo has changed his mind, but it turns out that he's there for Kendall, the only one who didn't formally audition. He asks if Kendall wants to go to LA for 3 months to record some demo tracks, telling him he could be the next big star and make all of his dreams come true. And Kendall immediately turns this down. The rest of the guys are mad at Kendall, especially James, who tells him he not only got the opportunity to accomplish his dream, but turned it down without a second thought. Kendall explains to them that he wouldn't enjoy himself if he's across the country with a jerk producer without his best friends, but the guys insist that he call Gustavo back. They finally get through to him and he meets up with Gustavo again, but Kendall tells him he'll only go under one condition, and that's if Gustavo takes all 4 of them to LA to make them a singing group. They convince Gustavo by telling him he once said he could turn a dog into a pop star, and if that's the case, they could easily become stars. Gustavo, being desperate to find a new artist and wanting to prove himself, agrees to bring the guys to LA, where we hear the song off their debut album, Famous. Kelly gives them a tour of the Palmwoods, where we see Tyler for the first time. The guys immediately go to chill at the pool, where we're introduced to Camille, Guitar Dude, Lightning, and the Jennifers, all by Tyler. Meanwhile, we go to Rock Records, Gustavo's studio, where he's recorded such famous bands as Boyquake and Boys in the Attic in the 90s. Here we're introduced to Griffin, who confronts Gustavo about doing another boy band without his approval, and tells him he needs a demo that impresses him in 3 days, as opposed to the original 3-month timeline, or Gustavo is finished. Nicole Scherzinger casually shows up, and then Gustavo enrolls them in his boy band boot camp, where he attempts to get them to be dancers. It doesn't work. After many failures, Gustavo teaches the boys their debut song, Girl Time. But when they try to record it, they squirt each other with fruit water and have a pillow fight with surprisingly fragile pillows. Like, look how easily the feathers fall out, what the heck? Gustavo gets upset and tells them the band is dead, which makes all of the guys turn on each other before making up in like 2 seconds, because it's a Nickelodeon show. Kendall gives one of his infamous pep talks, and they decide to go back to Gustavo and promise to do it his way, but they don't want to sing Girl Time. Instead, they want to change the song to Big Time Rush. We then get to hear this absolute bop of a song while a montage plays of them learning to dance and getting dressed up like a real boy band. They perform for Griffin, and he tells Gustavo that he likes Big Time Rush and gives them their 3 months to record their demos. Everyone celebrates, and the band and show are officially in motion. Overall, I think the pilot is a good setup for the show. The only big problem I have is the fact that the physical comedy and cartoony sound effects just aren't really present at all for the first episode. To be fair, it's pretty obvious that the pilot was shot significantly before the rest of the season, so it's very possible they decided to not go for the more slapstick and cartoony humor until they had a better feel for the show. Every character in this episode is super consistent for the rest of the show, so the writing wasn't off very much at all, but it's just so jarring watching this pilot knowing what the rest of the show is like in terms of its presentation. But fear not, because as soon as we reach episode 2, the show's feel will be much more solidified and stay almost exactly the same for the duration of its run. So let's jump into Season 1, Episode 2, Big Time School of Rock. Clever. The episode opens with Carlos, Kendall, and Logan pulling a prank on James when Kelly walks up and tells them they have to go to school, and they react accordingly. We then get to hear the full theme song for the first time, and it's an absolute banger. Artistically, I think it's kind of cool how it's supposed to be an album cover, but they randomly freeze and turn black and white mid-word while singing, and it's really weird. Look, Kendall's supposed to be singing here, and he doesn't even finish the word time, and his mouth stays open while the song just continues. Also, it's really funny how when they show Logan and Carlos singing, they clearly aren't singing that line in the song, it just alternates between Kendall and James, but they wanted to show everyone singing and thought nobody would notice. Well, guess what? I did notice it, and now you can't unsee it. Another fun thing the show does with the theme song is it'll play that opening of the theme in the first scene, right when the conflict of the episode is established, which I'm pretty sure became a meme back in 2017. I like how the show is really self-aware with this gag, and at some points they'll change it up and use different sound effects, but we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, let's jump back into the episode. Kelly explains to the guys that since they're under 18, they have to attend school at least 4 hours a day while working in the entertainment industry, but right when she's done explaining this, they see a bunch of residents of the Palmwoods going to school themselves. It turns out that the Palmwoods has its own school, and by that they made one single classroom for every single student, because that's all there is. First of all, I find it hard to believe that this is every single kid under 18 in the entirety of the Palmwoods, and 2, how come this school combines every single kid into one room? There are people who look like seniors and people who look like they still belong in elementary school. Now you might say, well, there are probably kids who live in the Palmwoods that go to other schools, which might be true, but why? If these are mostly kids who've already made it big, why would they care about going to a high school different from where they already live? Regardless, the guys are excited to attend here because their teacher, Miss Collins, seems like the fun teacher we all dreamed of having but never got. Kelly, however, informs them that they aren't going to school at the Palmwoods, but instead will be doing their school at Rock Records in order to save time by having the band record and do their schoolwork all in one place. To the guys' delight, Gustavo is not their teacher. Instead, they get Mr. Smitty, who is a little jealous.
First up, we have probabilities. As in, the probability that this band will fail before its first single is ever released!
Meanwhile, back at the Palmwoods, Mrs. Knight attempts to homeschool Katie, but when she realizes that she can't teach, she goes to Mr. Bitters to attempt to enroll Katie in the Palmwoods school. Here's Mr. Bitters' first line.
I understand you have a school at the Palmwoods.
Good, then we're done.
Based. Bitters explains that only kids who are part of the union can attend the Palmwoods school, and in order to do that, Katie must have a job in entertainment of some sort. He gives them a list of open casting calls for commercials, but says he gets 5% of all of Katie's earnings because this grown man makes his living off of siphoning money from children in Hollywood. Back at the School of Rock, the guys decide they need to get into the Palmwoods school, and in order to do that, they need to get rid of Mr. Smitty. They do this by convincing him to move to Germany to take another shot at becoming a star, and he does so with zero hesitation. Gustavo catches them right away and demands that Kelly get them another teacher, only for the guys to immediately trick that one right away too by giving her Gustavo's Porsche. Kendall tries to explain to Gustavo that this is not a real school, and that in order to meet their educational and social needs, they need a place that at least feels real. Gustavo, or Principal Rock, scoffs at this and instead gets Chris Masters, professional wrestler, to be their new teacher. He decides to take a different approach to teaching and makes the guys do rigorous physical activity instead, which they do not like. This drives them to pretend to eat vomit, which freaks out Mr. Masterpiece so badly that he quits on the spot. Meanwhile, Katie is not having much luck with getting into a commercial. She almost auditions for a laxative commercial before realizing she was just a bit outside of the demographic, and when she tries out for a chip commercial, she roasts the crap out of them.
I'd be better off stepping in front of a bus of lard.
She also attempts a detergent commercial, but beats up a kid in the lobby. After Gustavo tells the guys he has a virtually unlimited number of teachers to call, Logan looks at the official rulebook of ASPA schools and they concoct a plan. Since they're entitled to things that a normal school are, like a mascot and sports team, they turn Rock Records into a real high school and take over all of Gustavo's space, which makes him so mad that he expels them from the School of Rock, giving them exactly what they wanted, and they are now able to attend the Palmwoods school. Katie, whose fighting mishap actually landed her a commercial, is also granted attendance to the school. Imagine being 16 and being in the same class as your 9-year-old sister. Unfortunately, the guys hyped up the Palmwood school way too much and immediately are super cringe and get in trouble. The end. Notice how this episode had basically nothing to do with music. That'll be pretty much par for the course for a lot of this first season, mostly establishing characters and obstacles the band has to overcome from moving to LA. And this next episode is no exception, so let's talk about Season 1, Episode 3, Big Time Crib. The episode opens with the guys exhausted after a long day in the studio, but when they aren't allowed at the pool or the lobby, they're forced to be in their apartment, which sucks. They go to Mr. Bitters and say they want a nicer apartment, but Bitters tries to convince them that 2J is actually the best one in the whole Palmwoods because the stains and blemishes were created by famous people, so it's a time capsule. This, however, isn't good enough for them, but Mr. Bitters refuses to give 4 teenage hockey players a nice apartment, worried that they'll destroy it. They also are prohibited from making any changes to their apartment, but when they see a set idea from Griffin for their new promotional video, they decide that's what they want for their new apartment look. But then Griffin tells them this video needs to be done in 2 days, otherwise RCM CBT GlobalNet Sanyoid's music division will be shut down by Mr. Fujisaki, the company's founder, and as soon as the shooting is done, the set will be taken away. The guys come up with a plan to have the set built in their apartment instead of Rock Records by having Camille act as a higher-up who instructs the set designers to move it to the Palmwoods, while Logan impersonates Griffin over the phone to confirm this.
Okay, I need to touch my llama now. Bye.
We also learn that Camille has the hots for Logan.
I'm so hot.
Conveniently, Mrs. Knight won't be around when the set is being built, and they ask Katie to help them with next steps. They convince Gustavo to shoot part of the video at the Palmwoods pool in order to be close to the crib, while Carlos, Camille, and Katie fake build the set at Rock Records. Meanwhile, Kendall, Logan, and the Jennifers oversee the build and distract Bitters, and James stalls Gustavo.
Take off that bandana. Take off that bandana.
However, it doesn't take long for Kelly, Gustavo, and Bitters to become suspicious, and the plan starts to unravel. James takes it upon himself to take care of Bitters, but Kelly and Gustavo find out what's going on, but it's too late and the crib has already been built. And since there's no time to move the set to Rock Records, Gustavo has no choice but to shoot the video in the apartment. But as soon as the video's done, Gustavo orders the crew to demolish the set and the guys are back where they started. But on the bright side, Fujisaki is impressed and doesn't close RCM CBT GlobalNet Sanyoid's music division, and when the guys get back to their apartment, Gustavo awards them for saving his job by letting them have the crib permanently. Bitters is still furious, but when Kelly bribes him with money, he decides to let it go, and just like that, Big Time Rush has a cool new apartment. The next episode will actually cover a musical topic, and is one of the most memorable episodes in the whole series, as well as one of my personal favorites. And that is Season 1, Episode 4, Big Time Bad Boy. Gustavo tells the dogs, I'm gonna start calling them the dogs now because that's what Gustavo calls them. This was established in the last episode, but there was no natural way of fitting that in, so I'm just saying that now. Gustavo tells the dogs that according to Griffin, the band is missing the rock and roll secret ingredient, the bad boy, so Gustavo appoints Kendall to said role. All of the guys agree that's a terrible idea because they don't want to fake turn their backs on each other, but when Gustavo tells them the bad boy is always the most successful and desirable one of the band, Carlos, James, and Logan immediately want the title and become super cringe. This scene I remember so vividly and I don't know why. To this day, I still quote this line all the time.
We want pizza now! I'm kind of hungry.
Also, I never noticed this until this rewatch, but this is probably my favorite visual gag in the whole show.
Like that?
Everyone except Kendall attempts to audition for the role of bad boy. It doesn't work.
B to the A to the D, that's me, a bad boy. What, you like that? You like that? You like that?
Despite being the only one who doesn't want it, Gustavo tells Kendall he has to be the bad boy, to which he declines. Griffin comes back to check on Big Time Rush's bad boy, but when he sees Kendall refuse and the others fail to do anything bad, he introduces a new member to the band, Wayne. Fun fact, Wayne's actor, Matt Angel, played Kat's boyfriend in that one episode of Victorious' first season. You know, the one with the hot cheese. The dogs tell Gustavo they already don't like him, but Gustavo forces them to make friends with him because he will be staying at the Palmwoods. In the B-plot, Mrs. Knight tries to have Katie make friends with a new girl named Molly, but she creeps Katie out and refuses to go anywhere near her. Meanwhile, we're introduced to Buddha Bob, the Palmwoods maintenance man for the first time, who Mrs. Knight mistakes as a crazy axe murderer, while Katie tries to convince her there's nothing wrong with him so that she can leave and not have to be around Molly. The dogs see that Wayne is stealing their popularity, and they decide to come up with a plan to get rid of him. They confront him and tell him there's only room for 4 members in Big Time Rush, but when they tell Griffin, he tells them that means one of them has to go, not necessarily Wayne. Camille tells the dogs that Wayne is actually Wally Dooley, a character from a show that the two of them were in together called Magic Middle School. They realize that Wayne is a phony, and if he can fake being a tough bad boy, maybe they can out-bad boy him. Wayne overhears this and says that Griffin is the one that has all the power, and he'll make sure that Kendall is the one that gets kicked out of the band. Gustavo tells the dogs that he has no power, and since Griffin is his boss, Gustavo has to do whatever he says. The dogs try to convince him to join in on their plan, but he declines, worrying that he'll get in trouble with Griffin and the record company. I'm sure by now you've noticed them wearing these hats with leaves on them whenever they're hiding, and it's here that we learn that they're called tree hats. These will be in almost every episode, and they're a great visual gag because it's really funny watching these full-grown dudes clearly just crouching behind a bush, but since they have leaves on their head, nobody notices them. Maybe I'll try to make one of these someday. Back at the Knight household, Katie has had enough of being forced to play with Molly, so she unplugs her TV cable so that Mom will call maintenance. That way, Buddha Bob can show up and fix their TV and show Mrs. Knight he's just a kind soul with an axe. We cut back to Rock Records, where Kendall has dressed up in black and put on makeup in order to become the true bad boy of BTR in order to have Griffin fire Wayne. They engage in an epic and tense bad boy off, destroying Gustavo's possessions and trashing Rock Records. Griffin declares Kendall the winner, and Wayne rage kicks Griffin on the balls, which makes Griffin fire him on the spot. It's revealed that Gustavo and the dogs teamed up to get rid of Wayne before, and Kendall is now the official bad boy of Big Time Rush. Surely we'll see more of this in the future, right? To be honest, I'm okay with that, because once you see Kendall with eyeshadow, you can never unsee it. The dogs go back to the apartment where Mrs. Knight has smacked Buddha Bob with a frying pan, and they tell her that he's just the maintenance man, not an axe lunatic. They turn on the TV and check out Wayne's new band. Wait, how did he already get a new band? Like, this is right after they got home, so how does he already have a new group with a televised music video? What the heck? In case you haven't noticed already, this show is super fast-paced and will often just make things happen without a coherent timeline in order to fit everything into one scene. The final twist of the episode is that Molly, the girl that freaked out Katie, was actually a con actress who stole Mrs. Knight's car and is now on the run from police as stated by the news. Roll credits. Also, I just want to point out that I think it's really funny how on Griffin's wiki page, it says one of his aliases is Griff, just because Wayne called him that for like 1 second in this episode. That is dedication.
One of us is gonna get kicked out of the band. My money's on Logan. Mean. Wayne is a total fraud. He wants to kick Kendall out of the band.
Really? I'm gonna bet on Logan.
Well, you would have lost.
So you got rid of Kendall. My money was on Logan.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
I would definitely put this in my top 10 BTR episodes. The humor is there, I like how it's kind of a commentary on boy bands and music groups, and who doesn't love Buddha Bob? But this next episode is where we start developing our first ever storyline in Big Time Rush, and that is Season 1, Episode 5, Big Time Love Song. This is the episode where we're introduced to Joe, who will be a main character for most of the show's run, but it's not apparent just by watching this episode. It opens with the dogs trying to impress some girls around the pool, but when they realize all of them are too crazy, they talk about how they wish there was just a nice and normal girl they could go out with at the Palmwoods. And that's when Joe walks in. The guys immediately start fighting over who gets to date her, and to make things worse, Gustavo is teaching them a love ballad, which makes them fight at the studio too. We're then introduced to one of the most underappreciated characters in my opinion, and that is Freight Train, Gustavo's new executive. Unfortunately, he's only in a few episodes and stops appearing completely about halfway through Season 2, but he's this huge guy who will drag the dogs around when Gustavo needs them, and I feel like that was such an underutilized thing in the show, because visually it's really funny, and Freight Train will often just randomly drop wisdom bombs, and I think that he fits perfectly as a character in this show. Also, his wiki page gives a very thorough and detailed explanation of his character. Well done. The dogs and Gustavo attempt to record the ballad, but it's incredibly boring, and James also keeps sneezing, so Logan, Carlos, and Kendall return to the Palmwoods, and Kelly takes James to the doctor while Gustavo attempts to fix the song. This leaves everyone but James to attempt to ask Joe out, and they all come up with plans to try and woo her. Carlos goes for the bad boy type, despite Kendall being the bad boy in the last episode. Logan attempts to be British?
None of us are British.
Speak for yourself, Governor.
And Kendall decides he should just be himself.
That never works.
We then cut to James visiting the best doctor on planet Earth, Doc Hollywood. James tries to get out of it by explaining he just wants to impress the girl of his dreams.
I'm prescribing 1 dose of black bolero jacket and 100 cc's of tight pants.
But Kelly demands he just stop sneezing. Doc Hollywood explains the only way to relieve his sneezing is by giving him a painful shot, which terrifies James and makes him run off. Back at Rock Records, Katie has to do a report for school on someone she admires, and she picks Gustavo, not because she admires him, but because she thinks he's the easiest person to do her project on. Katie ridicules Gustavo for not being able to figure out the song, and instead decides to change her report on how Gustavo is actually past his prime and can't come up with anything memorable anymore. This makes Gustavo mad and makes Katie stay until he can finish the song and she has a positive report on him. Meanwhile at the Palmwoods, Kendall, Logan, and Carlos see Joe alone in the lobby and decide to take turns asking her out. Carlos goes first and is going for the bad boy type, but when Joe explains that she hates bad boys, Carlos steals Logan's bit and goes for the British accent. He then panics and runs away, so Logan takes a shot at it, but Camille shows up and repeatedly kisses him right in front of Joe, instantly killing his chance. We also find out that Camille wasn't acting for a part here, she just really has the hots for Logan. We also find out it might be mutual.
Was Camille a good kisser?
I was pleasantly surprised.
Kendall finally gets his chance, but when he walks out, Joe is already gone. They see her again at the pool, but as soon as Kendall tries to talk to her, Freight Train grabs him and takes the dogs back to the studio to try and record the song again. Since James refused to take the shot, he instead is wearing a gas mask to prevent him from sneezing, but this also prevents him from singing. I also like how Gustavo doesn't notice this until after they start singing. James agrees to take the shot and leaves with Kelly, only for him to ditch her so that he can go back to the Palmwoods to ask Joe out. Freight Train tells the other three that he doesn't think the song is bad, and if he was a girl and that song was sung to him, he would love it. This gives them an idea, and Gustavo says he needs more time to work on the song, so everyone heads back to the Palmwoods. We cut to James approaching Joe and Camille, and he's looking pretty snazzy, but when he realizes that he's had a severe allergic reaction to Barracuda Man Spray, which he's been spraying himself with the entire episode, he decides to finally get the shot.
I'm not pretty under hearing, and I'm in love, and...
Joe goes up to her balcony, and Logan takes Guitar Dude and sings the love ballad to her, which seems to work for a moment. But then Carlos and Kendall jump in, and they all speed up the song and fight over who gets to sing to her. Joe stops the fighting and tells the dogs that she actually has a boyfriend back home and isn't interested in any of them, which makes them very sad. But Gustavo hears the sped up version and decides what the song needs is to be an upbeat pop song instead of a slow love ballad, and they all head back to the studio. We also find out that Joe doesn't really have a boyfriend, but she lied because she saw the chaos that the guys created when fighting over her. Back at Rock Records, the song is complete and they show Griffin the most epic love song of all time, Any Kind of Guy. We get a pretty fun music video along with it too, which is specifically made for this episode. Like, they could have easily just made one to use for both the episode and official music video, but they made two unique ones, which is pretty cool. They obviously don't play the whole song in this episode, and I don't think they ever do with any song they show. In this one, the edit is seamless and hardly noticeable, but as the show continues, they will get worse and worse and sometimes completely butcher the song, but we'll get to that when we get to that. The end is a little wonky, but it's still a good version for a preview of the song, and it's actually unironically one of my favorite BTR songs, so I'm glad they did a good job with this one. Griffin is impressed with the song, Gustavo wrote a hit, and Katie wrote a positive report on Gustavo. Everyone is happy. The episode ends with the band deciding to never fight over girls again, only for another girl to immediately show up and instantly infatuate them. This episode is interesting because in any other sitcom, this would have been a one-time thing, but spoiler alert, Joe becomes Kendall's girlfriend and she will be a prominent character for a lot of the show's run. Even that girl at the end shows up in a couple more episodes, which shows something I really like about this show. Disney sitcoms will often have side and main characters disappear without a trace, but Big Time Rush goes out of its way to have most of the extras stay consistent, which is really impressive for a children's program. But the weird thing is, this storyline doesn't continue until we've gone through 2 other full episodes where Joe isn't even mentioned, so you think she was just a plotline, but no. This show will have lots of cliches, but it will also do tons of cliche subversions, so you genuinely don't know what's going to happen a lot of the time. I don't know if that was intentional, but it definitely makes the show more interesting to watch as opposed to something like iCarly when you know how it's going to go every time. But enough rambling, let's jump into Season 1, Episode 6, Big Time Mansion. The opening is pointless and doesn't set up the plot of the episode in any way. Carlos just farts underwater. Cool. Kelly tells Gustavo he doesn't appreciate the dogs enough and that they deserve some respect for working so hard and doing so well, but Gustavo declines to tell them anything nice. He explains to the dogs that he and Kelly are going to North Carolina for the weekend, but when Kelly tells him he never found someone to house sit his mansion, she tells Gustavo the dogs should do it in order to reward them for their hard work. He reluctantly agrees and gives them 5 rules. Stay out of the media room, don't open his fridge, don't sit on the $40,000 couch, don't touch his hairless cat, and if anything breaks, they are all fired. However, Mrs. Knight tells Kendall he's too young for that big of a responsibility, but Kendall tells her she needs to stop treating him like a little kid because he's basically a grown-up now. This scene I also remember very vividly for some reason.
Love your dinosaur chicken.
Yeah. When I was 8. We are men now, Mrs. Knight.
Also, Dino Nuggets taste better than regular nuggets. You cannot change my mind. After some convincing, Mrs. Knight agrees to let them mansion sit for Gustavo, but Katie's extremely jealous and tries to sneak in, but to no avail. In North Carolina, Gustavo is checking out another boy band to potentially replace BTR if they fail, the Windmills. They continually brown nose and impress Gustavo with their singing, which makes him start to like them better than the dogs. But after a while, Gustavo realizes he actually likes the pushback he gets from Big Time Rush and decides to stick with the dogs. That is the entire C-plot. At the mansion, the guys almost immediately break rules 1 and 2 by playing in the media room and opening Gustavo's fridge, which has a boatload of pudding, which they immediately take for themselves and eat it on Gustavo's $40,000 couch, also breaking rule number 3. They accidentally spill some pudding on the couch and try to get rid of the stain by pouring cat litter on it, but I bet you can guess what happens when they do that. Carlos panics and throws the cat outside, breaking rule number 4. The guys attempt to fix the few problems they caused, but instantly and completely wreck the entire mansion, also setting an alligator loose that eats Gustavo's cat. Meanwhile at the Palmwoods, Mrs. Knight is sad that both of her kids don't seem to need her anymore, so Katie pretends to be sick in order to let her mom feel needed. But when Katie is babied to the extreme, she can't handle it anymore and fesses up. But Mrs. Knight gets her fill when the guys call her to help them fix the mansion before Gustavo and Kelly return. They spend the whole night fixing the mansion just in time, and Gustavo tells the dogs he likes and appreciates them, but right when he's done saying that, the statue breaks again and the dogs run off. Gustavo also gets attacked by the alligator, which isn't good, but hey, at least they didn't get fired. Season 1, Episode 7, Big Time Photo Shoot, opens with Camille admiring the dog's photo in Pop Tiger magazine, but asks what happened to them. They're all banged up and injured and blame it on that photo, so they tell Camille the story. We then get a flashback to Kelly telling the guys that Gustavo booked a photo shoot for them to potentially be in Pop Tiger magazine, so they get ready for picture day. James is really excited as a huge fan of Pop Tiger and shows them one issue featuring Dak Zevon, an actor who every teenage girl in the country is obsessed with, including Katie. Kelly explains that Dak will also be at Rock Records to record for his new musical show, and because of this, Katie and dozens of girls are there to try and find him. Logan mocks Katie for this and is immediately mauled by a crowd of girls because Logan held a photo of Dak on his face and they all thought it was the real him. Honest mistake. Dak Zevon is a fictional celebrity played by Kurt Hansen. Remember that name. It'll be important later. Gustavo introduces the band to Marcos, the best man for the job. Gustavo just wants it to be a simple picture, but right before Marcos takes it, the cops come in and take Gustavo and Kelly away for destroying Matthew McConaughey's mailbox and failing to attend their court-ordered community service. Griffin walks in and decides to take charge in the photo shoot, but he's insane, so he and Marcos give them insane costumes and backdrops, and the dogs fear for their dignity. Also, look how Griffin's mouth is moving here, yet he's not supposed to be talking, and it's just a B-roll of Kendall.
Because it's not finished. I mean,
the guys stall Griffin and attempt to keep him busy long enough to take the photo on their own, while Gustavo and Kelly try to escape their community service. Katie and Mrs. Knight attempt to see Dak, but security is right at his door and refuse to let them in, so they come up with multiple plans to get past. They try dressing up, and when that doesn't work, they get the other girls who are there to see Dak to take care of security, while Katie sneaks through a vent and she saves him from the mob. The girls are furious when they can't find Dak, but when the dogs can't stall Griffin any longer, Kendall throws the poster of Dak on Griffin's face, and the band is able to escape long enough for Gustavo and Kelly to meet up with them and take their own photo. Also, this visual gag of Griffin holding the poster and its expression changing when the girls start running towards him is genuinely hilarious and pretty subtle. Well done. The dogs successfully get the picture they want for Pop Tiger, but right after, the real Dak Zevon enters and the entire band gets mauled by his fans. Camille says she likes the photo, but points out that Dax Zevon is on the other side, which means their photo will inevitably almost exclusively face the wall. The end. I have no idea why they had this episode start with them in the future being injured and them retelling the story as a flashback, unless they wanted to keep you guessing the whole episode as to why they were injured, but they get injured in like half the episodes, so this isn't a shocking ending at all. Or maybe they just wanted to give Camille some screen time and couldn't come up with a more creative way to do it, or they just arbitrarily chose this format for no reason. I have no idea. But pointless speculation aside, let's take a look at Season 1, Episode 8, Big Time Break. The guys are chilling at the pool and decide they're a little tired of each other and need to spend some time apart, and they instantly fight over who gets to occupy which area. Gustavo tells them he needs a day off too, so Kendall calls the pool, James tries to book some auditions to start his acting career, Logan plans on going to a math lecture taught by the woman of his dreams, and Carlos realizes that he's lost his helmet and can't do anything until he finds it. His dad promptly kicks down the door to the apartment and agrees to help Carlos find it. After turning the apartment upside down, they look at the security footage and discover 3 possible suspects: Tyler, Buddha Bob, and Mr. Bitters. Meanwhile, Kendall wants to ask Joe out, who tells him she has a boyfriend, but that they can just hang out as friends. They start by going to the gym, and here we get a subtle continuity error, if you would even call it that. Joe tells Kendall she's in Hollywood in order to become a singer, but this is the only time that's mentioned. For the rest of the show's run, she's an actress, most prominently starring on a show called Newtown High. I think they just did this to make Kendall and Joe more different because, like I said in the intro, she's really just a female Kendall at the start, but I also wonder if they made this change to make sure Kendall's love interest wasn't competing with him in a sense, with them both being singers. A similar thing happens with the Jennifers. In the pilot, Tyler says they're singers, but we never see them do any singing or acting for that matter, so it's actually entirely possible this is true throughout the show's run, but they just do all of their work off screen. Who knows? Joe also looks into the camera here, and I can't tell if it was intentional or not. Later, Katie overhears Joe say that she doesn't actually have a boyfriend while on the phone, and she immediately tells Kendall that he's being played. Kendall then passive-aggressively tells Joe he thinks that the whole having a boyfriend thing is a lie, but Joe assures Kendall and tells him that he's actually coming to visit today and would be happy to introduce him. Meanwhile, James thinks that his looks alone will get him on the big screen, but Camille decides he needs help and offers to audition with him for Witches of Rodeo Drive, while she coaches him on acting.
Acting is about more than just being pretty.
I know. It's also about washboard abs! Check it!
He also ends up in the vending machine. She teaches him the art of method acting, but takes it too far during her own audition, and it turns out James looking pretty was in fact all he needed to do great. This is also the worst fist bump ever. They eventually both get calls about the casting decision, and it turns out Camille didn't get the part, but James did. But after seeing how upset Camille was about not getting it, James rejects the offer and pretends that he didn't get it either in order to make Camille not feel even worse. Good friend. Or more than friend. While all of this is going on, Logan isn't allowed into Phoebe's math lecture because it's an all-girls school, so Mrs. Knight comes up with the genius idea to dress Logan up as a girl. The amount of times that all of the band, but in particular Logan, dresses up as a girl is really funny, so I'd like to keep a counter of all of the times this happens. He's successfully able to get into the lecture, but when he hears Phoebe make a sexist comment, he can't help but call her out and reveal himself, which then promptly gets him beat up by the rest of the class. Carlos and his father interrogate Mr. Bitters, who reveals that many belongings have been stolen from the Palmwoods, including his. They find out that the other 2 suspects, Tyler and Buddha Bob, also had their things stolen. This leads them to a tent which they saw Lightning in, who is the actual culprit. What a twist! We actually ever so briefly see Lightning in the first few minutes of the episode stealing something and running towards the tent, so good job, show. So now we only are left with Kendall. Joe has hired an actor to fake play her boyfriend, but Kendall is able to trick him and reveal the lie, making them both furious with each other. However, despite all of this, they agree to go on a date together, which makes Katie admit she doesn't understand teen love at all, to which Kendall admits the same thing. The guys all reflect on their day, and Logan barges in, gravely injured. Roll credits. It was really hard to come up with a way to efficiently describe everything happening in this episode, since it's basically just 4 subplots that don't converge at all, so if you're simply just listening to this without watching the actual show, this whole episode seems like a huge mess, but it really isn't. That's one of the really charming things about this show. It'll have a ton of subplots and running gags that don't relate to each other in any way, but despite being a standard 22-minute episode, it doesn't feel rushed or chaotic at all. I think since the show is already super fast-paced in its nature, it's a lot less jarring watching something like this, but at the same time, they balance every subplot really well, and you don't really forget what's going on in each one despite how many things are happening. But unlike that episode, this episode has super high stakes, and that is Season 1, Episode 9, Big Time Demos. It's now been 3 months since the dogs have moved to LA, and their demos are officially done. They reflect on the memories they've made thus far, and look forward to making new ones as their music career launches. However, Kelly comes by and drops off their plane tickets, explaining if the record company doesn't pick their demos, they have to move back home. Gustavo explains that that was the original deal, and they shouldn't get their hopes too high, because there are 6 bands Griffin can choose from, and so far it's not looking so good. The guys decide they need a plan and ask Gustavo how the demos get picked, but Gustavo says he's been trying to figure out who the top secret advisor is for ages. Suddenly, a snobby teenage girl invites herself in and asks to pick up Big Time Rush's demos. That girl is Mercedes, Griffin's daughter. They assume that she's the secret advisor who picks the demos, and she says that she is, and immediately decides Kendall is her new boyfriend for some reason. She instantly bosses him around and turns him into her personal servant, but everyone else insists Kendall play along for the time being so that she'll like him and pick Big Time Rush's demos. But when Kendall hesitates to say I love you to her, Mercedes takes one look and decides to break up with Kendall and instead turn Carlos into her new boyfriend. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Mrs. Knight and Katie are forced to pack up the apartment since they don't expect Big Time Rush's demos to get picked and can't afford to live at the Palmwoods on their own. This makes Mr. Bitters really excited, because when the Knights move out, he's gonna make the crib his own, because apparently the manager of the Palmwoods can't get a place that he likes. Katie, however, is determined to stay no matter what it takes, so when she finds out that employees get a huge discount and that the assistant manager position is open, she creates a fake resume for Mrs. Knight when the regional manager just so happens to be in town, and she's given the job on the spot, much to the dismay of Mr. Bitters. I know that sentence was really confusing, but Mrs. Knight is the assistant manager. That's all you have to know. He decides to give Mrs. Knight the worst jobs possible so that she'll quit on her first day. Meanwhile, Carlos is trying to keep Mercedes happy, but when he makes bad cookies, she threatens to not pick their demos and breaks up with Carlos. She then picks Logan to be her new boyfriend, but Kendall interjects and gives Mercedes a piece of his mind, only for Mercedes to storm out and say that she's 100% gonna choose another band. But after we cut to commercial, Mercedes comes back to apologize and admits that she actually isn't the one who chooses the demos. She just really liked the guys and wanted to date them. But Mercedes still has the vital information on who picks the demos. And it's a chimp. The dogs come up with a plan to steal the chimp and train it to like Big Time Rush, and we get a great visual gag here. Normally we see their crazy plans all the way through, but here we just cut to them in random costumes with the chimp successfully at Rock Records. It's really funny because the costumes they wear here are exactly the type they wear in every other plan of theirs, so it doesn't seem out of the ordinary. I really like how the humor here is aware of what the audience expects. Like, you know the episode could have easily shown what the plan was in these costumes and it would have made complete sense, but they just chose not to show it. Anyway, the dogs try to train Lolo the chimp by giving him bananas and making him listen to VTR. It doesn't work. Meanwhile, Mrs. Knight is having trouble keeping up with the insane demands of Mr. Bitters, but enlists Buddha Bob to help her, and she's able to do the seemingly impossible, because Buddha Bob is a legend. But at Rock Records, Griffin finds Lolo and asks them what's going on. They fess up, and while Griffin is impressed by their efforts, he tells them Lolo has the final say, and he doesn't like them. But Mercedes interjects and drops some big words about music, which changes Griffin's mind about Lolo, and he decides that Big Time Rush is making a full album. Mercedes then points out that she didn't really get a chance to date Logan, but they're cut off when Gustavo says he's got a new song idea for them, and our ears are blessed with the song Halfway There for the first time, while a compilation of clips from the show thus far plays. The phrase halfway there was a motif throughout the whole episode, with the whole cast saying that getting the record company's approval would land them halfway to their dreams of success. We then cut back to the Palmwoods where Kelly renews the Knight's lease and Mrs. Knight quits on the spot. A happy ending for everyone except Mr. Bitters, per usual. I think this episode did a really good job of capturing almost every aspect of the show. They had a band-threatening problem from Griffin, they had some crazy plan and crazy costumes, everyone's character traits were shown well, and there was a song that actually fits with the theme of the episode. And this next episode will actually be a slight continuation of the previous one, and that is Season 1, Episode 10, Big Time Party. The dogs are walking through Rock Records where they discover Gustavo is throwing a party celebrating Big Time Rush's first album being greenlit, and the guys are very excited about it, until Gustavo tells them that they aren't invited. The dogs are upset about this, and demand that Big Time Rush be present at a Big Time Rush party, but Gustavo declines and says their cardboard cutouts will be there instead. Also, notice how everyone is weirded out by that except for James, who is smiling like a maniac after finding out that he exists in cardboard form. Gustavo tricks them into leaving, but when they find out that Mrs. Knight and Katie will be gone for the day, they have the idea to throw their own party at the Palmwoods. Mrs. Knight forbids them from doing this, as it's against the Palmwoods rules, and if they get one more strike, Mr. Bitters will evict them. They got the first 2 strikes by organizing a giant pillow fight and letting an octopus in the pool, so, based. The dogs agreed to not throw a party, but instead a get-together, a social gathering.
He'll become so abominable, so disgusting, so hideous, so obnoxious, so grotesque, so ghastly.
Carlos and James are tasked with setting up the social gathering, while Logan and Kendall invite a few people. Kendall goes to Joe because he has a thing for her, and he gives her this thing. I have no idea what this is, nor why Kendall gave it to her. Like, is this supposed to be a joke to give Kendall an excuse to talk to her? But they, didn't have a prop for it, so they just looked around set for 10 seconds and were like, hey, I found this metal thing. I don't know, it's weird. Bitters overhears Kendall talking to Joe and grows suspicious, vowing to put any party to a halt. Carlos and James are really excited that they get to party plan, and they let it go to their head, declaring themselves the kings of Hollywood parties, and they also wear these weird jackets. A few guests start rolling in, including Camille, who immediately tries to make a move on Logan. This freaks him out, and he goes to Kendall and Joe for help, who looks right into the camera, oh my gosh. And they give Logan different advice, with Kendall saying he should just tell Camille he's not interested, while Joe says he should give it a shot. This will be sort of the main conflict of the episode. Kendall and Joe don't have as much in common as Kendall would like, and the more he talks to her, the more concern he has for the relationship working out. Meanwhile, Logan takes Joe's advice and tries to woo Camille, only for Mercedes to walk in 10 seconds later. Remember how at the end of the last episode, Mercedes briefly says that she never got to date Logan and it was like a 2-second gag? That's literally the basis of Logan's whole subplot in this episode. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. In any other show, that joke would have been forgotten instantly by everyone, but with Big Time Rush, you literally cannot disregard a single thing because they will all be important plot points in the future. It's so endearing. Mercedes immediately swoops Logan away, and suddenly a ton of guests barge in the door, way more than the dogs anticipated, seeing as they only invited 3 guests each. James and Carlos tell Kendall who they invited, and it's revealed that Carlos accidentally pressed the All Contacts button on his phone, inviting everyone whose phone number he had. Mr. Bitters smells a party and puts on some party hunting gear, intending to shut it down. I like how he spends forever trying to track it down when he knows that Kendall is the one throwing the party. Smart guy. Kendall realizes that Bitters will be suspicious, so he and Joe try to distract him and tells Carlos and James to get rid of all of the guests while he's gone. Logan asks James and Carlos for their help with his girl problem, to which they say that having 2 girls after you is awesome, and that he shouldn't try to fight it. Logan proceeds to spend about 10 seconds with each girl while bouncing back and forth and being super cringe. James and Carlos, meanwhile, decide that their party is way too cool to shut down, so they try to come up with a new plan. Back at Rock Records, Griffin is not impressed with Gustavo's party. He tells him it's incredibly boring and that Mr. Fujisaki, the company's founder from episode 3, will literally die of boredom unless they liven things up. Kelly tries to book some Russian acrobats for entertainment, but they're at Big Time Rush's party, so Gustavo and Kelly try to do it themselves. You can probably guess what happens. Kendall and Joe return to the apartment and see that it's empty, only to see that the party is still going on, but has been moved to the pool. Logan keeps trying to date Mercedes and Camille simultaneously, but they quickly catch on and throw him in the pool. Mercedes is initially really upset after cutting ties with Logan, but she takes one look at Guitar Dude and decides that he's her new boyfriend, and they run off. And we never see Mercedes again. Which is weird, because she could have easily been a recurring character and no doubt would have had things to do in future episodes, but she's never shown or mentioned again. Camille, however, decides to give Logan another shot and they hit it off. Anyway, Gustavo and Kelly realize there's an awesome party being thrown by the dogs at the Palmwoods and they bring that party to theirs. Meanwhile, Kendall and Joe successfully trick and trap Bitters with the same device that Gustavo used in the opening, and they can finally party with their minds at ease. Kendall and Joe realize that they actually do have a lot in common when it comes to partying, and they are officially, unofficially a thing. James and Carlos declare themselves the party kings of Hollywood one last time, and the episode ends. Definitely one of the better episodes of Season 1, but the next couple, not so much. Season 1, Episode 11, Big Time Jobs, opens with the dogs competing in a race around the Palmwoods. They casually destroy Mr. Bitters' desk, and he demands that they pay for the damage. For whatever reason, he brings the bill to Gustavo, and Kelly writes him a check. Gustavo then tells them that they have cost him so much money that this time they have to pay him back for the damage, and makes sure Freight Train doesn't allow them in the pool until they have done so. The dogs realize they have to get jobs, and Carlos becomes Gustavo's production assistant while James, Logan, and Kendall search for other jobs. Logan and Kendall have the idea to become sign spinners, while James sees an opening for a model in his favorite magazine and gives himself a pep talk in the mirror. Katie tells him he'll need a manager and preps him for his audition, but as soon as they get there, James gets out-prettied by the other models and decides to give up right away. Meanwhile at Rock Records, Carlos is tasked with getting Gustavo coffee from his new coffee machine, but it turns on the human race as you'd expect and tries to drown Carlos in foam. This is his entire plot. It turns out Kendall and Logan aren't very good sign spinners and they get fired almost immediately. Also, I like how their boss had two guys holding the same exact sign right next to each other. Very nice use of space. They go back to the apartment to brainstorm, but when a mother knocks on the door asking if they'd be available to babysit, they say yes and are paid $20 an hour. This gives them the idea to start an entire daycare business, but they quickly get overwhelmed, lose a kid, and are unable to control any of them. Mrs. Knight comes in and briefly distracts the kids with Wayne and tells them the kids need to be occupied if Kendall and Logan want to keep them under control. This then gives them the idea to exploit the kids as child laborers and have them wash cars, keeping them occupied and Kendall and Logan getting more money. Meanwhile, Katie and Freight Train are able to find James another modeling gig, but it turns out the only thing they could find is a gig for modeling his elbows, which makes him very angry. But after having another conversation with his reflection again, James gives in and successfully makes the money he needs to pay Gustavo back. Back at the Palmwoods, Kendall and Logan are also successful in making their money in one day, and they casually gaslight the kids and their parents.
They made us wash cars.
Whoops! Looks like somebody had a wild dream.
Yeah, he did.
Nothing works. Nothing works.
Oh, lots of snacks. We did have lots of snacks.
Carlos and Kelly destroy the coffee machine, and Carlos's paycheck also earns him the money he needs. The dogs give Gustavo the money, but immediately after, we find out that Kendall and Logan have been charged for running an illegal daycare, Carlos and Kelly have been charged for cleanup and for destroying an $8,000 coffee maker, and James has been charged for his wardrobe and makeup, meaning they owe way more money than they initially had to. This makes Gustavo lose it, and he starts breaking things all over the studio. But Griffin walks in and says Gustavo, Kelly, and the dogs all need to work to pay this money back. They start their own car wash, and the episode ends. This episode was just okay overall, but I like how they threw in a little surprise for the ending. I feel like most sitcoms would have just had Gustavo freak out when he sees the new bill and the episode ends there, but I like how they brought Griffin in and made the whole main cast have to start their own business together. But anyway, let's jump into what's probably my least favorite episode of the season, and that is Season 1, Episode 12, Big Time Blogger. It starts off with the dogs sitting in their not normal pool spot, what the heck, and Kelly gives them cameras and tasks them with recording some videos of themselves for the new Big Time Rush website, and they immediately destroy all of the cameras. Gustavo then tells the dogs that his new plan is for them to meet with Deke, the #1 entertainment blogger in Hollywood. However, Gustavo and Kelly warn them that they have to make Deke happy, or else he can end their career with one negative vlog, and that they have to not be themselves and instead be trained on how to interact with him. Meanwhile, Gustavo accidentally mass texts the capital of Belgium that he hates them, don't ask, which causes all of Belgium to boycott anything Big Time Rush related and protest right outside of Rock Records. In the B-plot, Katie and Mr. Bitters make a bet on something small, to which Katie wins. But this causes Mr. Bitters to challenge Katie over and over again, losing within seconds each time. While all of this is going on, the dogs meet Deke, but he's able to see right through their rehearsed act and writes an awful blog of them. James naturally locks him in a closet, while Carlos and Logan turn off the internet so that he can't post his blog from the Palmwoods, and they try to convince him to give them a second shot so that they can show him the real Big Time Rush, but he declines, so they keep him locked in the closet. After a while, Deke is able to escape through the air ducts, but they trap him in a trash can. Back at Rock Records, Gustavo's publicity team tries to negate the bad press by posting a video of him eating Belgian waffles, and they're casually xenophobic.
Wait, aren't Belgian waffles supposed to be, really thick?
Yeah.
And so are Belgians.
But when they find out Gustavo is actually eating frozen toaster waffles, they storm in and invade Rock Records. What the heck is this C-plot? Meanwhile, to wrap up the B-plot, Katie has had enough of Bitters constantly trying to win against her, so she comes up with a super easy challenge for her to lose so that he'll get off her back. She attempts to throw water balloons into a bucket, but instead pelts him with them and he cheers, finally being able to win. But it turns out this was all a bet Katie made with other kids at the Palmwoods, saying that she successfully got him to cheer at being soaked by water balloons and walks away with a wad of cash. The guys eventually come to their senses and free Deke, but he still expresses his intent to write the worst blog possible and storms out on them. The dogs make it back to Rock Records to find it completely trashed, and while Gustavo and Kelly weren't successful in changing the crowd's mind, they hope that the dogs made up for it with their day with Deke. They start reading the blog, and it turns out that Deke actually wrote a positive review of the band, and they can rest easy knowing the biggest blogger in Hollywood approves. I also think it's really funny that the whole Gustavo and Belgium misunderstanding was never resolved. Like, Belgians just canonically hate Big Time Rush. Overall, this episode was just super meh. I think Deke is just a discount Neville Papperman from iCarly in a lot of ways, and the whole B-plot with Katie and Bitters was so useless. Thankfully, this episode is much better and funnier, and that is Season 1, Episode 13, Big Time Terror. I always thought this was a Halloween episode of sorts, but not only did this air in May, but the actual Halloween special would be much, much more obvious. But hey, this is lucky number 13, so maybe that was it. Anyway, the episode opens with the whole Palmwoods crew jamming out by the pool when a table inexplicably slides on its own and doors shut around it. Everyone freaks out, and James and Carlos are convinced there's a ghost after them, while Logan and Kendall say there's nothing to be scared of. And then this happens.
Hey, my mansion is flooded and I need to stay with you dogs tonight.
Mrs. Knight welcomes Gustavo into their apartment and explains to the guys that they need to be nice and hospitable every once in a while, since they're only able to live there because of Gustavo. They introduce Gustavo to the 5-star meal that is fish sticks and tater tots. I'm not being sarcastic, by the way, they are amazing. And they decide to actually have some fun with him. They make fat joke after fat joke because it's a Nickelodeon sitcom, and they try going to bed, but Kendall's idea is to sleep in the lobby instead, but the Palmwoods ghost seemingly attacks them, and Mr. Bitters tells them they need to help get rid of it. The next morning, Carlos does exactly that, and Logan tags along to prove to him that there are no such things as ghosts. Kendall and James try to passive-aggressively tell Gustavo they want him gone, give him some fish sticks for the road, and head to the pool. Gustavo doesn't take the hint though, and quickly ruins James and Kendall's time. They try and persuade Gustavo to go back to his mansion, as it should be unflooded by now, and they offer him more fish sticks, but instead of returning to his place, he gets movers to bring all of his stuff to the Knight's apartment, and explains that his mansion will probably take another 5 days to be habitable again. They plead to Kelly, who reveals that Gustavo's mansion is perfectly fine now, and that he should be back writing a new song. They realize that Gustavo is lying so that he can have fun and blow off his work, so Kelly tasks them with getting him to come back to his mansion and refuses to help them for whatever reason. Meanwhile, Logan and Carlos spot the cute new girl, and Bitters tries to help them ghost hunt. They film themselves sleeping at night and are attacked by the ghost and rush to Kendall and James for help.
You believe in ghosts? I believe in the doo-doos in my pants.
They decide to team up and make Logan ghost bait while they chase down the ghost with vacuum cleaners. They're able to dismantle the ghost, but it turns out it's just the new girl they were checking out in costume, who's filming her own horror movie and using the dogs as the cast. Also, her name is Stephanie King, and I thought it was weird that they just name-dropped her for no reason, but then I realized it's a reference to Stephen King, the famous horror author. No child would get this reference. This gives them the idea to use the ghost costume and effects to scare Gustavo into leaving the apartment and rushing back to his mansion, and it works. Gustavo then writes them a new song, and we get a music video for said song, and this whole ending is a crime. But let me tell you why it's a crime. It's because this song, Shot in the Dark, is an absolute banger, and it was never released officially. You can find the full version on YouTube, and I have no idea how people got this, but it was never released as a single or on one of their albums. Nothing. This is literally like a top 10 BTR song for me, and I'm so mad that I can't add it to my Big Time Rush playlist. That is a crime. At least the song and music video fit with the episode really well, but dang, man.
Okay, sorry for the bad quality, but I'm editing this. I wrote this script in September. I'm recording this on November 13th, and right before I started editing this, they released the full version of Shot in the Dark on an official album of theirs, on their latest album, Another Life. So that album released like back in the summer, but they released a deluxe version like less than 2 weeks ago, and it has the full version of Shot in the Dark. Like, that is insane. I never thought they would do that. I'm not going to cover it in this video. I'll cover it when I cover the Another Life album, but 13 years, and Shot in the Dark is an official song released by Big Time Rush. That is crazy.
The episode ends with Katie and Stephanie pulling one last trick on everyone, proving that they are the most gullible people on the planet. The end. I think this episode was good. It had a very Big Time Rush feeling plot and gave us a banger of a song. But Gustavo was reduced to the fat and annoying guy, which was kinda stupid. But hey, changing up character roles depending on the episode is pretty par for the course in this show. But let's jump into Season 1, Episode 14, Big Time Dance. It starts with the cast back at the Palmwood School, which we haven't seen since its debut in Episode 2, and Miss Collins has just finished giving the class their final and invites them to the end of school year party. The dogs volunteer to help throw said party since the previous years were lame, and Miss Collins agrees, but tells them that everything has to be organized by the end of the day. They decide to make it a school dance, and Joe is excited because she thinks Kendall is going to ask her to be his date, but he seemingly has no interest in doing so. Bitters tells them they can't have their dance at the Palmwoods since it's already rented out for a Handsome Doctors convention, so they go to Gustavo and ask if they can hold it at Rock Records. Gustavo agrees, but tells them they have to perform on stage during the dance to prep for when they inevitably go on tour. Kelly says they need to learn some dances, but the guys are too focused on getting dates and immediately head back to the Palmwoods. Instead of stopping them, Gustavo calls their old dance instructor, Mr. X, to find them out and about and coach them on dancing unannounced. Kendall goes to look for some chaperones while Carlos, Logan, and James look for dates. Carlos is immediately drawn to the Jennifers, and blonde Jennifer was recast. What the heck? According to the wiki, blonde Jennifer's new actress, Kelly Goss, was originally just the understudy while her old actress, Spencer Locke, was filming Resident Evil Afterlife, but didn't return for some reason. I definitely prefer the new actress though. They both did a good job, but I think Kelly Goss is able to give off the Mean Girl vibe in a much more convincing way. Anyway, Carlos goes to ask them out, but is immediately rejected by all of them. Logan tells James he wants to ask Camille, but is a little scared. James casually asks out Sunblock Girl from the last episode to prove to Logan that it's not hard at all. He tries approaching her and asking her out. It doesn't work.
I was wondering, me and James were actually on the... It just... Oh, bleep, blap, bloop.
Mr. X walks up to James and Logan and teaches them some epic dance moves, and we cut to Kendall asking his mom to be a chaperone, to which she says yes. Katie tells Mrs. Knight that she should get a date herself, and she immediately declines, but Kendall and Katie take it upon themselves to find their mom a date. After doing some epic dance taught by Mr. X, they see the Handsome Doctors convention and decide to look there. The Jennifers then walk in and realize they need a date, so they find Carlos again and tell him they'll go out with him. But they don't actually like Carlos for who he is, so they each give him a different personality to act as at the dance and drag him away to get him into costume. Meanwhile, James is still trying to help Logan ask Camille out. He simply holds up a sign of what Logan should read, which two girls mistake for James asking them out, and Logan successfully asks Camille. However, Camille initially rejects. She says she wants to be asked in a more memorable way and asks Logan to give it a little more flair. Mrs. Knight is overwhelmed by the Handsome Doctors and rejects all of them. She then tells Kendall and Katie that she doesn't want to go on a date and that unless they can get her celebrity crush, Fabio Lanzoni, she isn't interested. They then find an infomercial featuring Fabio and see that he's hand-delivering products, and they come up with a plan. Fabio shows up delivering his product, and Kendall and Katie kidnap him by trapping him in a net. He eventually breaks free, but says he'll consider taking Mrs. Knight to the dance and casually walks away eating a kebab. Meanwhile, James helps Logan add a little flair to his dance proposal with a frisbee that says, "Will you go to the dance with me?" and he throws it in a random direction to demonstrate, to which he gets a yes. Logan gives it a shot but knocks Camille in the pool and he promptly hides. He gives it another shot at the park and instead simply gives Logan an earpiece and tells him to just say exactly what he says to Camille, and James accidentally asks another girl out in the process. He tries to ask Camille again, but James gets attacked by bees and it doesn't go well.
Go away! Ah! Ah! Go away! Go away! Ah! Ah! Go away!
We then finally cut to the dance, where each Jennifer is bossing Carlos around, frantically making him change costumes to fit with the person they want to go out with. They all begin to fight over who gets more of Carlos's attention, but Stephanie from the last episode interjects and asks if he wants someone to dance with as the real Carlos, and he happily agrees and abandons the Jennifers. Joe and Camille are hanging out, and Joe's upset that Kendall didn't even ask her, and Camille says she wishes Logan was able to ask him out without it going wrong. That's when Logan barges in on a horse costume with Kendall and James inside and asks Camille one last time, to which she says yes, and they ride off to the dance floor. Kendall then comes out and asks Joe what's wrong, and she says that she's been waiting all day for Kendall to ask her to be his date, but Kendall replies confused, saying that he just thought they were already together and it went without saying. They agree that they're finally boyfriend and girlfriend now, and Big Time Rush performs on stage, singing the song Stuck. I think that was a good pick. It's a very school dance type song, and they don't butcher it super hard like a lot of other ones they put in the show. Fabio then walks up to Mrs. Knight and they start dancing, with everyone happy and with a date. Except for James. He had accidentally been asking girls out the whole episode, and they all try to kill him. The end. I think this episode did a good job of showing the two most prominent couples in the show, which are Kendall and Joe and Logan and Camille, without making it too cringy like it will occasionally later. The only weird thing is, they set up Carlos and Stephanie as a thing in this episode, but it's never explored again, and Stephanie disappears forever. I don't know why this happened, but Stephanie only appeared in one other episode, so it's not like she was a big character, and her being interested in Carlos was only a thing in this episode. So it's not a big loss, it's just weird. But let's jump into an episode that I have some of the most vivid memories watching, and that's Season 1, Episode 15, Big Time Sparks. The episode opens like most of the others do, with the dogs hanging out at the pool, and Carlos asks the other guys why they haven't met any cool celebrities in the 6 months they've been in LA, like Jordan Sparks. And would you believe it, Jordan Sparks immediately walks up to them. I had no idea who she was when I watched the show back in the day, and even now I still had to look her up. She won American Idol in 2007, and even though I had never heard of her, a lot of people I know have, so I'm sure there were some people who knew her when I was watching the show. But I was 5 years old when this episode aired, and I didn't know what American Idol was, so I just know her as Jordan Sparks from Big Time Rush. Jordan explains to Mr. Bitters that she's at the Palmwoods because of the wishing well there. She says that every time she throws a coin in there, her songs become hits, and she's recording a new song at Rock Records. She's only there for a few days though, and she's apparently renting an apartment at the Palmwoods, or maybe it like doubles as a hotel, I'm not sure. The dogs follow Jordan around at Rock Records, and hey, Freight Train is here. Gustavo tells them they're bad luck and need to stay away from Jordan, but they think they're instead good luck charms. Right after saying this, James breaks a mirror and immediately gets hit and run over by some people, so he freaks out and runs away. Kendall says he plans on staying away from Jordan regardless because he's having a pool date with Joe. Bitters, for whatever reason, wants to get embarrassing photos of Jordan and places a banana peel in her path. She happens to slip right when Kendall is walking by and he catches her, but Joe walks up as soon as this happens and gets the wrong idea and storms out. Logan and Carlos realize there's too much bad luck around them, and what they instead need to do is protect Jordan from the bad luck that's around her. In the B-plot, Gustavo and Kelly open a package to find a skunk inside, and they run away, allowing it to be loose in Rock Records. Gustavo figures out that there's only one man who would do such a thing, and that is his arch nemesis, George Hawk from Hawk Records. It's weird to me that this is his first appearance because he's the main recurring antagonist of the show, and I could have sworn he was introduced in a whole episode rather than some random B-plot, but no, this is his first appearance. Hawk calls Gustavo and explains his evil plan, saying that the skunk will make Rock Records stink so bad that Jordan Sparks will instead want to record her song with Hawk. Gustavo and Kelly try calling an exterminator, but he's booked so far out that they have to take care of it themselves. It doesn't work. Back at the Palmwoods, Kendall is trying to make it up to Joe by making her a lunch by the pool, and Carlos and Logan spot a black cat and dispose of it, but they accidentally throw it at Jordan, and Kendall helps her to remove it, only for her to sit down with Kendall at the table to catch her breath right when Joe walks up. James is trying to combat his bad luck by making Tyler dance dressed as a leprechaun while he looks for a 4-leaf clover. He literally found the only ginger kid he knew and thought that was good enough to be a leprechaun and give him good luck. That is hilarious.
Look, there's one! Sneaky leprechaun!
Jordan walks up to the well to wish for her next song, while Kendall sets up a horseshoe date with Joe, and James tries to steal a horseshoe. They flip it upside down, which is apparently bad luck. I learned that from watching this episode. Carlos and Logan try to break up the fight, but the horseshoe flies out of their hands and hits Jordan, knocking her into the well. The dogs don't want to call anyone for help, fearing that Gustavo will find out, so they lower Kendall in with a rope, and you can probably guess what happens. And then this happens.
Kendall? Is that you? And Jordan?
It's not what it looks like!
The bottom of a well is just too romantic for Joe to handle, and she storms out yet again. The rest of the dogs fall in one by one as you'd expect, but James finds tons of lucky pennies, so he's alright. The dogs and Jordan start jamming in the well, and they come up with a much better arrangement of Jordan's song, so Kendall finally gives in and calls Freight Train to pull them out. The dogs return to the studio just in time and are able to help get rid of the skunk, and Gustavo is so grateful that he decides to not kill the dogs. Jordan says that the song should be a duet with Big Time Rush, and they sing the song Count on You, which is actually unironically one of my favorite songs from them. I also like how they all dress up and the music video is in black and white, even though the recording in the show's edit is a little wonky. Gustavo is super pleased with the song, but says that the Big Time Sparks team up is not yet over, and they use Jordan to help get back at Hawk, putting the skunk in his limousine. Gustavo decides maybe the dogs aren't such bad luck after all, and we get a scene of them saying goodbye to Jordan. Joe walks in just as Kendall and Jordan are hugging goodbye, and Kendall runs after her with flowers in hand. Roll credits. I like how Joe literally only showed up for like 5 seconds at a time, and that the conflict wasn't even resolved. She just got progressively more mad. It's a weird way to portray the relationship when this is the first episode where they're officially a couple, but it was pretty fun and unexpected. Anyway, let's take a look at Season 1, Episode 16, Big Time Fever. Camille is in the middle of admiring how the guys are still the fun, down-to-earth people they were when they first moved to LA, but then James walks up looking like a yam. Camille explains that James has Hollywood fever from the craziness of the town and the intense heat, which is changing him. She tells them that Guitar Dude used to be a concert cellist and that the Jennifers never walked in slow motion before, but Hollywood fever got to them. Also, Blonde Jennifer is a different actress again. I can't tell if it's the original one or another girl entirely, but it's definitely not the new one they introduced in the dance episode. Also, the other two Jennifers will appear throughout the rest of the episode without the blonde one, so I wonder if they were like in between switching actresses when filming this episode, but I'm not sure. Also, shout out to the person on the wiki page that responded to a comment 5 years later just to defend the Jennifers. The dogs tell James he's orange and it looks ridiculous, but he says he's not orange, he's mangerine. I like to think Donald Trump says the same thing. Gustavo is not happy with James's new look, saying that it'll ruin Big Time Rush's image and tasks the dogs with fixing him or else he'll be fired. Logan figures out that they can remove the mangerine with water, and they all try to hunt James down with water guns. Carlos looks around the pool and runs into the Jennifers, who reveal that Blonde Jennifer is in Iceland and they need a replacement, but they tell Carlos he's perfect Jennifer material, giving him Hollywood fever as well. Logan meets up with Guitar Dude at the park and gives him Hollywood fever by making him a hippie who plays the bongos. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Katie tries opening a snow cone stand to make some money during the heat wave, but Mr. Bitters immediately shuts it down and confiscates the machine, jealous of the money that she's making. Kendall successfully tracks down James, but isn't able to wash the mandarin off of him, and then discovers that Carlos and Logan have also been infected, infuriating Gustavo and Kelly. They pull Kendall aside and reveal that Hollywood fever has broken up nearly every one of Gustavo's bands in the past, and that they need to fix this quickly. Kendall is tasked with curing Logan, Kelly with Carlos, and Gustavo tries to get a therapist for James. It doesn't work.
I feel like I've been kissed by the sun.
Kendall teams up with Camille and Tyler to try to bring out Logan's inner love of math again, but he's super cringe.
I'm confused. If I had 5 apples and I gave 2 to my friend Cindy, how many would I have left?
It doesn't matter, dude. You still have some apples, right? And Cindy, she has some apples too.
Kelly tries to turn Carlos back into a fun, loving, dangerous guy, but she injures herself and gives up. Meanwhile, Buddha Bob gets his wood chipper to help Katie make snow cones much faster and efficiently, and Bitters tries to negotiate with Katie to buy the stand, but she rejects. Gustavo, Kendall, and Kelly reevaluate and realize that Kendall hasn't gotten Hollywood fever because he still plays hockey at the ice rink, reminding him of where he came from. They realize this is the cure and that they need to bring the ice to them. Kendall rushes to Katie and Buddha Bob and asks them to shave 6,000 pounds of ice for him, and Katie is forced to sell the stand to Bitters, who immediately gets shut down by a health inspector. Kelly and Kendall successfully lure the rest of the dogs to a giant snowball fight at the Palmwoods Park, and they are cured of their Hollywood fever. Also, I can't tell you why, but this shot of James doing a snow angel to get rid of the mandarin has lived rent-free in my head for the last 13 years. This episode was definitely fun, but it really dumbed down James, Carlos, and Logan in order to give the episode a plot, which is kinda lame, but everyone still stayed relatively in character, so I'll give it a pass.
How come all of your friends got Hollywood fever and you didn't?
Because he has a normal brain and his friends have the brain of a cricket.
But now we have reached the penultimate episode of Season 1, and that is episode 17, Big Time Video. The episode opens with the 4 dogs competing in a brain freeze-off, and it's exactly what you think. I don't know why they think that having brain freeze is fun, nor do I understand what the point is in competing to get it the fastest. Also, isn't it like really easy to just lie and say that you have brain freeze? Like, there's no way of fact-checking that. Anyway, while gulping down some smoothies, the guys overhear some crying, and Buddha Bob tells them that that's the sign of another child's Hollywood dream being crushed. Camille walks up, also crying, explaining that her dad is making the move back to Connecticut since she hasn't booked an acting part in 6 months. Kelly then approaches the dogs and says Gustavo needs them at Rock Records because they are prepping for filming their first ever music video. This gives Logan the idea to give Camille a part in the video so that she'll have another acting part under her belt and her dad will let her stay. Kendall tells her she needs to stall her dad while they figure out the details, and she does this. Gustavo tells the dogs that their music video will be for the song The City Is Ours, which is a bop by the way, and Gustavo initially ignores them asking for Camille to have a part since they don't even know what the video will be. They start meeting with video directors, which includes Marcos from the photo shoot episode, but Gustavo tells him no. This would be the part where I go, why is a photographer wanting to direct a music video? But Gustavo actually addresses it, which is cool. They did not have to do this at all because it's such a minor detail, but it fits so naturally into the dialogue and it's super charming. If you want to know how it fits into the dialogue, Gustavo basically just mentions that Marcos has no experience with video, so there you go. Gustavo uses his rejection of Marcos to explain that when they get famous, fans will start asking them for favors, and it's important to say no, otherwise it'll just turn into a charity project, and he tells the guys to tell Camille that she is not in the video. In the B-plot, Katie and some Palmwoods kids try to play kickball in the park, only to find Bitters has overtaken it. He tells Katie that the park is closed until further notice because he just bought a new car and has decided to keep it there for some reason. I like how he bought a new car and then realized he didn't have a place to keep it, so he decided to just stick it in a public area with caution tape around it. Good plan. The guys are upset that they have to tell Camille she can't be in the video, but when she walks up to them, they lie and say that she got the part. The Jennifers then walk up to Carlos in tears and with luggage, crying about how they too haven't booked a part in a super long time. Carlos instinctively tells them that they can be in the video too, and it turns out they were just tricking him. Joe then walks up with a suitcase and Kendall tells her that she can be in the video too, but it turns out there wasn't even a problem and that he let her be in it for no reason. Also, I love this fourth wall break.
We'll just put everybody in the background as extras or something. Yeah, that is acting, right?
Yes!
They continue meeting up with potential directors, and the dogs do their best to sabotage any idea that involves not having a ton of extras so that they don't have to break their promise. Also, this is another scene that I remember super vividly for no reason. Their next idea is to get Buddha Bob to act as a video director and pitch to Gustavo exactly the type of video that will let their friends be extras, but he accidentally reveals that he's a janitor and Gustavo figures out what's going on. He says the dogs need to go back to the Palmwoods and tell all of their friends that they are fired and that he's directing the video. But when they see all of the crying kids, they tell everyone that they can be in the video. They all show up at the apartment and the dogs realize that the only thing their parents want to see is them in a video, so they decide they can just make their own and put everyone in it. Also, back at the Palmwoods, Bitters does whatever this is and scares some girls. The dogs proceed to make the worst music video ever, and the kids demand to know what's going on. They explain what's happening, and everyone walks away all sad. However, they run into Marcos and hire him to help them make a better video, and they steal the equipment Gustavo was going to use for the video and help Katie trap Bitters in his car and steal it, not only reopening the park for the kids, but also giving the dogs a cool prop to use. With the help of Marcos, they successfully make a great music video and include everyone they promised, restoring their Hollywood dreams. Gustavo is pleased with their work and makes it the official music video and buys the car from Mr. Bitters, making it the Big Time Rush Mobile. The end. And we never see the car again, but the end. Probably my favorite thing about this episode is just how the music video shown in the episode is the actual music video they have for the song. So many times the show will just play some random video for their song and the actual music video is completely different, but it was super neat how when they actually talk about making the music video, it's the same one as in real life. But we have now arrived at the season finale of Big Time Rush. It's the hour-long special, Season 1, Episode 18, Big Time Concert. We start with the dogs enthusiastically running to Gustavo's office, where he shows them their first album on CD, but says the record company won't release it until their first tour, which Gustavo has already booked, and their first show is in 2 weeks, and the dogs are ecstatic. I know nothing about the practicalities of the music industry, but how did the band performing only get a 2 weeks notice before a concert? And who buys tickets to a concert only 2 weeks in advance? Maybe their tour was announced before then, but how are the dogs only now finding out, and why would Gustavo wait to tell them? Gustavo and Kelly train the dogs with the help of some familiar faces. The first of which is Mr. X, who tries to teach them stage coordination and dancing while putting dog cones on them. He also blinds them with a spotlight. Gustavo then brings back Dak Zevon to train the guys on proper fan interaction.
Or puff-eye.
He teaches them to high-five the crowd quickly, how to fight off crazy fans, and to not stand too close to the end of the stage. Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, Katie explains her plan to Mrs. Knight, and that is to create bootleg BTR merch to sell at their concerts so that she can be rich. She then orders it in bulk, spending her entire life savings on product, and Mrs. Knight only agrees when Katie promises her to put it towards her college fund. The dog's training is almost complete, but says in order to get back to the Palmwoods, they have to run there themselves while also singing into microphones in order to build endurance. As they run past, we see that Hawk has returned, and he and his assistant Rebecca are determined to ruin their concert and get revenge on Gustavo. The guys make it to the Palmwoods, where they give all of their friends passes to their dress rehearsal. We then get a montage of them training to their song, This Is Our Someday, which actually fits the theme pretty well. They complete their training, and we cut to their dress rehearsal, completely blowing everyone away. Griffin expresses how impressed he is, but then drops this.
The album, tour, and this concert are canceled.
What? 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 What?
What?
What?
He and the record company have decided that Big Time Rush is too much of a risk for RCM CBT GlobalNet Sanyoid, and says their division and Gustavo are switching to children's books on tape. The dogs, Kelly, and Gustavo express their anger, saying that they've worked their butts off and he can't just cancel everything a week before their concert, but to no avail. They're then forced to pack up their things and move back to Minnesota, and Katie is especially upset because she has now wasted $3,000 on merch for a band that doesn't exist anymore. But James is definitely taking it the hardest.
I am dreaming. You are not real. The concert's in a week.
Logan and Kendall are forced to say goodbye to Joe and Camille. Kendall and Joe have their first and last kiss, and Camille slaps Logan. And just like that, we're back in Minnesota, the same market where Kendall worked at in the pilot. Gustavo and Kelly are now forced to record children's books on tape, and Gustavo isn't doing so well. Kelly says that she's disappointed in him, as he didn't even say goodbye to the dogs, but Gustavo says he didn't know what to say to them. Kelly tells him he should try to fix things, but Gustavo says his contract won't let him do anything about it. Back at Minnesota, Katie is desperately trying to sell her BTR merch, Logan and Carlos are trying to recapture their Palmwoods memories, and James has moved from denial to anger. Kendall says there's no point in feeling sorry for themselves, but James objects, saying they can't give up. Kendall tells James they're not giving up, they're moving on, and reminds Logan and Carlos that their dreams had nothing to do with being pop stars in LA, with Kendall wanting to be a professional hockey player, Logan wanting to be a doctor, and Carlos being Carlos.
What was your dream? To be hit by a radioactive meteor and fight crime as Meteor Man!
James's dream, however, has always been to be a famous singer, and assures them that Gustavo will come back. Kendall scoffs at this and is immediately given an invite to skate with Minnesota University's hockey team. James storms off, but Carlos, Kendall, and Logan try to tie up some loose ends. The first of which is to make it up to the elderly lady whose driveway they promised to shovel in the pilot, only for them to forget about her after moving to LA. They make it up to her by mowing her lawn and putting the car up for sale for her, and they reminisce about it because that's the very car they drove to James's audition with in the pilot. We then cut to James, who gets hit by Hawk in a limo. He has done some research and decides to make James his next star, which will eliminate any possibility of BTR reforming so that Gustavo will go back to being a nobody. But back at the Knight household, they get a knock on the door from Gustavo and Kelly. Gustavo explains his plan to give Big Time Rush one more shot and that he's almost positive they will be able to release their album and make it out on top if they can be seen in concert. It takes some convincing, but Kendall, Logan, and Carlos agree. Also, it's genuinely really cool how they swap Kendall and Gustavo's roles here from the pilot.
So, we got a deal? Yep. Yes! Because there is no way Gustavo Rock is taking the 4 dogs from Minnesota to Los Angeles to make them stars. It's never gonna happen! Never!
So, we have a deal.
Yep.
They knock on James's door to recruit him as well, but his dad explains that he's already left for LA with Hawk, and it's too late. The whole crew minus James arrives at Rock Records in LA, and they see that the studio is almost completely empty. Gustavo and Kelly explain that buying back BTR from Griffin cost them over $2 million, and that they had to sell everything, including Gustavo's mansion. They also drop the bomb that there was no money for the Palmwoods, so they'll all be sleeping at Rock Records. Gustavo says they need to find James and rehearse ASAP because their concert is in 4 days, but Kendall and Logan immediately run to the Palmwoods to see their girlfriends. Joe and Camille tell them that James is actually also at the Palmwoods and is living in their old apartment, so they go to investigate. They find out that he has signed a 3-record deal with Hawk, got him a personal butler, and the biggest crime of them all, took down the swirly slide. How dare he! He rejects their offer to bring Big Time Rush back and tells them that he's moved on, just like Kendall told him to. He also reminds them that they yet again forgot about their elderly neighbor and she is mowing the lawn all on her own. They're kicked out of the apartment and Hawk shows James his new image, spelling his name wrong and making his lips really big. He then shows James his new single, which is awful and doesn't even feature James singing, which rubs him the wrong way. Back at Rock Records, they tell Gustavo what's going on, and their only option now is to find a replacement for James and hold auditions. After some failed attempts, they find the guy they're looking for, but then he does this.
Oh, Zorblock, the time of prophecy is upon us. Blip, 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 blip.
They decide to just make Big Time Rush a trio now and start rehearsing, but it doesn't go well. The choreography is all messed up now that there's only 3 of them, and Gustavo starts to lose it on them. This causes them to sing the giant turd song at him, and then this happens. Even though they're all back together, they're still worried about Hawk, but Gustavo says they have no time to deal with that because their show is in 2 days. However, they don't have any money left for advertising or TV spots, so Katie donates her posters, and the dogs recruit all of their friends from the Palmwoods to help promote their upcoming show. We then get a huge montage of them promoting BTR, hanging up posters, passing around flyers, and getting on the news, and they successfully sell every single ticket to the concert. Gustavo tells them to go get changed, and they head into their dressing room, only for it to be a trap set by Hawk and Rebecca. They tie them up in chairs at a faraway warehouse, confiscate their phones, and say they will only tell Gustavo where to find them after the concert is over and they have missed it. Hawk and Rebecca want to see Gustavo's reaction though, so they leave them there alone. Carlos is able to free himself by falling down a flight of stairs, however, and he unties them and they rush, no pun intended, to the concert. They're too far away to run, but James's butler Sebastian pulls up and drives them to their venue, only to get stuck in LA traffic. Hawk pulls up the curtain at the venue in order to disappoint fans, but right as they start to leave, the dogs show up and put on an amazing performance. All of the investors show up and try to make deals with Gustavo, but Griffin walks up and promises a 3-record deal, a worldwide tour, and immediate release of their debut album. Katie successfully sells all of her merchandise, and the dogs are chased by a huge crowd of girls just like in the pilot, except this time it's their screaming fans. We then find out since they forgot about their elderly neighbor not once but twice, they gift her Sebastian to be her personal limousine driver all around Minnesota. We then get a screen of text saying that the musical journey continues, just like how in the pilot it said it begins, and just like that, we've completed Season 1 of Big Time Rush. I have made this graph that ranks all of the notable characters based on number of appearances because why not? I'm surprised at how little characters like Buddha Bob and Doc Hollywood appeared because I have such vivid memories of them, but they will appear more frequently in later seasons, so I guess the show just didn't really know what to do with them at this point.
Alright, so I don't know if you remember, but I plan on taking a look at each of their released albums at the end of each season. So they have 4 officially released albums, along with like a handful of singles, but I won't talk about those until later. So I'm just gonna talk about each track from beginning to end, give my thoughts on them, I'll rank them at the end, and I encourage you to listen along because, you know, I can't play them here, obviously. So yeah, let's get started with the album BTR, released in 2011. So the original version of this album was actually released in 2010 to coincide with the show's release. But that one only has 12 tracks, and they released a deluxe version in 2011 that has a whopping 17, so we're going to be taking a look at that one instead. Also, fun fact, this is the first album I ever owned. I got it on my little iPod back in, probably 2012, so I've come full circle here. Also, look at this album cover, like how long is Kendall's arm?
Anyway, the first track is Till I Forget About You, a breakup song. I find it really strange that this is the first track. I feel like something like City is Ours or the theme song would work better, not a semi-upbeat song about forgetting about your ex, but it's this one. Despite the weird placement on the album, I actually really like this song. It's one I always used to listen to when the show was airing back in the day. One thing that I've always noticed about this song, though, is how in Carlos's verse, at around 1 minute and 37 seconds, you hear the word phone get cut off a little bit, but then right before he says, I'm moving, you hear him, inhale, but it's cut off, and it's the weirdest thing. I'd say this is mostly a Kendall song. He has the most prominent voice in the chorus, and he sings the opening. Carlos takes the second verse, Logan the bridge, and I can't hear any lead parts sung by James here, but maybe he's in there somewhere. There is a music video for this one where they're on a tour bus about to play a show when Kendall gets a text from a no-named lover saying that it's over. But actually the lyrics say he got a call, but in the music video he got a text, so ratio. That was the worst sentence I've ever said. I'm so sorry. Also, don't worry, the lover was not Joe. They show up at a country club to perform and use this magic camera or something to turn everyone into rock and roll machines. This song wasn't featured at all in season 1, but will have its own scene in early season 2. I'd say only about half of the songs in this album are featured in the first season, but by the end of season 2, we'll have pretty much heard all of them. But let's move on to track 2, probably the most popular and replayed song ever by Big Time Rush, Boyfriend. For whatever reason, this is everyone's favorite BTR song, and I'm sorry, but I just don't see it. I think the general public likes it because it's the most boy bandy song that they have, and its main hook is really catchy, but I'm a true Rusher and I can appreciate their other music. Another thing, this song has not 1, not 2, but 3 different versions on the 2011 release of the album. 2 of which feature raps that happen at the very beginning and right after the bridge, one sung by Snoop Dogg and the other by New Boys, and the regular one just goes back to the chorus after the bridge and has a longer intro. I definitely prefer the original because I'm not a fan of rap to begin with, and I think the song flows so much better without a rap right after the beginning. But hey, the Snoop Dogg version does have a music video, so that's one point New Boys is never getting back. It's just a super stereotypical boy band video taking place in 2099, and it's portrayed exactly how everyone thought 2020 would be in 2010. The chorus and first verse are sung by Kendall, second verse James, and the bridge sung by Carlos. No Logan here, sadly. It does sound like they all sing that hook though, so good for Logan. Track number 3 is City is Ours, which we are familiar with because this is the song they shot a music video for in Big Time Video, and it's the same one as in the episode, which is really cool. Everyone has their moments in this song, but I think James shines the most. He's singing the melody most of the time, and his verse frickin' slaps. This is also the only official BTR video to my knowledge where other characters from the show are featured. Just like in the episode, we see Camille, Guitar Dude, Joe, the Jennifers, but unfortunately no Mr. Bitters in the trunk. Minus 10 points. Track number 4 is called Nothing Even Matters, which has not put in the show yet, but we'll have a whole episode dedicated to it in Season 2. The lyrics are pretty dull, but it's also very catchy, so it balances out. I think Logan stands out the most here. He sings all of the verses and does some cool background vocals along with Carlos. There's not much else to say about this one, it's just pretty generic. But track number 5 is a song that every single BTR fan remembers because of one specific Season 2 episode that I'm not going to talk about until we get there, and that is Worldwide. It's another breakup song, but with a sadder tone. Till I Forget About You was more of a getting over you song, but this one is more feeling sad about the breakup. There's a great video by Entertainment Weekly where BTR reacts to the song and its music video 10 years later, and James says that the song is so high that they never performed it in the original key, which I think is really funny.
The song was so high up, we'll never perform it in this key live again.
I will not be showing the music video, however, because it's a spoiler, but I'll talk about it when we get to its episode. Kendall doesn't sing much on this one, usually only taking the background vocals, but James is definitely the star here. This version is great, but they did an acoustic version in 2020 during lockdown, and it is so much better. You should really check it out. Let's move on to track number 6, Halfway There. In the original album release, it's track 6 out of 12, which puts it in the middle, so like halfway there, in the middle. Well done. This one is not about a girl, it's more of a motivational song about reaching your dreams and being on a good track. This was the song featured in the episode Big Time Demos, and the music video is just the one they showed in the show, but the full version, and I could only find a really low quality one on YouTube, but it's there if you want to check it out. I think everyone shines equally in this song, but I really like Logan's part on the bridge. Big Night is track number 7 and does have a music video, but it's them just performing on stage and dancing and stuff. This song won't be in the show until season 2, and it's your typical song about having fun and partying, not much to it. Also, the effect they do on Carlos's voice right before the last chorus is so 2010, like, I can't. Track 8 is titled Oh Yeah and has by far the most generic lyrics on the album, but James's opening verse slaps so freaking hard. I'm not going to say much more about this song since it literally has an entire episode dedicated to it in season 2, just know it's nothing special when you're listening to it on its own. Count on You is track number 9, the one we saw in the Jordan Sparks episode, and this is probably one of my favorite songs of theirs. I feel like Jordan is the primary vocalist here, so it's weird to me that it's labeled as a Big Time Rush song just featuring her, because most BTR songs that feature other artists just do like a 10-second rap, so I don't know. I love the piano in this song, James and Jordan's voices work really well together, and I think the best part of the song is when they're harmonizing with each other. Also, unfortunately, there's no full version of the music video shown in the episode it was in, which is kind of a bummer. The other thing about this song is in the context of the album, it feels so out of place. Like, it's really soft and a lot slower than their other songs, and it doesn't use guitar or synthesizers or anything. Also, I think the placement of this song really breaks up the flow of the album as a whole. Like, it coming directly after Worldwide or Till I Forget About You would have made way more sense instead of in between two really upbeat songs, but I can tell this album was more meant to just be a collection of singles as opposed to, you know, an album as a whole. But anyway, let's move on to track number 10, I Know You Know. I really like this one. It's really danceable and catchy, and features a rap by Sinfonique, the star of How to Rock, if anyone remembers that show. I'm not a big fan of rap, but this one fits the song pretty well. I do, however, prefer the acoustic version they did in 2022. They do some great harmonies, and it sounds way more genuine. This one will also have an entire episode dedicated to it in Season 2, and the episode will have a music video for it as well, so we'll talk more about it when we get there. Track number 11 is the iconic theme song, Big Time Rush. So if you're listening to this song, you're listening to the song Big Time Rush by the band Big Time Rush on the album BTR, which stands for Big Time Rush. I don't know if it's because you don't hear it in the theme song, but the bridge feels really out of place here, and I can't tell you why. I'd say all 4 members shine equally here, which is fitting since it's basically their theme, and listening to the whole song actually makes me appreciate it as a song and not just a theme made for a TV show. I also appreciate how a 2010 boy band's theme is not about a girl, which is actually talked about in the pilot a bit. But what I do not understand is how their most recognizable song does not have a music video. What? Lucky number 13 is the song Any Kind of Guy, which they showed in Joe's debut episode and was pretty much the whole B-plot there. This one does have a pretty fun music video. It's just a lot of green screen stuff, but I like the costume changes, although I do think the one they did in the show was a lot more creative. Also, I don't know why, but I love this shot of Kendall and Carlos during the second verse. I think despite the chorus sounding super cheesy lyrically, the instruments and vocals slap so hard that it makes it one of my favorite songs by them. There is one thing in the song that has always bothered me though, and that's James's opening line. Like, listen to how he sings the word far. There's no R sound, it's just like fa. It's almost like a voice crack. This is really my only major problem with BTR's early music, and it's that James sometimes will sing so poppy that it doesn't even sound like words. I think this gets better as the show progresses, but in this song it has always been super noticeable. And that's not a dig on James Maslow, he's an amazing singer, I just think the production was really lazy and they made it sound way too poppy. Song number 14 is a good one, and it's called This Is Our Someday. They performed this during the rehearsal montage in the season 1 finale, and I think the message fits the show really well since it's about unlikely success. My only complaint here is the harmonic vibe of the song is so different in the chorus than in the verse. Like, when I first listened to it, it didn't sound like they belonged in the same song. It's just something that's kind of jarring at first, but you get used to it after a few listens and the song slaps, so who cares? No music video for this one, but I don't really know what you would do for a song like this, so I don't really care. 15 and 16 are the different versions of Boyfriend, and the last track, number 17, is titled Stuck. and it's kind of a disappointing way to end. This is the one the band played on stage during the dance episode, but like I said, it's just not a super upbeat song that leaves me hyped like some others did. It has a low quality music video on YouTube that's not the official one, but you can see them just singing in a studio on YouTube. I will say though, this song features Carlos the best out of any other song on the album. His voice just fits super well here, and it seems like everyone noticed that and gave him most of the lead parts, which I love. I just don't feel like this is that good of a way to end an album. This would have worked way better at the beginning or the middle. Okay, you've heard me complain about the order of the songs this whole time, so here's the order I would have put the songs in. From 1 to 17, I would have gone Big Time Rush, Famous, City Is Ours, Nothing Even Matters, Boyfriend, all 3 versions, Any Kind of Guy, Big Night, Halfway There, This Is Our Someday, Stuck, I Know You Know, Oh Yeah, Worldwide, Count on You, and end with Till I Forget About You. I think that keeps a more consistent tone and slowly changes it until Worldwide and ends with a more hype song rather than a slower upbeat one. To finish off this album review, I would like to rank all of the songs from least favorite to favorite, and it is the following. Boyfriend with New Boys, Boyfriend with Snoop Dogg, Big Night, Stuck, Oh Yeah, Nothing Even Matters, Halfway There, This Is Our Someday, Big Time Rush, Famous, I Know You Know, City Is Ours, Boyfriend, Count on You, Any Kind of Guy, Till I Forget About You, and Worldwide. So yeah, that's my BTR album review. I would give it a 10 out of 10 because it's my childhood. So instead of jumping straight into season 2, I would like to do intermissions in between each season just so I can cover things that aren't in the show but are related to BTR as a whole. So I did about 30 seconds of research and found out that not one, but 2 Big Time Rush video games exist. One titled Big Time Rush Backstage Pass for the Nintendo DS, and one titled Big Time Rush Dance Party for the Nintendo Wii, so of course I have to play them. Luckily, I've been prepping for this for 14 years, so let's start with the DS game. It was published in 2012 by Game Mill Entertainment, the same people who made Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl and Olaf's Quest, so there's definitely a high bar here. I literally have no idea what this game is about, so let's just jump into it. There are lots of opening credits. Okay, we get a really compressed version of the theme song in the background that is just like a 20-second loop, and I can select a profile. I can adjust how loud the voice and sound effects are, and I think that's Carlos's voice.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we can't play hard mode yet, so let's just go into normal. The only songs we have available from the start are Big Night and I Know You Know, so let's start with Big Night. So this is a rhythm game where you have to tap the circles along to the song. You have to wait until those little rings on the outside line up with the dot, and then you tap the touchscreen and just do this the whole song. Some notes you have to hold until it tells you to let go, and sometimes you have to slide it across and time it properly. You'll also sometimes get this circle of little dots, and you just have to tap them all before the timer runs out. You'll also get a backstage pass, where you have to scratch it all off in a certain amount of time for some reason. This is what the whole game is named after. We also get a little meter showing how many stars out of 5 you received as the song goes, and we get a little score at the end and a star ranking. So all of the gameplay takes place on the touchscreen, and on the top screen, has God seen this? These are the worst 2D characters I have ever seen in my life. Look at Kendall, he looks like Theodore from Alvin and the Chipmunks. I didn't notice this until going back while recording the footage, but the band members will just make random motions while holding microphones, and it does not match the song at all. Also, the rhythm you're tapping is only in sync with the song about 50% of the time. The other half, you are just touching the screen randomly, and it does not go with any vocals or instruments. I'm a musician, so I know I can be more picky than the average person, but it is so obvious that this was made by people who know nothing about rhythm games or music in general.
It's like not timed with the beat very well either. So like when I time it with the beat, I end up getting a worse score.
So our first 2 songs are Big Night and I Know You Know, and they take place at Rock Records apparently. They'll randomly be in different locations such as the sound booth or the couch, and will just randomly stand up and wave. They'll also dance to some songs. Kind of. You simply unlock the next song just by playing the previous 2, and now that I'm even more confused than I was when starting the game, let's go to our second location, the Palm Woods. We get little lines of dialogue every time we visit a new location, but it moves so fast that I didn't even read it when I first played through. This location features the songs Worldwide and Elevate, which we have not yet covered, and it's literally just the same thing, just a different song, and the band is in front of a different background.
These sound bites of them saying the song names are like so cursed, it's hard to describe.
Our third location is the tour bus, featuring the songs Windows Down and Boyfriend. Nothing to say there.
They're just like doing the disco on top of a tour bus and just like side shuffling on a stationary tour bus with some generic buildings in the background. The production quality on this game is just amazing.
And our final location is the Backstage Theater, featuring You're Not Alone and Till I Forget About You. You heard me. There are only 8 songs. I mean, I can't say I wanted more because this game makes me want to die, but like, come on, 8? Once we beat all of the levels here, we unlock hard mode, which I thought would be some new locations and songs that are maybe a little quicker or more complex, but no. It is the same exact songs in the same exact locations in the same exact order. But what makes it hard mode, you ask? The circles close in faster, leaving you less wiggle room to tap the screen. That is it. I actually got 5 stars on my first try on every single hard mode song, and I found it way easier than normal mode. I don't know why, but I think the circles closing in faster made it easier to time it with the beat, and it seemed like I could actually tap along to the song as opposed to having to try and basically ignore it the whole time. I did try playing without sound, but it was literally impossible. I know this game doesn't do a good job of having you tap to the beat, but knowing where you are in the song makes all the difference here. So I swept through all of the easy and hard mode in about 40 minutes, but when I looked back at the menu, I saw the photo gallery. I figured you would just unlock them by doing well in hard mode, but it turns out you need to get 5 stars in every single normal and hard mode song to unlock every photo. This was when I tried looking up a playthrough or like maybe on a wiki page to see if you unlock some special song by getting 5 stars on everything, but there was literally no description or footage of this game anywhere on the internet. So naturally I had to find out for myself, and oh my gosh, this game is so annoyingly difficult. Getting 5 stars on every normal mode song took, I kid you not, almost 2 hours for 8 songs. I know Uno and Worldwide were so annoying because in order to get 5 stars, you need like at least 80% great and 0 misses. And these songs are timed so horribly in this game that listening to it is almost a handicap.
Gosh, this is gonna kill. This is good. This is how I die. I played the Big Time Rush game too hard.
But by far the hardest song was Boyfriend, which took me probably 15 tries to get 5 stars on. I already think this song is pretty overrated, and this definitely didn't do it any favors. If someone gets a perfect score on this song, you deserve a Medal of Honor or something, because I wanted to actually rip my hair out doing this. It got to a point where I was sitting in my chair and I thought to myself, I am spending my Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. playing a Big Time Rush game on the DS. Where did I go wrong?
This game, I've been playing for an hour and 13 minutes straight. And like I've basically 100%ed it. But at the same time, I feel like I've been playing it for too long. Like I just need to do a couple more songs and get the 5 stars in normal mode. I did hard mode 5 stars first try. But I really don't want I don't think it's worth it to get all of the 5 stars in the normal mode just for some more photos. But I'm a true rusher, so we're doing it.
You truly do not understand insanity until you have heard the song Boyfriend 20 plus times on the terribly compressed DS speakers while sitting alone at home, tapping along to it mindlessly. This should honestly be used as a torture device. However, I did play through all of them and got 5 stars in every single song on both normal and hard mode and unlocked all 16 pictures. And what did I get for doing all of that? You get nothing. I don't know why I thought this game would reward you for anything, but I thought at least you'd be able to access the theme song or something. Like, how could you make a Big Time Rush game and not include their theme song at all except for an instrumental in the background of the main menu? That boggles my mind. But hey, at least we can check out all of these high-quality photos. It's literally just 16 photos of them posing in slightly different ways in front of different backgrounds. Okay, I know I just spent the past however many minutes crapping on this game, but here's the thing. It is so addicting. I grinded out every single song for like 2.5 hours and did not stop once. I didn't get water, used the bathroom, my phone was going off and I was ignoring it. It consumed me. While playing this, there was no other thing more important to me than unlocking all of these photos. Like if my apartment caught on fire, I would probably just have stayed in that chair playing until my skin started melting. It's so hard to describe the feeling this game gives off, but you are so mad at it, yet you like really want to prove you're better than it, so you just keep playing until you win.
Okay, I just beat Till I Forget About You. That is all of them. I have done 5 stars on all of these. Okay, that's normal mode. Hard mode, take a look. Like everything. I got all the photos. And there was no reward. That was it. Credits. Boom. I won.
Also, something my friends have told me a lot is that I have really bad RBF, and I would just like to share a compilation of me playing through this game while looking like I want to die because it made me laugh really hard when watching the footage. Also, the best part of this game is the voice acting. You can tell all 4 of these guys did not want to do this at all, and even through the compression, you can hear them dying a little bit on the inside.
Are you sure? Yes.
In summary, do not play this game unless you want to waste 2.5 hours of your life, because I guarantee you will try to 100% it if you start, and it is the worst. Okay, so before we jump into the Wii game, I want to take a break and allow myself to recuperate and get back into that I love Big Time Rush type mindset since that DS game killed all joy left in my soul. So I was thinking how I could get into the BTR spirit and do it in a relaxing way, and after some thinking, it came to me. I should make a tree hat. I've seen people posting pictures of them making and wearing them all the time, so I thought I should give it a go. I know most people would just go to a craft store, but I hate going to the store, so I just ordered a camo hat, fake leaves, and a hot glue gun off of Amazon.
Okay, welcome to the tree hat making station, also known as my countertop. Let's make a tree hat. I did it a little differently. So I got a hot glue gun because I actually don't have one up until this point. I got a camo hat because that's what they wear in the show. In the video, in the TikTok, they just used a black hat. But I'm gonna go with camo because that's what they do in the show. And I got some fake leaves, which I hope are a good size, and I hope there's a good amount. It's a little brighter than I was hoping for, but that's okay. So this'll do. It's also got an adjustable strap, good, because I got big hair. And these leaves, they're like I forget what it's called, like vacuum sealed or whatever. So let's see if we can get this to work. Oh my gosh, they look really fake. It's okay. They were really cheap, so I'll give it a pass. The good thing is they have like, you know, stems, kind of fake stems. So it'll be like pretty easy to like kind of make them go on top here and not just like be a collection of leaves. It'll kind of like shoot up like a shrub. So how do I want to start this? Okay, so I'm gonna need some scissors probably. The leaves are pretty small, but that's okay. I can just bunch a bunch together. So let's plug this dude in. Okay, I got the hot glue gun heating up. So while that goes, let's try to cut, or I don't have scissors. Oh my gosh, I just realized that. I can use a knife. So this is a very dangerous project, okay? Do not try this at home unless you have adult supervision. All right, let's get to work. Prototype tree hat. This looks so stupid. All right, this tutorial also says you should take a snack break, like while you're making it. So let's do it. Should probably cook them first.
Much later.
Okay, it's a while later, and I've made it. But this is, I don't even know how to like give this an entrance because I don't know like. You know, I'll just put it on and then you can let me know what you think. Ta-da!
It's a little less subtle than I was hoping for. It doesn't quite, it like sticks, I don't know, maybe I can kind of bunch it up and stick it down a little more. I think I made a mistake with the type of leaves I chose, because I just ordered them online, like, and they were like really small but had like really long vines, so the only way to make them like stick up was to just like bunch them together, but that gave it this weird like look. I just look like I'm like those things that they like hang outside like your front door, and it's like in a bowl shaped thing. I just look like one of those is on my head. So like I don't think it looks like the worst thing in the world, but it is not what I was going for. But like, you know, it's not awful. The other thing is this freaking hot glue gun. I've never really used one. Oh my gosh, my hair. I've never really used one before. But it was like so hard to glue the leaves onto here because the hat had like so much give, so if I like push into it, you know, just like fold in, and then I couldn't connect the leaves with the glue. So I would just like have to use both my fingers and like push down on it, and it was really freaking hot, and I kind of burnt myself. So it was also like not a very easy thing to do. If there's one thing I've learned from this experience, it is that I admire the I don't know if this was like more of a prop thing or like a costume designer thing, but whoever made this, big props to you. I mean, maybe if you're not like a complete idiot, you can make a better one than I did, but you know, this is what I got.
Okay, so now that I've thoroughly disappointed you with my lack of craft skills, let's take a look at Big Time Rush Dance Party for the Nintendo Wii. This one was also published by Game Mill and was released in 2012. Let's dive in.
Okay, let's do this. Jumping right in. Should put the wrist strap on.
Okay, we get some credits again right off the bat, and they're not quite as long as the DS game, so that's a good sign. Okay, here's the main menu. This is so ugly. I know it looks like my recording software was using a low resolution or something, but no, this is exactly how the game looks. Why are the pictures of the band so grainy? What the heck? I get that in the DS game it looks pixelated, but this should not. It looks like they just slapped this together in like 5 minutes and called it a day. Okay, so we have two gameplay options, career and free play. Free play just gives us a list of the songs available, so let's do career. I assume this is like a campaign where we follow a story of some sort. I'm all alone, so I chose single player, and the loading screen says we're going to Rock Records. We get a very weird voiceover, like, am I supposed to know who this is?
Okay, so are you ready to go behind the scenes with Big Time Rush?
And then no time to breathe, no tutorial, the song just starts. And it starts with Big Night again. So apparently this is Rock Records. I think these models are worse than the DS ones. They look like Guitar Hero avatars from the year 1980. I literally can't even tell which one is Carlos and which one is Logan. They all have the exact same skin tone and hair with just slightly different colors and outfits.
Wait a second. I'm so stupid. I'm playing this game the wrong way. That's why I'm struggling. Hold up. Okay. Now we're ready.
We dance to Big Night, I Know You Know, and Cover Girl, which is a song from their second album which we have not yet covered. Okay, here's the thing. These dances all suck. There are like 5 different moves, and they just switch back and forth between them for every single song, just in slightly different orders. It doesn't match the music at all, and I feel like I could just add any song to the background and the dance would feel the exact same way. I also realized about 2 songs in that you can just shake the Wiimote and it'll still give you a good score like most dancing games on the Wii. But hey, it's just the first few songs. Maybe they change it up in later ones and just wanted to keep things simple to start. Maybe. So our next location is the Palmwoods, and we get to dance to Count on You, Boyfriend, and Oh Yeah. We get to perform in front of an audience this time, and what are those? Okay, so they're all standing in the pool, but they're 2D. So did Big Time Rush just put a bunch of cardboard cutouts in their pool to give the illusion of performing in front of people? Honestly, that's pretty in character. We then move to our next location, Gustavo's Mansion, and we dance to Elevate, Till I Forget About You, and Time of Our Life. Then we go to the beach for 4 songs this time, and then we go to the final location, the concert, where we perform in front of more cardboard cutouts. And that's the entire game. The free play mode just lets you choose a song, and they're all the same ones we did in career play. Still no theme song. How can you make 2 BTR video games and only include the theme song as the background song to the main menu? I will never understand that. I also liked rewatching the footage, and you can see me slowly lose my will to live in the span of like 10 minutes. Okay, but I haven't even talked about this game's most insane offense, and it actually makes me lose sleep at night. Okay, so when you're dancing, they have the lyrics scroll by so that you can follow the song and maybe sing along, right? They get a lot of the lyrics wrong. Okay, so look at the song If I Ruled the World during the rap. The line is, and if the cops ever try to pull us over, tell them, hey, Mr. Officer, we own ya. But this game thinks the lyric is, hey, Mr. Officer, we older. That doesn't even make sense. That's littered all over this game, and trust me, I am awful at making out and transcribing lyrics, but this official game that's sole focus is the music does a worse job than I do. I somehow hate this game even more than the DS one, because say what you will about that, at least it functions somewhat competently and is addicting to get a high score in. With this game, not even the tree hat was enough to make me want to play it more. I just wanted it to be over, and I played it for even less time than the DS game. In summary, never buy a Big Time Rush game. Don't. So, with a full season, album review, and intermission out of the way, let's jump into Season 2 of Big Time Rush. There are 27 episodes. Now, before we get into the actual episode, I would like to point out, according to IMDb, there is an episode 0 of Big Time Rush Season 2, and it's titled Music Sounds Better With You, which is one of their songs off of their second album, Elevate. I thought maybe this was some sort of lost episode or exclusive thing they showed on Nickelodeon back in the day, but then I looked at the episode info on IMDb. The description of the episode is, quote, Big Time Rush is on a bug tour. Joe is surprised by Kendall's proposal to her. Carlos finds his spy girlfriend at a secret spy party for Big Time Rush. What? What is a bug tour? I bet they meant to say big tour and it was a typo, but the rest of this makes no sense either. This sounds like a fan-made episode that takes place after the show ended, not something that belongs in Season 2. It also says the episode aired in November of 2011, which is at the very end of the season. But even then, spoiler alert, Kendall does not propose to Joe and Carlos doesn't have a spy girlfriend. Yet. I want to know who put this on the IMDb page, and I want to see an episode in like a reboot or something where they make an actual episode out of this premise. Just saying. Anyway, let's talk about Season 2, Episode 1, Welcome Back Big Time. It starts with a small montage of the tour that they started in the Season 1 finale, going across the country performing and doing interviews before they returned to the Palmwoods. It's kind of a shame we didn't really get to see their tour hijinks, but trust me, you'll see a lot of it after this season. Anyway, the dogs rush into the Palmwoods, expecting to be welcomed back by everyone, only to get no reaction. Mr. Bitters walks up and explains that since it's now fall, a ton of new people have come to the Palmwoods to attempt to make their dreams come true, and because of that, almost nobody knows them. Then Miss Collins approaches them and says that they've missed 3 weeks of school and need to catch up by tomorrow. Kendall then looks around and sees this.
If you think you can steal me from my old boyfriend, you're right.
But hey, Kelly is now officially in the theme song, so good job. Mrs. Knight tells Kendall to simply ask Joe what's going on, and that trust is key in a relationship, so he and Katie leave to scope things out. Camille then kicks down the door and tackles Logan. Ouch. Logan is stressed about the workload they all have from school, but Carlos and James are too invested in re-establishing their pool cred, and they leave Logan all alone. Kendall and Katie spy on Joe and her new boy toy, but Kendall can't handle watching it, so he jumps out and demands an explanation. Joe explains that she got a part in the high school drama Newtown High, and the guy is her co-star, Jet Stetson, who plays her love interest in the show, and they've just been rehearsing their scenes together. Season 2 will introduce a handful of new characters, and can I just say, Jet is easily my favorite. He's like James in the sense that he's in love with himself, but way dumber and plays more of an antagonist, but he also has a really unique sense of humor, and his actor David Cade plays him perfectly. Anyway, Kendall apologizes for the misunderstanding and allows Joe and Jet to go to their photo shoot, trusting that nothing will happen. At the pool, James and Carlos put on bandanas and shades and play BTR music to draw some attention, but Camille explains to them that to everyone else, they're the new guys since they were on tour for so long. Carlos and James wonder why just being in Big Time Rush isn't enough, but Camille reminds them nobody hung out with them until they proved how fun they were to be around with their crazy plans and antics. So to prove to the kids at the pool that they're fun, Carlos cannonballs from the top of the building into the pool, but splashes all of them and only makes them angry. Meanwhile, Logan and Kelly plead with Miss Collins, telling her there's no way they can finish 3 weeks worth of schoolwork in one day. Miss Collins says she's willing to give them an extension, but ASPA rules state that performers can't perform until they have a C+ average on every assignment. Kelly asks why they were never told of this, but Miss Collins tells her that she was told everything was being taken care of by Gustavo. Gustavo tells Logan and Kelly that he did this because he needed the dogs to focus on the tour, but says they can relax and do their homework over the next while because the tour is over and they're taking a break. And would you believe it?
Swell news, everyone! The tour is not over.
So now they must submit their homework in one day so that Big Time Rush can perform at Rocktoberfest. Gustavo and Kelly buy projects online and hire nerds to complete their math, but Miss Collins immediately finds out and doesn't accept any of them, so now it's up to Logan to complete all of them himself. Meanwhile, Kendall is doing some research on Jet and finds out that he has dated every single one of his co-stars in the past, and it turns out he and Joe have a very long makeout scene coming up tonight. He expresses his concern to Joe, and she invites him to the set to see that nothing is going on between them, and Kendall reluctantly agrees. We then get a montage of Kendall ruining the scene every single time right before the kiss, and eventually gets kicked out and is forced to watch his girlfriend make out with another guy on TV. Back at the pool, the Jennifers tell Carlos and James that they have to be mean to put themselves back on top, but they don't have it in them to push others around, so they instead bring Guitar Dude to play one of their songs and have an impromptu pool concert. But right before they start, this dude in a unitard one-ups them by dancing on a giant speaker and cannonballing into the pool. Sorry, lads. Kendall brings flowers to apologize to Joe, but she leaves her phone and he sees a text from Jet and yet again doesn't trust her, which makes her mad and she says to just forget about her. James and Carlos then walk up and they've decided to throw a huge party to get some attention, but their neighbors steal their supplies and throw their own party, leaving the three of them really sad. Logan then drags them to the assignments and has them do the finishing touches on their projects so that they technically did something and they turn everything in. Miss Collins grades their assignments and everyone successfully passes, meaning Big Time Rush can officially play at Rocktoberfest. Also, Logan literally made a laser for Carlos's assignment and he only got a B. Wow. Kelly allows the dogs to give VIP Rocktoberfest tickets to all of the new kids at the Palmwoods, and that's all it took for them to reestablish themselves. Kendall then leaves Joe a voicemail saying that if she comes to see him at Rocktoberfest, he knows he gets one more shot, but if she doesn't, then he knows that it's over. At Rocktoberfest, Kendall tells Gustavo he wants to perform the new song, and Kelly says she doesn't think that they've rehearsed it enough, but Gustavo allows it. And the song is Till I Forget About You, which we just covered during the album review. While performing the song, Kendall looks into the crowd and sees Joe holding a sign that says I Heart Kendall, officially meaning they are back together. Roll credits. It's kind of a weird way to end because they almost always do a final joke to close the episode, but as soon as they finish the song, the credits roll. This episode didn't have a lot going on, but I like how it acknowledges the break in between seasons and makes the plot around that. My big problem with this episode and a lot of the episodes going forward is that Kendall will continuously backtrack as a character like in this one. I don't feel like Season 1 Kendall would have acted the way he did in this episode, and going forward he will constantly go back and forth from being the mature and normal one to the jealous and untrustworthy person. I get that it gives his character a lesson to learn, but I feel like there are better ways to do that than backtracking. But let's talk about Season 2, Episode 2, Big Time Fans. Spoiler alert, this episode is mid. It opens with Gustavo and Kelly showing the dogs their fan mail and tells them the rules of responding, and that they should never give advice or promise anything, or else a crazy fan will show up and demand things from them. It turns out that Carlos already did this, however, and their friend from Minnesota, Jenny Tinkler, shows up. Fun fact, she was briefly in the pilot, shown auditioning for Gustavo on TV.
That's Jenny Tinkler from Homeroom.
Kendall, Logan, and James initially say that they need to get rid of her since she's a crazy accident-prone, but Carlos doesn't have it in him to crush their friend's dream. The dogs decide that they need to keep their promise and invite her to the Palmwoods right after she destroys the AC unit and Gustavo casually pulls out a bat on her. She gets a place and stabs Mr. Bitters with a pen, and James makes an escape, fearing for his life and his hair. The B-plot shows Gustavo and Kelly trying to fix the fan that Jenny destroyed. That's it. I'm convinced they only did this to make a pun out of the episode's title, Big Time Fans. James is hanging out at the pool when he's approached by a kid who claims to be his biggest fan and gives him an autograph and goes against Gustavo's advice and teaches him how to be cool. Katie warns him about spending too much time with fans, but James interprets this as jealousy and is convinced that Katie has a crush on him for some reason. He takes the fan to the gym and says he likes working out in front of pictures of heroes. I like how James canonically idolizes Abraham Lincoln, Gandhi, and David Hasselhoff. Based. Logan, Kendall, and Carlos try to find a way to make sure Jenny accomplishes her dream of being a famous singer while surviving, but Logan fortunately gets a call from Gustavo saying he needs help fixing the fan, so he's home free. Despite knowing how awfully untalented she was freshman year, Carlos and Kendall are blown away by Jenny's singing ability, and she tells them she's been taking lessons for a while and has gotten much better. They're happy they at least have something to work with now, but they fall through the floor. They check out the Palmwoods message board to find out that Guitar Dude is looking for a female vocalist to accompany him on a Canadian tour, so they pair the two of them up and send them off in Guitar Dude's van. It doesn't work. Mr. Bitters is furious with the damage Jenny has caused and says they need to get rid of her or the whole family is kicked out of the Palmwoods. I like how Mr. Bitters threatens to evict them because of another person who doesn't live with them when he could just evict Jenny and not involve the Knight family. But this is also very in character, so I'll let it slide.
I've hired a lawyer to break your lease and a thug to throw you out. Ironically, the huge guy is the lawyer.
Meanwhile, James has completely dropped his guard in front of his fan, and this happens.
Mirror. Not frying pan, dude. Mirror.
Kendall and Carlos go to talk to Jenny, forced to break their promise, and she says she understands and opts to move back to Minnesota. Also, I love how Guitar Dude's poster on the message board has changed to needing a van repair person now. That is genius. Camille walks up and tells Carlos and Kendall that they should just call an international agent since there's such a high demand for American talent and putting her overseas would make her another country's problem. We then cut to James's crazy fan who has trapped him in a dog cage and tells James his evil plan to replace him in Big Time Rush and heads off to the Palmwoods. Katie walks up and asks what happened to him and successfully interrogates the kid and rescues James. Jenny tries to play for the international agents but blows them up with a strum of her guitar. Bitters throws her out of the Palmwoods, and James walks up casually eating dog biscuits. We then cut to Rock Records, where Logan has thrown the lead singer of a destructive rock and roll band in the trash, and the other members say they need someone new now. What? Jenny then falls from the ceiling and impresses the band with her vocals, officially putting her in the British rock and roll band. The dogs are proud of their work, only for another old friend from Minnesota to walk in, who Carlos also promised would help make him famous. Roll credits. I am not a big fan of this episode. A big-time fan, you might say. It just doesn't have much going on, and every single plotline is so sitcom-y and unoriginal. However, I do really like how they use Jenny and the same actress from the pilot episode, so it's not like she came out of nowhere. Thankfully, this next episode is the opposite of mid, and that is Season 2, Episode 3, Big Time Girlfriends. It opens with Gustavo recording Big Time Rush's new breakup song, but when it gets to Carlos's part,
and now I can't find all the pieces, yeah!
He says that Carlos isn't portraying the emotions of the song at all, and Kelly suggests that Carlos just think about when a girl broke his heart for the first time. James interjects and says he would need a first girlfriend for that to happen, and they start fighting. Gustavo blinds and deafens them and says he's gonna make some changes to the song and record them later, and proceeds to eject them. Carlos, Logan, James, and Camille are scouting the pool looking for a girl for Carlos to ask out, and he gets so desperate that he suggests a plant, but James has already called dibs.
She's mine.
Carlos then gets chased by a girl with a chainsaw, and Camille asks if she could have help rehearsing for her upcoming audition. Logan is going to see a Venus exhibit at the planetarium, so James volunteers, eagerly getting into character.
I don't care if she's a robot. I'm in love with her.
Kendall and Joe are at the Palmwoods trying to hang out, but Joe gets a call and has to go back to the set of her show, which leaves Kendall disappointed, but they make plans for lunch. Mr. Bitters and Katie decide to spectate all of Kendall's relationship misfortunes, finally finding something they have in common. Meanwhile, Carlos is on a date with the plant in the park, but then Sasha runs into him. He finds out she loves corn dogs and hockey, Carlos's two favorite things, and they gaze lovingly into each other's eyes. We then cut to James and Camille rehearsing for her audition in the crib, but then this happens.
And then we,
They freak out, and just as they're trying to figure out what happened, Logan walks in. Both James and Camille run away, and Logan is completely oblivious. Also, that is not Venus, that's Earth. Kendall is having a rough time too, as Joe got stuck on set yet again and now has to miss the lunch date she made with Kendall. Bitters and Katie swoop in and commentate about how this relationship might not last, and Kendall gets them to shut up by offering his food. They then look over and see Carlos and Sasha running towards each other in slow motion. We then get a montage of them doing cheesy teen couple stuff with Gustavo lurking in the shadows.
Operation Break Carlos's Heart is going exactly as planned.
Operation what?
Operation Nothing.
It turns out that Gustavo hired an actress that is seemingly Carlos's dream girl, but he has instructed her to dump him so Carlos will know what having a broken heart is like and be able to perform the breakup song better. Kelly is furious and blackmails Gustavo, threatening to destroy all of his music awards if Sasha breaks up with Carlos. The couple then shows up to Rock Records, and Gustavo distracts Carlos and tells Sasha not to break up with him and keep dating him while they figure out a new plan that doesn't leave him heartbroken. We then go back to the Palmwoods where Camille and James agree that Logan has to know, so James goes to tell him. Bitters and Katie notice the drama and decide to spectate in on that one as well because they're just nosy people, I guess. James tries to tell Logan, but instead says that he used his toothbrush, which Logan takes offense at. Camille is watching from a distance and thinks that James told him about the kiss, which leads to this interaction.
You were only a little upset?
Hey, if he wants to put his mouth on something worn out and gross, that's his problem.
Excuse me?
I was about to dump it anyway.
But Camille drops the truth bomb and Logan storms out all upset. Back at Rock Records, their new plan is to get Carlos to break up with Sasha. Gustavo instructs her to be the worst girlfriend ever and to be bossy, loud, and rude. She attempts to make Carlos hate her, but it turns out he is way too nice and loves every awful activity she forces him to do. Kendall and Joe try yet again to meet up to no avail, and they realize things are only gonna get worse. Katie interjects though, and says that seeing Joe for 1 minute a day is better than never seeing her at all, which gives Kendall an idea. Back at the Palmwoods, James is trying to make it up to Logan and says he can break his lucky comb to even the score. But Bitters and Katie interrupt and say they would like some more action, so they engage in an epic spitball duel at Palmwoods Park. This scene is unironically really funny, and I love how intense the musical score is. After they both fall to the ground defeated, Logan and James decide to make up and be friends again. Yay. Gustavo and Kelly find Carlos at the pool and tell him that Sasha is just an actress, and Gustavo apologizes, but Sasha jumps in. She says that even though she was just acting, she learned to realize that Carlos is actually a really great guy and would like to give a real relationship a shot, and Carlos agrees. We then cut to Logan's confrontation with Camille, where we find out that he forgives her, but he's still breaking up with her.
And you're not sad about that?
Yes. But I'm going to mask my pain by buzz cutting my hair, joining a gym, and nicknaming myself The Island.
They decide to still be friends and hug to make up, but then they still kiss. We then find out that Bitters and Katie have been watching the whole thing, and they're just as confused as everyone else. Meanwhile, Kendall and Joe have decided to have a 1-minute date, and they are still a couple. Surely they will never break up again. All of the dogs come to Rock Records, and Gustavo explains that since the breakup song didn't work out, he decided to write the boyfriend song. You know, the overrated one. I will say, however, that this music video is amazing, mostly because James dates the plant for real. We then finish the episode by Sasha revealing that she actually hates corn dogs, and Carlos cuts ties with her. The end. The reason I like this episode so much is that it actively develops the story and the characters' relationships, but it does it in a self-aware, goofy way. Most of the time when it does this, it'll do it in a way that's way too serious and cheesy, but I think this episode strikes a good balance. Also, this episode starts the very, very strange relationship arc between Logan and Camille. They broke up in this episode, yet still kissed and went on a quote-unquote date, and just like Katie said, it'll be this weird on-again, off-again thing for a long time. And I mean a long time. Another thing I didn't realize before was we don't really see Logan and Camille do much couple stuff after they get together in the dance episode. In fact, we see them act more like a couple while they're broken up, which is really strange. Honestly, I'm sure if you're watching this and have never watched the show, it's very possible that you forgot Logan and Camille were a couple, because they hardly talk about it at all, and it really hasn't been a plot point since the dance episode in Season 1. But anyway, we'll talk more about that later. For now, let's take a look at Season 2, Episode 4, Big Time Live. It opens with the dogs, Mrs. Knight and Katie, going to perform on a morning show at 5 a.m. The producer shows them around and expresses her excitement for BTR to perform, but then takes one look at her clipboard and says this.
Yeah, the show's running long. You guys are cut. Wake up mommy and get out.
The dogs try to convince her to cut another act or just shorten some other segments, but she declines and tricks them into leaving. They declare war and vow to make an appearance on this show, James especially, since he has a list of things he wants to do before he turns 20, and being on live TV is one of them. Meanwhile, at Rock Records, Gustavo and Kelly are hurrying to head out to see the dogs perform, but Griffin walks in and says it's time for an unannounced corporate evaluation, and says they can't leave. Why are they at Rock Records so early? Like, what's the point in going there first? Griffin tells them they need to complete and have an A grade overall on the corporate tests in order to keep the Rock Records building, or else he will give it to the gaming division of the company. He then proceeds to give them the most random and useless tests that have nothing to do with their field, such as haircutting, comebacks, and cooking breakfast. Back at the stage, Katie lets the dogs back in, and Logan hacks the teleprompter, which allows him to put Big Time Rush back into the script. He then makes the text go by faster in order to shave off time from the show, but the producer lady finds them and calls security. They have successfully shaved a whole minute off the show, however, and when they're cornered by security, Katie tases them and the dogs are able to continue with their plan. Their next idea is to steal the props from the solar technology segment, and they're able to shave another minute off of the show, but the producer immediately realizes what's going on and sends every security guard on the lot after them. Katie then makes a distraction for all of them before security can find them, and they then cut a hole in the floor to shave time off the cooking segment and nearly kill the chef. Carlos then takes over and ends the segment there, and the producer is forced to put on the financial news early, which Logan takes over and also cuts short. James takes over weather, and the only 3 security guards on the lot go after the dogs. Back at Rock Records, Gustavo and Kelly haven't done well on their tests, but after appearing on the news, the dogs have earned Griffin's company almost $4 million in stock and decides they can stay in the building if Big Time Rush's performance goes well and results in lots of downloads of their song. The dogs cut enough time to be able to perform, but the producer is furious and says there is no way they will be performing, and then Katie runs her over. The morning show host agrees to announce Big Time Rush on the show, and they are able to perform and sing Till I Forget About You for the second time already in this season. I like how they made the music video here though. It shows them on various parts of the set and inserting lyrics into the background and stuff. It's pretty cool. Griffin allows Rock Records to stay in its current building, and Big Time Rush has successfully performed on live TV. The end. I guess there's kind of a C-plot, but it's literally just Mrs. Knight sleeping and everyone warning each other not to wake her up. That's it. This episode was definitely funny, but wow, they really took their schemes to a whole nother level. They usually involve breaking stuff and or stealing, but when they do it other times, it's an urgent save the band mission. Here, they trespass, destroy multiple parts of a television set, and gravely injure 2 innocent people just to perform on live TV. Wow. But let's jump into the most inconsequential episode of the entire show, Season 2, Episode 5, Big Time Halloween. It starts with the ghost of Mr. Bitters explaining that this episode takes place in Palm Woods, Sylvania, an alternate universe where monsters and humans live at the Palm Woods in harmony. So yeah, this episode is not canon. In this alternate dimension, Logan is a zombie, James is a vampire, Carlos is Frankenstein, and Kendall is a werewolf. Also, Katie and Mrs. Knight are witches and they cook rats. Kendall is concerned because there's a full moon tonight, and he's going out with Joe, but never told her that he's a werewolf. To make matters worse, the band will be performing in front of her at the big night of fright because Frank and Carlos invited Joe without telling Kendall. Also, it's really lame how they didn't change the theme song except for just adding a theremin at the end. Like, come on, have a little fun. Kendall is getting a little hairy, literally, and asks his mom to cast a spell to help him, but she says Kendall should just tell Joe the truth. He decides to simply shave himself, and Carlos, James, and Logan walk in. Logan keeps losing his limbs, and James has his eyes on a new girl, and they all start dancing. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Gustavo and Kelly are making goodie bags for the big night of fright, but then Griffin poofs in. He says that a monster band, as opposed to a boy band, isn't cool or profitable anymore, and tells Gustavo he has to make them normals so that they can just be a boy band. So, under the threat of death, Gustavo now has to figure out a way to make the monster band a hot boy band. Carlos, James, and Logan are hanging out in the lobby when James spots the new girl and runs after her. She initially declines his advances, but out of nowhere decides to say yes to a date. They hit it off and start to dance, but when James tries to bite her in the neck, she reveals her true identity. It turns out that she's a vampire slayer and chases James around and tries to kill him. Meanwhile, Logan drops his arm and Lightning runs up and steals it, and then steals his foot. Carlos then gets a call from Gustavo saying he needs to be experimented on in order to please Griffin, and he says,
Well, I'm coming too.
Kendall and Logan come to Rock Records as well because Kendall wants to be made a normal boy for the performance and Logan wants a new foot. Gustavo then reveals that he has made a hot boy band machine and throws Carlos in it to be his guinea pig, but turns him into a rabbit, and then...
Whoa, who's that?
It's Carlos.
He then turns him into Broby from Yo Gabba Gabba. Why are there so many Yo Gabba Gabba references in this show? He then turns him back into Franken Carlos, but accidentally makes him really strong and he storms off, destroying everything in his path. While Franken Carlos runs rampant around Palmwood, Sylvania, Kendall is getting hairier and hairier and decides to help Kelly track down Carlos and calm him down. Kendall decides he wants to tell Joe the truth, but Kelly tranquilizes him so she can bring both of them to Rock Records and make them normal. Lightning also comes back and mauls Logan, leaving just his head. But then Logan's right hand distracts Lightning with a ball and then finds a lover? James is still on the run and takes Logan's head to Rock Records so that they can both be normal and be done with getting attacked by fellow residents. Joe, meanwhile, grows suspicious of Kendall's absence and teams up with the vampire hunter girl to track him and James down. All of the monsters get in the machine, then all forces converge. Griffin poofs in, demanding to see the band, and Joe and Vampire Slayer Girl want James and Kendall. The machine works, and the monsters turn into the dogs again. Kendall still decides to tell Joe the truth about being a werewolf in the past, but it turns out she has known the whole time.
You think I didn't notice all the hair on your clothes? Chasing cars when we're on dates? That weird marking your territory thing?
They get all of this done just in time for the big night of Fright, and they perform the song Big Night, which we covered in last season's album review. But it turns out the band turning into a hot boy band was only a temporary effect, and soon after the song ends, they all change back and the Vampire Slayer chases James again. The end. I usually hate episodes that change the entire premise of the show for just one episode like this, but I had a lot of fun watching this one. It still had the same humor and cartoony vibe the rest of the show has, and everyone still stays in character despite being monsters, which is impressive. Despite this, I have like zero memories of this episode. The only thing I remember is the Yo Gabba Gabba reference. However, this next episode is yet another one that I have very vivid memories of despite it not really advancing the plot at all, and that is Season 2, Episode 6, Big Time Sneakers. We open with Mr. Bitters narrating what's going on at the Palmwoods and see Carlos excitedly running to the vending machine to get some fruit snacks. James and Logan are checking out an expensive pair of shoes in a magazine, and Kendall has just printed out tickets to go on a zoo date with Joe. Katie then walks up with the latest issue of Pop Tiger and passes it to Kendall, and on the cover it shows Joe and Jet embracing each other. Uh-oh. Joe comes into the apartment and says it's all just a crazy rumor, and she and Kendall go to talk to Joe's publicist. James and Logan stay in the apartment to try to snag a pair of those expensive sneakers so that they can resell them and make lots of money. They successfully get the sneakers and they act pretty sus.
We did it! We did it! We did it! We did it!
It turns out Jet was behind the whole romance rumor, and Joe's publicist says that she has told the press that they are indeed a thing and they will be walking the red carpet together the next day. Joe suggests that they just publicly break up, but her publicist says that fans will hate her if she does that and will be written off of the show. Kendall then tries to hit Jet, but the publicist says that Joe's new boyfriend is Jet and he's thrown out by security. Freight Train, we haven't seen him in a while, then comes and picks him up, saying Gustavo needs him in the studio. It turns out Gustavo and Kelly are obsessed with the publicity too, and say Big Time Rush would earn really good press by revealing that Kendall is dating the newest teen celebrity, not Jet. They then send a cameraman after Kendall to get some photos of him and Joe making out. Wow. Meanwhile, the whole C-plot involves Bitters raising the vending machine prices to an absurd amount and Katie helping Carlos hack in or steal the snacks instead. That's it. James and Logan get the shoes delivered and make a deal with someone online to resell them, but James is immediately infatuated by the shoes and takes them out of the box. Logan tries to get them back and they act sus again.
We're fighting about sneakers!
James demands to be seen wearing the shoes just once, so Logan wraps them in plastic wrap and reluctantly agrees that James can take one lap around the Palmwoods. As soon as he gets to the lobby, he removes the plastic wrap and walks by the pool area and then scratches them. The paparazzi then walks around trying to get pictures of Joe and Jet, but Kendall is able to separate them and gives him and Joe disguises so that they can be alone and come up with a plan. They're with Jet trying to figure out what to do, but then Kendall discovers that Gustavo had put up security cameras around Rock Records and got a photo of him and Joe kissing and posted it online. So now the media wants to know who is Joe's true boyfriend, Jet or Kendall, with each of their teams trying to give the media different answers. Joe's publicist tries to imprison Kendall in a tiny room, but Gustavo, Kelly, and Freight Train come to rescue him and tear him and Joe apart. Also, this is Freight Train's final appearance. Rest in peace. Meanwhile, Logan and James are fighting about the shoes.
This was your plan all along. To scuff the shoes so I couldn't sell them and you could wear them.
Oh, you know I'm not that clever.
Logan has already agreed to sell the shoes to a sheik for $3,000, but he's not going to buy them if they're damaged, so they decide to repair it themselves. They're successful, but now Logan wants to give the shoes a shot, and he takes one lap around the Palm Woods as well, and you can probably guess what he does.
Ah! Gotta be kidding me!
They're left with no choice but to present the sheik with the destroyed sneakers, and of course he declines. Then they start fighting, and that's it. They never get their money back, there's no resolution, they just lost $1,000. Meanwhile, Kendall and Joe have come up with a plan, but pitch a fake plan to the respective teams. Kendall tells Gustavo he's gonna go to the zoo with Joe, but fake dump her, and Joe will be comforted by Jet, making Kendall a bad boy, and Joe be part of the newest hot Hollywood couple. They all meet at the zoo, and Kendall sneakily puts peanut butter on Jet's hood, and everyone gets into position. That's when a llama starts attacking Jet, and the paparazzi shows up and instead takes photos of Jet acting cute with it because the media loves cute animals as much as they love hot celebrity couples. This gives Kendall and Joe what they want, and now Jet has a cool llama friend. The end. Oh, and that C-plot wraps up with the Palm Woods kids putting their hoods on and intimidating bidders until he lowers the price of the fruit smackers. The end for real. But let's go straight into probably the most memorable and loved episode of the entire series, Season 2, Episode 7, Big Time Pranks. This episode has nothing to do with music, but it's still a fan favorite and definitely one of my favorites as well, so let's dive in. It opens with Logan, Carlos, and James doing their own activities, only for them to get a text from Kendall that says, quote, "It's time." They all excitedly rush to the apartment, and Kendall greets them, announcing that the annual prank competition is underway, and it is time to crown this year's Sir Lord High King of the Pranks. He then pulls out the crown, and we get horns playing the opening notes of the theme song, which is a nice touch. It's then revealed that last year's victor was Kendall, and they go over the rules for the competition. The rules are simple. If you're pranked, you're out, and the last man standing is king. But Katie jumps in and says that this year she will be competing. The dogs scoff at this and say that she's not only too young, but she's also a girl, which is against Sir Lord Prankerton's rulebook. Kendall then explains that this competition can get ugly, and if Katie gets hurt, Mrs. Knight will kill him, so Katie storms off and says that this is not over. Kendall then gives them all 2 hours to prepare, and everyone but Logan heads off.
I gotta call my grandma. And by grandma, I mean I will be Lord of the Praise!
Meanwhile, the C-plot, we haven't got to the B-plot yet, involves Gustavo and Kelly fighting at Rock Records. Gustavo has given the dogs the day off, but Kelly says they have too much work to do, but Gustavo pranks her in response. We then cut back to the apartment where Logan is coming up with a plan to get all 3 of his opponents in one simple prank.
The crown will be mine.
It gets all in his eyes, and Mrs. Knight rushes in and takes him to the doctor. In the lobby, Kendall, Carlos, and James have gotten all of their materials, but they run into Katie, Joe, and Camille, who are offended by the rules of the competition. The Jennifers and some more girls join them, and they all taunt the dogs, but then they're backed up by some other guys, including Guitar Dude, Tyler, and Jet. Kendall then declares this year's competition to be a mega competition, boys versus girls. The clock strikes noon and it's time to start, but Katie has sneakily tied 3 of the boys' shoes together, immediately eliminating them and giving the boys a huge disadvantage. The 3 dogs rush for cover in their apartment and agree to pick off all of the girls before going after each other, and they discover Logan has yet again pranked himself out. And yes, I did say again, Logan has canonically pranked himself out every year it seems, which I find really funny. The B-plot finally commences and it stars Logan and Doc Hollywood, let's go! I showed this clip already at the very beginning of this video, but I'm going to show it to you again because it's a lot funnier in context and is also just one of the best moments in the entire show.
Everything looks pink!
I'm a doctor. I can fix this.
Now everything looks blue!
Well, what color do you want?
He fixes Logan's eyes and is immediately impressed by his medical knowledge and asks Logan to be his assistant for the day. The boys that got their laces tied together have rug burns and come to Doc Hollywood for help, and he casually pulls out a saw on them, but Logan stops it. Meanwhile at Rock Records, Kelly gets back at Gustavo for pranking her, and this happens. Griffin catches them, and to discipline Gustavo and Kelly, he enforces the role reversal method, meaning they have to switch jobs for the day in order to earn mutual respect. They immediately just make fun of each other, and Kelly sends Gustavo to get the dogs so that they can get to work. Back at the Palmwoods, Carlos is able to eliminate all 3 Jennifers by putting fake labels on glue sticks and giving them out as free lip gloss samples while disguising himself as a girl, and the 3 of them storm off. Mr. Bitters walks up furious as he has been caught in a prank snare, but the dogs quickly run away to avoid getting caught. Guitar Dude jumps out and sings an epic song to taunt the Jennifers.
You got pranked, you got pranked, you got P-R-A-N-K.
So now every person pranked out comes to Doc Hollywood and Logan for help since most of them are getting injured. But like, why was Guitar Dude eliminated? Smashing a guitar over your head isn't a prank, and even if it was, the Jennifers were already eliminated, so it shouldn't count either way. He also doesn't seem to be injured very badly at all, so I don't think it was a forfeit either. Also, I love how he can't leave the room at first because his guitar hits the wall. Meanwhile, Katie, Joe, and Camille are setting up a pie catapult, but the dogs hear them scheming and are able to surprise them and instead hit Camille with the pie. She starts crying and runs away, and Katie and Joe advise that they go check if she's alright. She's sitting at a bench in the park when the dogs approach her, but it turns out this was all a scam. They intentionally sacrificed Camille so that they could get them surrounded in the park, and a bunch of girls come out from hiding with pies, ready to attack. Fortunately, Gustavo walks up, and they're able to use him as a human shield and escape without even a fragment of pie on them. But Tyler walks up, and they pie him instead, sending him to Doc Hollywood and Logan, who then pulls out the saw again. After helping Tyler, Doc Hollywood tells Logan he really needs to focus on becoming a doctor instead, but Logan says that he's in a band right now.
Being a doctor is just like being in a band. There's cool cars, hot chicks. But instead of a microphone, you're holding life and death in your hands.
Kendall, Carlos, and Logan are in hiding and realize only them and Jet are left, so they split up and decide to take on the girls individually. But James and Carlos go together and hide in the supply closet, but they both want to prank each other and reach a stalemate. Meanwhile, Bitters pulls Jet aside and interrogates him, and Jet reveals the truth to Mr. Bitters, who pushes him on a whoopee cushion, eliminating him as well. However, Kendall is able to prank out all of the girls except for Katie and Joe, but Joe ambushes Kendall with a water gun full of rotten milk. We then learn that after 6 p.m., any form of applying mess or pain is considered a prank in order to speed up the competition, and Joe is ready to fire. Kendall, however, has also brought the same weapon, leading to another stalemate until he comes in. Kendall successfully evades all of Bitter's attacks, but Joe has been fatally pranked, and Kendall goes after his final girl opponent, Katie, who has been busy taking care of Carlos and James, leaving only the 2 Knight siblings left. Gustavo and Kelly keep fighting, but it turns out the whole role reversal method thing was all a huge prank by Griffin for his own amusement, the only time Griffin was in the right. Back at the doctor's office, Doc Hollywood congratulates Logan on a job well done and says he really needs to go to med school, but Logan is unsure. Mrs. Knight offers some helpful advice though, and Logan decides to continue with the band while he's still young. Kendall and Katie have a standoff in the lobby, but Bitters interjects. He says that if one more mess is made, he will close the pool for 2 weeks, ending the prank war. But Kendall and Katie decide to instead prank Bitters, meaning it's a tie between the 2 siblings. They split the crown, and we get a beautiful homage to the end of Star Wars: A New Hope in the award ceremony, and everyone celebrates a day of fun, even though the pool is closed. I don't know why, but this is always the first episode that comes to mind when I think of Big Time Rush, even though it had literally nothing to do with music. I think it's because the characters and humor really shine like no other episode in this one, which is why it's always been one of my favorites. But now, I think it's time to get into the Christmas spirit, despite the fact that I'm writing this in early October, with Big Time Rush's 1-hour holiday special, Season 2, Episode 8, Big Time Christmas. It opens with the dogs doing some last-minute Christmas shopping at 5 a.m. on Christmas Eve, and it doesn't go well. Everyone is able to escape with their presents except Logan, who has been bought. Also, the theme song has them sing ho 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 instead of oh oh oh, and there are sleigh bells, which is an amazing touch.
Yeah, I got bought!
They arrive at the Palmwoods where everyone is passing out their gifts before they leave for home, and Logan gives Camille canned ham. Based. Also, she kisses him as if they're still together, but they broke up. Kendall runs into Joe and gives her gift, and Jet walks up and gives her a tablet preloaded with pictures of the two of them together. Not creepy at all. Carlos, Logan, and James take him away, presumably to gang beat him or something, and Kendall and Joe kiss under the hockey stick mistletoe. Carlos steals it to try and kiss the Jennifers, but they reject. Sorry, dude. Never mind, it's a Christmas miracle. James takes a go at it, but is ambushed by a whole crowd of girls while the rest of them go back to the apartment, where Katie and Mrs. Knight are struggling to pack their clothes and gifts. The dogs head to Rock Records to give Gustavo and Kelly their gifts, and we learn Gustavo is heading to Fiji for the holidays and is ready to leave. They give him some sweet-looking pajamas and tell him it's their holiday tradition to stay in their PJs all Christmas long. I kid you not, this is also my family's Christmas tradition, along with watching Mulan, don't ask about that, and I'm 99% sure we got it from this show. They all head out to finish packing, but Griffin stops them and says he's decided to release a Big Time Rush Christmas EP on Christmas Eve, when they haven't recorded any Christmas songs yet. Griffin tells them to get started and forbids them from leaving until they have recorded 3 Christmas songs and says they just need a Christmas miracle. Gustavo says it's impossible to write and record 3 songs in 3 hours, but Kelly points out that he wrote his most popular song ever, Yard Squirrel Christmas, in only 5 minutes. This is a very obscure reference to the pilot. Well done. Even I forgot about that.
Cold Girl! Girl to my heart! Yard Squirrel Christmas! I forgot that one was there. Girl Zone Remix!
Gustavo says he hated it and refuses to stoop to that level again. The dogs help him get in the Christmas mood so that he can write a hit, and we cut back to the Palmwoods, where Katie is desperate for some holiday cheer. She goes to the lobby and discovers it's a ghost town, as everyone has already left for their flights home, except Mr. Bitters. She asks why he hasn't decorated, and he explains that an empty Palmwoods is all he wants during the holidays. Mrs. Knight explains that he probably doesn't like the season since he has nobody to spend it with, and Katie finds him all alone by the pool and actually feels sympathy for him for once. Meanwhile, the dogs decorate the studio to get Gustavo in the mood, and he successfully writes a great Christmas song. Like, I actually really like it. Big Time Rushing Christmas. What else could you ask for? Griffin is impressed, but says he still needs 2 more songs, and they have to be celebrity duets.
How are we supposed to get celebrities to sing with Big Time Rush on Christmas Eve?
It's easy. You just get some celebrities and sing with them.
Kelly was able to push back everyone's flights 4 hours, buying them some more time while they look for celebrities to collaborate with. They try to contact Jordan Sparks since she collaborated with them before, but she's out of town for the holidays, just like every celebrity. But they turn on the TV and discover that Miranda Cosgrove is putting on a Christmas performance in LA with some surprise celebrities, so they plan to get on that somehow. That's Carly Shay. They find where she's performing, and their plan to get past security is to dress Gustavo up as Santa and disguise themselves as elves. When that doesn't work, they try to get delivered to the lot. It doesn't work. Their final plan is to pretend that they are dancers on the program, so the security guard asks them to dance to prove it. They immediately just run past the guard, but then he starts choking on his sandwich.
It's another Christmas miracle!
So they leave him for dead and run past. No, I'm just kidding. They help him and he lets them through. Meanwhile, Katie tries cheering up Bitters by giving him a decoration, but he acts like the Grinch until she walks away. We cut back to Miranda's program, where it's a commercial break and Fabio is the next guest. So they steal some bear costumes and kidnap him. They try to hide, but it turns out they accidentally walked straight into Miranda's dressing room and she barges in. The producer threatens to call the police, but the dogs explain the situation while Gustavo and Kelly hack into the soundboard to record the song if it happens. Commercial break ends and Miranda greets Fabio, which makes Gustavo and Kelly think the dogs have failed. But then Big Time Rush walks in and they sing All I Want for Christmas Is You. This is the definitive version of this song. Fight me! Miranda then thanks Fabio, Big Time Rush, and Joe Biden?
Thanks to Vice President Biden, to Fabio, and to Big Time Rush.
Why did she mention Joe Biden? Is that like a common thing to mention the vice president during a Christmas performance? Am I missing something? James then casually flirts with her, which could be a reference to that iCarly episode where James Maslow plays a character that Carly and Sam are into, or not, I don't know, nor care. They celebrate, but Gustavo says they still need to do one more song with the celebrity and that it's never going to happen. The rest of them close their eyes and wish for another Christmas miracle, and then Snoop Dogg pulls up and they have their second celebrity to record with. Back at the apartment, Katie calls up Mr. Bitters and sets up some snacks and turns on It's a Wonderful Life to try to cheer him up, and we get a very sweet moment of them bonding and being friendly for the first time ever, and Mrs. Knight watches, touched by Katie's kind efforts. The dogs have Snoop Dogg, but they still need a song. Snoop shows them the present he made for his grandma, which is ugly as heck, but explains it's not about the cost, it's about the heart behind the gift. Imagine getting moral advice from Snoop Dogg. What a world. But this gives them an idea, and Logan lays down a sick beat while they make up their own hip version of the 12 Days of Christmas.
On the second day of Christmas, Snoop gave to me
2 fractured femurs!
Griffin approves of it, and the dogs have successfully recorded a Christmas EP with 2 celebrity duets and can go home for the holidays. Just kidding, he doesn't approve, since Justin Bieber had already had that idea and released it. Oops. Snoop has to get going, however, and the gang only has a few more minutes to record a new Christmas song, and Gustavo loses it. Back at the Palmwoods, despite appearing to have emotions, Bitter says he actually hated the movie and tells Katie he knows that nobody likes him, and he storms off and says he's glad that he'll be the only one at the Palmwoods. Meanwhile, Gustavo and the gang only have 5 more minutes before Snoop has to leave, which reminds them of Gustavo's biggest hit that he wrote in 5 minutes, Yard Squirrel Christmas. They taunt Gustavo with some high-pitched voices, and he finally gives in, and we get a new version of Yard Squirrel Christmas featuring Snoop Dogg, and it's way too catchy. Griffin approves, and Gustavo is free to leave for Fiji, and the dogs are free to go home to Minnesota. But it turns out Minnesota has been hit by a huge snowstorm, canceling their flight home and forcing them to stay at the Palmwoods for Christmas. But they decide to make the most out of their situation and throw a Christmas morning gathering for Mr. Bitters. They all give him presents, and he thanks them for being so kind to him. But then Gustavo and Kelly enter. It turns out Gustavo missed his flight to Fiji and decided to instead spend Christmas with the dogs in his PJs, and they're surprised with an amazing Christmas feast. The end. That ending was actually really sweet, and I like how we got to see Mr. Bitters, Gustavo, and Katie all be genuinely kind towards everyone for once. Easily the best Nickelodeon Christmas special. But now that we've left the holiday train, let's talk about Season 2, Episode 9, Big Time Guru. It opens with Gustavo saying that the dogs need to change some things in order to be more successful. James is too self-centered.
James and I still disagree.
Quiet, you two!
Carlos has no sense of direction, Logan is too nerdy and has no swagger, and Kendall talks back too much. Kendall then talks back to him, and steam comes out of his ears. Yikes. He chases them all the way to the Palmwoods and kicks down their apartment door, but Buddha Bob comes to the rescue and calms him down by pinching his shoulder and popping his neck, and he immediately chills out. Buddha Bob tells the dogs that they should try to respect and listen to Gustavo more, and they all decide to work on the problems that Gustavo told them about. Carlos decides to better his response to direction by scouring the lobby, where he finds a talking parrot who says he can tell the future and give the best advice. Carlos tests this by taking the bird's advice to ask out the new girl, and when it works, he declares it a super parrot and heeds all of its commands. Meanwhile, Logan has created a swagger app in order to alert him of the latest and coolest clothes and trends to increase his swagger, which James laughs at and says he should just coach him instead. Logan declines James's offer and has immediately bought a cool new outfit and goes to show it off to the rest of the Palmwoods. He's able to effortlessly become popular around the pool, and Camille walks up, impressed that Logan has more swagger than James. Kendall heads to Rock Records to apologize to Gustavo, but he only finds Kelly, who says she has no idea where he is. She tracks Gustavo's phone, and it turns out he's at Palmwoods Park, and he approaches Buddha Bob and asks how to make himself calm again, as the initial treatment has worn off. He gives Gustavo some advice, and he decides to make Buddha Bob his new writing partner, and they finish the new song. They take a listen, but
There's a rainbow made of love, floating in a new day sky. A candy castle up above. This must be Newtown High.
Meanwhile, Katie runs into Carlos and says that he's crazy for taking directions from a bird, but Carlos continually receives good fortune when taking its advice. However, right before Carlos's date, the parrot says that he only has 24 hours to live, and Carlos freaks out. Kendall tries to recruit the rest of the dogs to try to fix Gustavo, but James is too busy sulking over losing his swagger, Logan is too busy gaining swagger, and Carlos is too busy hiding in some pillows, so he decides to go alone. Kelly explains to him that gurus are the poison of rock and roll, as both the Beach Boys and Beatles split up shortly after latching onto some spiritual whack job and influencing their music. But like the Beatles were also doing acid and heroin, so that's just a tiny misdetail here. Unless Buddha Bob is introducing Gustavo to those types of things too. I hope not. Gustavo then barges out in a crazy outfit and plays an even more horrifying version of the song he wrote yesterday. Kendall and Kelly call up Buddha Bob to fix Gustavo, but that only makes things worse, and Gustavo devotes his life to grooming trees instead of making music. Meanwhile, Katie has had enough of Carlos's paranoia and interrogates Bitters on where the parrot came from. She finds out it came from a psychic, and Katie brings said psychic to Carlos to explain that it's not really a fortune-telling parrot, it just repeats the words the psychic says around it, and is addicted to hospital dramas on TV, explaining the death warning. While everyone else is trying to save the band / their lives, Logan is having the time of his life and has seemingly drained all of James's swagger away. Camille tells him it's all in his head, but gets jealous when she sees that Logan is attracting a lot of pretty girls as well, and she and James come up with a plan to fix it. James takes it upon himself to completely switch roles with Logan and tries to become the smart one. It doesn't work.
Here's the problem. I'm not bright.
But what is all that?
I think it's the recipe for toast.
Someday, it'll come together. Someday, we will work it out.
He then starts dying, and Logan sees his friend near swagger death and says that he can have the swagger back because he hates the tight pants and crowds that follow him. He deletes the Swagger app and James recovers, nicely returning both characters back to normal. Meanwhile, Kendall's plan is to hire some actors to pretend to be the producers of Newtown High and tell Gustavo that his song sucks, hopefully snapping him back into reality. Oh yeah, the song he's writing is for Newtown High. I forgot to say that.
Gustavo, that song's gonna make the top 10.
Well, thank you.
Top 10 reasons to kill myself.
They bully Gustavo into oblivion, and he gets so angry that he returns to normal and is able to successfully write a hit for the Newtown High show, the song Nothing Even Matters. The producers love it, and Gustavo says that the dogs can just be themselves again, and that they're more capable of being successful on their own, unless Logan wears shades. The end. This episode was definitely strange, but I like how it was somewhat of a commentary on the Beach Boys and Beatles going this route in their careers, because those are two of my favorite bands. But again, no child watching the show would understand that unless they had this like encyclopedic knowledge of classic rock bands. But anyway, let's dive into Season 2, Episode 10, Big Time Crush. It opens with the dogs devising a plan to get Carlos a girlfriend. They do this by having Logan dress up as an old lady and James dressing up as a robber. Their plan is to have James pretend to steal old lady Logan's purse and for Carlos to jump in to the rescue because girls love heroes. Katie also sets some flowers nearby for Carlos to give to the girl after showing his heroic deed, and the plan commences. It doesn't work.
I'll save you!
Thank you, sir!
Also, the face Logan makes here is legitimately horrifying. Carlos is depressed that he doesn't have a girlfriend, and he turns on the TV, and on the news he sees an ad for a movie releasing called Kiss and Tell, which is supposed to be that type of movie that every couple goes to see that makes them kiss in the theater, which makes him even more sad. Kendall then tries to cheer him up and tells Joe to get 2 extra tickets so that they can go on a double date with Carlos and his future date, and say he needs to ditch the helmet, and he cries. Logan is walking through the lobby and runs into Camille, and they talk about maybe hanging out soon, but he then runs into a girl named Peggy. He pretends to be his own grandma and tells her that she should meet up with Logan because he wants a date to kiss and tell. He then runs into her again at the park, but also sees Camille and freaks out while Mrs. Knight is watching from a distance. Logan explains that he wants to ask Peggy out, but he doesn't really know what he and Camille are at this point, since they technically broke up, but they keep on kissing and being flirty. Mrs. Knight tells him he should just talk to Camille and say that he wants to date other people.
What is with you parents and telling the truth all the time?
Meanwhile, James catches Katie spying on a boy in the park, and he decides to help her get a date. They track him down later at the pool to introduce them to each other, but James sees a pretty girl right away and abandons them, but Katie and the boy, whose name we learn is Kyle, hit it off really well. Katie's kind of mad at James for ditching her, but it actually worked in her favor since both of them got dates. But it turns out Katie and Kyle are also going to see Kiss and Tell, which freaks James out. We then cut to Joe and Kendall, who have set up a speed dating session for Carlos, giving him 30 seconds to talk to each girl. They've intentionally chosen a bunch of loser guys to make sure Carlos gets to go out with whatever girl he wants, and they get started. We then get a montage of Carlos failing to impress any girl, and he's chosen by none of them. Their new plan is to have Joe prep Carlos for his date, while Kendall goes out to find a girl for him himself, and Carlos turns on the TV to watch Newtown High. Carlos expresses interest in Joe's co-star Megan, and she gets an idea. Meanwhile, Logan is about to talk to Camille about asking Peggy out, but he finds out that the two have already met, and she starts to figure out what's happening. She leaves them alone though, and they make plans to see Kiss and Tell as well, making Camille upset. Then Carlos, Joe, and Kendall walk out of the elevator, and Kendall is ready to surprise Carlos with a new date that he found, a girl named Candy. Joe isn't happy, however, since she ended up calling her co-star Megan to go on a date with Carlos too, so now there are two girls that think they have dates with him. They start fighting, and Joe says she thinks Kendall only wants Carlos to go out with Candy because he thinks she's hot, to which Kendall says,
I don't want to date a hot girl, I want to date you.
Good job. Logan has noticed Camille's frustration and knocks on her door dressed as Grandma again, for whatever reason, to ask if she's okay with everything. She says that they're still friends, but hints at trying to win him back at the movies tonight, but Logan denies and says that they should just stick to being good friends. We then see Kyle knocking on the apartment door to see if Katie's around, but James answers. He becomes way too overprotective of Katie like a strict father and threatens him with a Nerf gun. Katie gets mad at James, and her and Kyle leave for dinner and the movies, but James is determined to spy on them. In order to do this, he changes dinner plans with his date so that they will all be eating at the same restaurant. We cut back to Kendall, Carlos, and Joe, where they give him an opportunity to hang out with each girl one-on-one and make the decision for himself, but Kendall and Joe manipulate their respective girls to make Carlos choose their favorite. Carlos can't decide, however, and he chooses both of them. James, meanwhile, is doing everything he can to stop every romantic advance between Katie and Kyle, while also slowly ruining his own date.
Too romantic! Like the waiter forgot one of your milkshakes.
Here you are.
Enjoy.
Katie rages, and she and Kyle leave to the movies early, so James drags his date and quickly follows. So now we're finally at the movies with the whole gang. James has bought 4 tickets to the movie The Unicorn Princess so that Kyle and Katie don't watch a romantic movie and he can watch them, but his date has finally had enough.
A double date to the Unicorn Princess.
In 3D.
Yeah. This isn't gonna work out.
Huh? Wait! We can still make out!
But even though James has lost his date, Katie and Kyle decide to not see the movie after all, and Katie thanks him for looking out for her. Logan spots Camille all alone and is having second thoughts, so he decides to just be upfront with Peggy and tell her he's not ready to move on from Camille, which she understands. He then walks up to Camille to ask her out, but before he can say anything, he finds out that she actually has a date, so now Logan is all alone. Kendall and Joe tell Carlos that he has to decide on a girl, and he finally just chooses Candy. But he mixes them up and thinks that Candy is Megan, and Joe has had enough.
You can't date her, because you're both idiots.
I like how Joe calls Kendall an idiot even though they were both fighting about the same exact thing and she seemed more passionate than him. In any case, Joe decides to just leave and take Candy and Megan shoe shopping, leaving Kendall and Carlos without dates. So now all 4 dogs don't have dates and they're super bummed out, but then James reminds them that he still has 4 tickets to see the Unicorn Princess and they hop theaters. The end. Weirdly enough, this episode doesn't feature Gustavo or Kelly at all, and Mrs. Knight only has that one scene at the beginning. I feel like they easily could have done some sort of C-plot with Gustavo and Kelly, but this episode was already moving pretty fast, so it was probably just due to time. But now we've come to a very weird episode, which is Season 2, Episode 11, Big Time Beach Party. Why is it weird? Because it's an hour-long special and pretty much has no plot, and the small moments of plot it does have are strange, to say the least. That being said, it's still a lot of fun, so let's jump into it. We open with the dogs and Griffin at Rock Records, where they remind Griffin of the deal that he and them made. He promised them that they could spend a day at his beach house in Malibu if they got a #1 record, which they have just accomplished, in the country Kerplankistan. Griffin gives them the keys and says to just not break anything, and they all fantasize about their beach day. They invite all of their friends from the Palmwoods, and Buddha Bob offers to drive them on a bus. Joe, however, can't come because she has to do Newtown High reshoots, but promises she'll get there as soon as she's done. Also, Guitar Dude is Ukulele Dude now. At the apartment, Mrs. Knight notices that the bottles of sunscreen she left for the boys are still on the counter and sealed, and runs after them, and they barely escape. She makes it her mission to get sunscreen on them and asks for Katie's help, but then she says the most based thing in the entire show.
Oh, I hate the beach. Saltwater in my eyes, seagulls dive bombing for your cheese puffs.
I hate the beach too, so well done, Katie. She initially declines, but then realizes there could be lots of celebrities there, and decides to go so that she could potentially become a celebrity's manager, as an 11-year-old. Back at Rock Records, Gustavo calls Kelly in for an emergency meeting.
We caught you, you imposter.
He explains to her that Boy Blast, one of his bands in the 90s, also got a #1 record and celebrated by renting a beach house. They then fell in love with the no responsibilities and fun-loving lifestyle and soon failed to release another hit and eventually broke up. Kelly says that he's overreacting and that Big Time Rush is nothing like Boy Blast, but Gustavo shows her a video of all the dogs saying they're heading to Malibu and are never coming back. So Gustavo makes a plan to turn the best beach day ever into the worst beach day ever so that they won't end up liking it so much that they quit music altogether. The bus arrives at the beach house and they all immediately head for the sand and ocean. Kendall sets up his blanket and sits all alone and is approached by Chris Pine's father, a character named JD. He tells Kendall all of the biggest beach movies in the 60s were filmed at this very location, and they're interrupted by a crazy fangirl who starts hugging Kendall and taking selfies with him. We cut to Carlos, who is trying to impress the Jennifers by lifting weights, but they say they won't be interested in him until he owns a fancy beach house of his own. This leads him to Logan, who is looking for buried treasure and says that he read about one guy who found a ring worth $50,000 at the beach. So they agree to search together so that they can get rich and Logan can pay for med school and Carlos can buy a beach house to impress the Jennifers, the ultimate simp. But like Logan said, the best story he found on this was a guy making 50 grand, which is not even close to enough money for a beach house, so I don't know what he's thinking here. Anyway, we turn our focus to James, who's attempting to catch a big wave while surfing. He overestimates his abilities though and almost drowns, but is rescued by a cute girl.
Did I need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?
No.
Darn it.
Mrs. Knight then barges into the beach house, trying to give the kids sunscreen, but they rush out as soon as they see her. Katie, meanwhile, finds out that Russell Brand lives next door and makes plans to go find him. We then see Logan and Carlos searching the shoreline when Logan's metal detector goes off. Carlos digs and finds a hook, but when he tries to pull it out of the ground... Patchy the freaking pirate is in Big Time Rush. What the heck? So Big Time Rush and SpongeBob SquarePants are canonically in the same universe. Wow. Anyway, Patchy shows Carlos and Logan his map that he got from his great-grandfather and explains he is also looking for buried treasure around the beach and takes off. Carlos and Logan run after him though, convinced he will lead them to actual pirate treasure worth more than they could ever imagine. Kendall, meanwhile, is still being harassed by this crazy fan whose name is Sandy, and Kendall tries to politely leave her. But Mrs. Knight shows up and tries to spray him with sunscreen, and he quickly rushes to the house. We also learn that Kendall's middle name is Donald. Neat. As soon as he gets to the house, Sandy shows up yet again and reveals that she broke up with her boyfriend, so now they can date. She then reveals that she posted and tagged Kendall in those selfies she took kissing him, and Joe calls wondering what's going on. Kendall tries to explain, but she steals his phone and throws it in the pool, and he makes a run for it. They run past Patchy, Logan, and Carlos, who are trying to read Patchy's map. They read a clue that leads them back to the sand, and they head past James, who's hanging out with that girl who saved him, named Annie. She says she grew up on the water and eats raw clams, which freaks James out. He goes to Camille and says he's convinced that the girl who saved him is a mermaid, and she says that she believes in mermaids since she played a mermaid in a movie recently and knows all about them. She tells James that mermaids sprout their tails when they get wet, so James tries to take her down to the water to find out. We then cut to Katie, who has found Russell Brand and offers to be his manager, but he declines. He is getting frustrated though, because the party he's preparing for isn't going the way he planned and is getting angrier and angrier with his team. Meanwhile, Gustavo and Kelly's first plan is to throw stink bombs into Griffin's beach house so that the dogs will not have a fond memory of it and never return, but Gustavo falls in the van and unleashes them on himself. Oops. Kendall pulls the Jennifers aside and begs them to help get rid of Sandy, while Carlos digs near a tree and finds a whoopee cushion. On the whoopee cushion is another clue, so the three of them rush to the next location. Kendall and the Jennifers' plan is to pretend to all be into him to make him look like a crazy spoiled rock star. But Sandy doesn't buy it and instead takes a picture of Kendall with the Jennifers and posts it to make Joe jealous. She calls blonde Jennifer and Sandy throws her phone into the water. Kendall then runs to hide from her and we get a montage of all of the dogs continuing their storylines while Boyfriend plays. Their outfits and hair here are a Beach Boys reference, or it might just be generic 60s beach attire, I'm not sure. Right at the end of the song, Mrs. Knight is finally able to shoot sunscreen at the dogs and walks away, mission accomplished. JD then walks up and says that in every beach movie, a bad guy shows up to try to beat up the protagonist, and immediately after, 3 dudes on ATVs show up. The main guy is Sandy's ex-boyfriend Tad, who's mad at Kendall for stealing his girl and is about to fight him. JD says they should just settle it with a surf competition or dance-off, but Tad declines and simply says this isn't over before driving off. Everyone then rushes off to return to their own thing, and Patchy, Carlos, and Logan take the final steps on their treasure hunt, which only leads them to the house. They conclude that the treasure is buried underneath the house, and they decide to go to the basement and start digging, only to find it filled with Griffin's expensive vases, because of course it is. We then cut back to Russell Brand, who finds out Katie has been helping him throw the party together to impress him. It works, but Russell is still hesitant about asking someone in elementary school to be his manager. Meanwhile, James has given up on throwing water onto Annie and says he doesn't even care if she's a mermaid because he's falling for her.
She's sweet, she's got feet.
And I'm falling for her.
That makes more sense in context, I just thought it was funny. Dan Schneider moment. He's about to kiss her, but Camille interrupts and pulls him aside. She says she just remembered that if a man kisses a mermaid, he becomes a merman, and James freaks out. Annie then walks in, saying her dad needs her help at the ocean floor and she has to head out. This makes James even more scared and he shoots down a dance party. Jerk. The treasure hunters start using a jackhammer to break through the floor, and of course they destroy all of Griffin's expensive vases. We then cut back to Camille, who is trying to train James on how to be a merman since he'll inevitably become one when he kisses Annie, but he's not doing so well. He decides he just isn't ready to become a sea creature, and Camille tells him he needs to end things with Annie. Logan is concerned because they broke the whole basement, but Carlos cheers him up by finding the hidden treasure chest. They can't open it with the jackhammer and sit on the chest, wondering what to do next. Sandy then finds Kendall and posts a picture of them wearing promise rings, and Joe calls Kendall with Ukulele Dude's phone, and she throws it away again. Kendall finally gives in and blatantly says they will never be a thing, and Sandy calls up Tad. He's angry for some reason, and JD says they should settle it with a drag race. Okay? He says the loser has to leave the beach for good, and they both agree? Okay? Kendall tells JD he's never driven an ATV before and is visibly scared. And justifiably so. I mean, look at that guy. I would not want to make him mad. Gustavo and Kelly watch from the outside and decide that their next plan is to sabotage the race so that Kendall loses, meaning they can't come back, and Gustavo dies. Patchy's next great idea is to shoot the treasure chest with a cannon, but they accidentally shoot the cannonball at Griffin's car. Meanwhile, Russell Brand has been given a terrible band to perform at his party, and Katie walks up and continues to impress him with her knowledge of the industry. She tells him she can book him a band with a #1 international record in an hour, but he's too proud to make a little girl his manager. You can see where this is going. Back at the beach, Camille gives James a pep talk on how to end things with Annie, and actually references their kiss in episode 3.
And don't get caught up in the moment and kiss her. I know you do that sometimes.
James tells Annie that they're from 2 different worlds, but she doesn't really understand and kisses him. We then get one of James's best moments in the whole show.
Oh, the transformation is upon me! Yeah! Oh, ah! It's metamorphosis! Oh, beautiful! And terrifying!
How long is this gonna take exactly?
Camille asks her if she's a mermaid, and she says that's crazy. She just grew up swimming competitively, and the ocean floor is the name of the restaurant that her dad owns, and they make up. Logan, Patchy, and Carlos are about to give up, but then Patchy casually mentions he has a lucky key that he's had forever, and Logan swoops it and opens the chest. There's tons of gold in it, and they all celebrate. But then Griffin pulls up and says he's going to take the money to pay for his vase collection and sports car. Rest in peace. I like how they actually found a bunch of gold and came up with a more clever reason as to why they can't keep it for themselves. Like most shows would just have the chest be empty or something, but I like how they didn't follow the cliche here. Well done. Ukulele Dude then tells James, Logan, and Carlos that they might get kicked off the beach since Kendall will be competing in a drag race shortly, and they all head over to watch it. The race begins, and Kendall doesn't know how to use the gas. They are neck and neck somehow, but Gustavo is ready to begin his plan. His plan is to just jump in front of Kendall so he hits the brakes and doesn't cross the finish line. What could go wrong? He runs Gustavo over. Tad knocks Kendall out of bounds, but Kendall makes a sick jump and is able to beat Tad against all odds. Kendall is finally able to talk to Joe without Sandy interrupting, and she heads to the beach. JD says the only thing left they have to do is an epic beach song, and that's when Katie walks up and says that Big Time Rush can play at Russell Brand's party, and they sing an epic beach song. And they do a cover of the Beach Boys song, Dance, 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 which is so cool. The Beach Boys are literally one of my favorite bands, and it's such a natural collaboration in this setting on the show, so it's really cool. I really wish there was a full version of this song without the dialogue and stuff, but I couldn't find it anywhere. During the song, Joe finally shows up, Gustavo and Kelly decide to let the dogs just enjoy the beach, and Russell Brand officially hires Katie as his manager. The end. I know I kind of crapped on this episode when introducing it, and while it doesn't have a cohesive plot at all, it's just so much fun. Energy-wise, I think this is the peak of the show. Even though the dogs don't interact much except for Logan and Carlos, everyone stays in character so well, and I love how self-aware and goofy the plot points are. Like, they literally just do the drag race thing to make it more of a beach movie parody, and then they bring in Patchy the Pirate to help Carlos and Logan hunt for treasure just because they're on a beach. And James thinks he's dating a mermaid. And Russell Brand is here. This episode feels like a fever dream. I always kind of dread watching this episode, but as soon as it starts, I remember how much fun it is, and that's why it's one of my favorite episodes in the whole series. Also, Big Time Rush and the Beach Boys. Like, the only thing better than that would be Big Time Rush and the Beatles, but that would never happen, right? But now, we've come to Season 2, Episode 12, Big Time Songwriters, another one of my favorites. It opens with the dogs and Kelly at Rock Records observing BTR's new songwriters, and Kendall references the worst Nickelodeon show ever.
What's with Fanboy and Chum Chum?
No.
But why do they have new songwriters? Well, Griffin wants a fresh new sound for the bonus track on the deluxe edition of their album, and Gustavo is upset that he can't write the song and is pouting.
I'm not pouting, you're pouting.
But it turns out BTR's new songwriters are very violent and notorious for fighting and get sent to the hospital. Griffin sends Kelly to make sure they don't sue the company and tasks Gustavo with finding new songwriters. Kelly points out that fighting is not the way to write a great pop song, but Griffin disagrees and tells Gustavo to make sure the new songwriters can take a punch. The dogs express that they want to write their own song, but Gustavo tells them the horrors of songwriting. They offer to co-write with Gustavo, but he says he's a lone wolf and kicks them out of Rock Records. They head to the Palmwoods and come up with a plan to lure and keep Gustavo there while they go to the studio to write their own song. They do this by recruiting Katie, Camille, and Buddha Bob to put on a fake spa at the Palmwoods so that Gustavo will take the day off, and it works. They try a few different songwriting methods that they heard Gustavo briefly mention, but none of them work. They decide to clear their heads by playing foosball, and this happens.
Hey! That's not bad.
Logan and James mock this, but Kendall says they don't have enough time to record something else, so they try to come up with more of the O song. James still isn't feeling it though.
Do you have a better song?
Yeah? Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
He dubs this the Yeah song, and they ask Logan to pick his favorite. He chooses the Yeah song, so now they have the band split in half, and they quickly do whatever this is. Back at the spa, Katie, Camille, and Buddha Bob are able to give Gustavo a relaxing treatment at first, but when they need to buy more time, they start putting manure on his head, saying it grows hair.
How do I look?
He freaks out and quickly figures out that the dogs are up to something, and he tries to escape, so the three of them chase Gustavo around the Palmwoods. Meanwhile, the dogs pick their own studios to record their respective songs, and Carlos and Kendall decide to just sit in silence and wait for the perfect lyric to come to them.
Can you stop that?
You mean breathing? Just for a few minutes.
But then Carlos does this.
Say anything you want, I'll turn the music up, 'cause baby we keep going, oh.
Logan and James hear their progress and scramble to figure out lyrics to their song, and James realizes his verbal skills are at their best when he's talking to girls. So,
Gotta do to get you close to me. If I run away tonight.
So now both groups have their songs, but James and Logan have taken it one step further by calling in a band to record, so Carlos and Kendall ambush them to try to steal the band. Also, now the spa staff has trapped Gustavo in cement, but he still manages to escape and rushes to the studio. Kelly enters Rock Records and stops the fighting and asks what's going on. They sing their songs at each other to try to prove theirs is better, but then...
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah!
Kelly tells them to just call the song Oh Yeah and combine their two half songs together, and when Gustavo barges in, they show it off, and he's actually impressed. Gustavo helps them finish the song, and we get a pretty generic boy band music video, but it's still pretty cool. Griffin approves of the song, and everyone realizes that maybe fighting does indeed help write a better song. Griffin then says he also wants to write a song with Gustavo, and we find out this guy is ripped as heck. Roll credits. I like how this one doesn't take the normal kids show route and be like, fighting is never the answer. I mean, that's true, but this episode is done in such a comedic way that I don't think any kid would think that the message is actually about fighting to write a good song. I also like how this episode has all of the dogs in the same plot. Like, it's usually Kendall and Logan do this, while James does this with Katie and Carlos does this with Gustavo. But here, both the A plots and B plots are directly related, and all of the main characters are in the A plot, which surprisingly doesn't happen that much in the show. Alright, now let's talk about Season 2, Episode 13, Big Time Reality. The episode opens with Griffin waking up the dogs early in the morning to announce that their lives are part of a reality show starting now, and reveals a camera crew that immediately starts shooting them in their boxers. Of course, James is super into it, but nobody else is. Griffin introduces them to Snake Timmons, the producer, and tells the dogs they don't have a choice in participating because of their contracts. It turns out the camera crew is also spying on Gustavo and Kelly, and they immediately freeze on camera and have no idea what to do. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds like Gustavo's voice is dubbed in here.
That's great! PTR will get a ton of exposure!
Snake points out that Carlos and James are too friendly and tells them to fight and act mean to each other on camera to make it more entertaining, and they decline. Kendall has already had enough of the camera crew, but Mrs. Knight wants to be on TV more than anyone. Katie, meanwhile, never signed her contract, so the camera crew can't film when she's in the shot. Snake realizes there's not enough entertainment in the apartment, so he goes to Logan and Camille, who are hanging out as just friends, and tells them to be romantic around each other, and they do this. Snake reports to Griffin that the show is way too boring, so Griffin gives him permission to manipulate and hide in the shadows. We then cut to Kendall, who gets out of the pool and his shorts fall off. Luckily, nobody was watching, but he looks over and notices a security camera pointing right at him. He becomes furious at the camera crew, but discovers a superpower. Since Katie can't be shown on camera, Kendall decides to just take her everywhere so that he won't be on camera either. Snake has also hired a random actor named TJ, who is pretending to be the band's longtime neighbor and best friend, even though nobody has ever seen him before. James and Carlos decide that the best way to make a good reality show is to just fight all the time for no reason, so they go around tackling each other and their fellow bandmates while Mrs. Knight tries to stop it. And now every time Logan and Camille see a camera, they passionately make out.
Guys, the cameras are off. Oh, thank goodness.
They're on again.
Griffin says he loves the show, and to make it better, he's gonna throw in a surprise twist. He explains that for the show's season finale, they're gonna vote on a band member to get kicked out and replaced. Great business choice. To tear them apart, Griffin offers the members who don't get voted off $1 million, and now everyone except Kendall is invested into the competition. Kendall's new method of dealing with the camera crew is to simply just not talk when they're around, that way they get nothing out of him. But Snake tells him he's not giving up that footage of Kendall's butt, and the fact that he's not talking means he'll likely be the one voted out of the band. And to make matters even worse, the Katie on camera trick doesn't work anymore, as they can just pixelate her face and change her voice, so Kendall storms out with her. Meanwhile, Logan pretends to break up with Camille for the camera, and they make out again. Just as they're recording this, the cameras stop working. Katie has turned off the power, and Kendall drags the rest of the dogs away to the ducks where there aren't any cameras. He convinces them to join forces, and they come up with a plan to get Griffin to pull the plug on the reality show.
Let's do this, yo!
TJ, we don't know you!
The rest of the dogs distract Snake while Kendall and Katie remove all of the security cameras, including the one at Rock Records, making Gustavo and Kelly normal again. They break into Griffin's office and plant security cameras and blackmail him with the footage. He agrees to forget about the show and deletes the footage of Kendall's butt.
Thank goodness we're done with all that slapping and kissing.
Yeah. I mean, it was really just the slapping that bothered me.
Ooh. TJ jumps in and says he has an apartment here now and has no friends, so they agree to let him hang out. But then we see that Snake has hidden more cameras in the apartment, but Gustavo and Kelly kill him. The end. This episode was just okay. I think the Victorious reality show episode was a lot better, since it turned into them purposefully causing as much chaos on camera as possible just for attention, but in this one it went exactly how you'd expect. The show tears the friendship apart, but they eventually team up to stop it. Boring. This next episode will kind of follow a similar path, but the comedy is on point this time, so it's a good one. And that's Season 2, Episode 14, Big Time Girl Group. It opens with the dogs casually walking into Rock Records, jamming out to their new song titled I Know You Know. They talk among themselves about all of the outdated bands that have posters on the wall, such as Boy City, Angel Angel, and Boys in the Attic, and say it's about time Big Time Rush gets a poster at Rock Records. But then they notice a poster of a band they've never seen before, called Cat's Crew, and hear them singing I Know You Know in the studio nearby. They rush over to demand an explanation from Gustavo, but he tells them it's no longer BTR's song, it's theirs. They pull Kelly aside and tell her they're worried that Gustavo is trying to replace them, but Kelly says that Cat's Crew hasn't even signed yet, and Gustavo will not forget about BTR.
Oh, big time! Big time!
Rush!
Right.
The dogs are jealous now and claim that they would sing I Know You Know way better, and on top of that, Carlos has an amazing music video idea.
We're captains of a spaceship, and this evil space villain beams us down to his planet and zaps us with a dance break. But we hit him with our secret weapon.
Cat's Crew overhears this and says they're better than BTR in every way, and we see Mr. X for the first time in a while. That's pretty cool. So now it's a war between the dogs and the cats, and Logan drops some sick bars because the song has a rap in it, and he also did the rap on the song Famous.
Don't wanna get nasty, but this is how it rocks. This is Big Time Rush's house, not a kitty litter box. And you got posters on the wall, but it ain't no thing, cause we gonna rock this town and put posters on the wall.
But then the main girl one-ups them, and now they worry about ending up like those bands on the wall. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Mrs. Knight tells Katie she needs to find a friend around the Palm Woods that's her age and a girl. We already had this plotline in Season 1, Episode 4. But Katie says she's got Tyler, who's her age. Buddha Bob jumps in and says that Mrs. Knight doesn't have any friends her age either, and the two of them agree to find a mother and daughter to hang out with. I don't know how they find these people, but it doesn't go well.
There's no drink there, Ma!
But they eventually find a normal mother and daughter, and they play bocce together, but it turns out Mrs. Knight and Katie are way too competitive and unfriendly, and they yet again fail to make friends. Back at the studio, the dogs are doing some research on Boys in the Attic to see what happened to them, and they discover that they were quickly dropped from the label when Gustavo signed the girl group Angel Angel, effectively replacing them. They worry about history repeating itself and go to meet BIA, and they instantly see themselves in the other members. BIA explains that the same exact thing that happened to them is happening to BTR, and they need to win Gustavo over soon, or else they will be replaced by Cat's Crew. The dogs then try to convince Gustavo that only having BTR is the better business choice, but Cat's Crew interrupts and says that their group is superior, and they start meowing and barking at each other. Gustavo and Kelly warn both sides, but the dogs are not done. They try to drive the cats away, but they only get themselves into further trouble in the process. That wall is very thin. The dogs then contact BAA to ask how to get rid of Cat's Crew, and they tell BTR they have to constantly pester them to drive them out. But they realize that Boys in the Attic were dropped because of their shenanigans, because they stopped focusing on their music in order to drive out Angel Angel. Oh, by the way, the B-plot concludes by Mrs. Knight and Katie finally confronting Tyler's mom about him not wanting to be an actor, and they actually end up becoming friends with Tyler and his mom. It's not very important, but I like how they used already established characters, despite the fact that we basically never see Mrs. Knight and Tyler's mom together again. Gustavo calls both bands to the studio, and the dogs are convinced that they're done for. But Gustavo ends up choosing Big Time Rush because they've always stuck by his side, and Cat's crew begins to leave disappointed. But the dogs apologize and say Gustavo shouldn't let them go because they were the ones being immature, and the two bands decide instead to collaborate on I Know You Know and let the cats sing the rap, and they all do that music video with the aliens and the dance ray and stuff. I genuinely love this music video. I wish there was one for the full version of the song. Also, Symphonique Miller plays the main girl in Cat's crew and is the one who sings the rap in the real song, if you remember that from the Season 1 album review. The episode ends with Big Time Rush getting their own poster finally, and they see boys in the attic trashing Cat's crews. The end. I remember this being one of my favorite episodes back in the day, and I still like it, but I feel like the idea of a girl group replacing BTR had a lot of potential, and it was just kind of wasted here. Aside from the main girl, Cat's crew has zero personality. Like, the other two members don't even have their own lines. They only talk when it's in unison with each other. We don't even learn their names, nor where Cat's crew came from, other than the fact that it draws a parallel by calling the groups dogs and cats. And Cat's crew doesn't even show up ever again. But hey, this episode is still pretty fun, so I won't knock on it too much. But here's an episode that I have literally no memory of, and that's Season 2, Episode 15, Green Time Rush. For some reason, it doesn't start with Big Time. This is also another school episode where Miss Collins tells the class that for their social studies project, they have to work in pairs to come up with something to make the Palmwoods greener for Earth Day, and the winning group gets a week off school. Everyone wants to pick Logan, but the big bad bully named Ozzy picks him, scaring the rest of the class. The other pairs include James and Carlos, two of the Jennifers, Blonde Jennifer and Camille, and Kendall with Jet, since Joe is stuck on set all week and nobody else chose him. I also like how Jet is portrayed as a high schooler even though he's clearly like in his mid-20s. Kendall is pretty annoyed that Jet is his partner, but he does have something to offer.
And I would expect a warmer reception considering I'm the only one who thought to bring a cheese platter.
Jet also tells Logan that Ozzy plays a psycho in every role he's in, which terrifies him, and Carlos and James claim they'll have the perfect idea. Ozzy comes in and steals Logan, and we cut to Rock Records, where Katie's social studies project is to suggest to a business ways to be greener, and I'm confused. First off, we see that the age gap is seemingly irrelevant at the Palmwood school, since in Season 1, Episode 2, we see kids like Tyler and Katie in the same class as Camille and the Jennifers, but Katie was not present in that opening scene, and she has a slightly different project. Or maybe Katie switched schools, but that doesn't make any sense because the whole subplot in Season 1, Episode 2 was about her booking an acting gig so that she could attend the Palmwood school. You thought I wouldn't notice this, Scott Fellows, but I did, and I will never forget it. Anyway, for Katie's project, she asks Gustavo to switch from foam to paper cups since they can be recycled, and asks him to sign the paper for her. Griffin barges in though and tells her that he makes foam cups.
Not me, of course, my low-paid factory workers.
Katie explains that foam cups can't be recycled though, and that switching to recyclable paper cups would only do good and wouldn't even hurt business, but Griffin still declines because he's Griffin. Katie is mad and of course starts to scheme against him. Back at the Palmwoods, James and Carlos can't come up with a project initially since all of the good ideas are taken.
We install new carpet in the lobby. Have you ever walked around in there in bare feet? It's 2 cores.
And how does it make the Palmwoods greener?
We get green carpet. Duh.
Jet and Kendall also get nowhere, and Jet is only wasting energy. Kendall then sees Mrs. Knight hanging up laundry, which gives him an idea to make one giant clothesline for the entire Palmwoods, saving tons of energy. And James and Carlos's new idea is to buy a cow.
With a cow in every room, gas and elevator consumption are cut down by avoiding annoying trips to the market for milk, butter, and cheese. Go green.
Mrs. Knight tells them to keep it away from bidders, but of course the cow immediately escapes. Logan and Ozzy are in the lobby building a solar panel model, and he gets terrified and runs away, but notices Ozzy is frustrated that he's seemingly too dumb to do school, and he storms off. Logan talks to him later and finds out that he's built an amazing model, and Logan tells him he's not stupid, and instead of threatening kids to do his homework, he should just ask for help and ask for an extension. Miss Collins agrees to this, saying they won't be eligible for the week off, but will still receive full credit, and Logan sacrifices his week off to help Ozzy. And that's how this plotline ends. I think it's genuinely kind of sweet. I feel like most sitcoms would have the final punchline of the episode be Logan making him mad for some reason and getting destroyed, but they just form a nice little friendship, and I like that. At the pool, Kendall and Jet have set up the clothesline, but Miss Collins deems it too dangerous and tells them to come up with another project, and Jet continues to waste more energy. Meanwhile, Katie has replaced all of the foam cups at Rock Records with paper ones, and Griffin catches her and threatens her with Abdul, Griffin's previously unnamed assistant who has stood in the background for like every single one of his appearances. Abdul barges into Gustavo's office where Katie is hiding, and he can talk? But it turns out he's on their side, and he, Katie, Gustavo, and Kelly team up to change Griffin's mind. They do this by sabotaging the stock prices or something, and he eventually gives in, and now Rock Records is greener. Back at the Palmwoods, Bitters hears the mooing and is determined to catch Carlos, James, and the cow, while Kendall tries to stop Jet from wasting so much energy. He gets one last idea, however, and then we cut to Miss Collins showing off the projects to the class.
How? In every room. Go green!
Absolutely not.
Darn it!
But the winners are Kendall and Jet, who just tied him up in a box, preventing him from using the crazy amount of energy he's cost the Palmwoods. That is amazing. They win the week off, but it turns out that just means they're going to the Capitol and pitching their idea to the governor. Jet makes what I believe is a movie reference.
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
But I only recognize it from that one Regal ad. The end.
This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
This episode was very mid. It had nothing to do with music and didn't develop the characters or relationships in any way. I know that might sound like I'm contradicting myself considering what I said about episodes like Big Time Pranks, but that one has so many character interactions and it's super self-aware and goofy. This one isn't. The one thing I will say though is this is by far my favorite appearance from Jet, and he is the only saving grace here. Alright, now let's talk about the Mother's Day special. This is the only show I think I've watched that has a Mother's Day special, and that is Season 2, Episode 16, Big Time Moms. Very cleverly titled. It opens with the dogs renting Mrs. Knight a bouncy house, but then James's mom walks in. Her name is Brooke Diamond, and is played by Lisa Rinna, who apparently was a big deal to a lot of people, but I have no idea who she is. Anyway, she's here to take James back to Minnesota so that he can start to take over the family business, Brooke Diamond Cosmetics, and they're leaving tonight.
Oh, he's frozen with excitement.
They take him to Rock Records so that Gustavo and Kelly can fix him, and Gustavo casually reveals that he's good friends with Lita Ford. What is this episode? She strums her guitar really loud to fix James, and the dogs explain to Gustavo and Kelly what's going on. They tell them to just tell Brooke that James has to stay, but they inform Gustavo that she never takes no for an answer. We also learn that Logan's real name is canonically Hortense, but Brooke told him to go by Logan from now on just because she didn't like it. What?
Hey, Mrs. Diamond, me, Carlos, and Hortense are here to see James.
I don't like the name Hortense. Call him Logan from now on.
But Gustavo scoffs at this and leaves to talk to James's mom himself. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Mr. Bitters' mother is in town, and he has to pretend that he's a veterinarian and enlists the help of Buddha Bob and Katie to convince her. He's doing this because his mom wanted him to be a vet, and he never told her he lost all of his money and had to take the job as manager of the Palmwoods. This, of course, backfires, and Bitters' mom buys him an advertisement, so now he ends up with a bunch of animals that need help when he knows absolutely nothing about caring for them. Back at the apartment, Gustavo attempts to talk to Brooke. It doesn't work. Their next idea is for BTR to sing a song to Brooke about how much James loves her, so that she'll realize how happy he is in LA and let him stay. The song is very sweet and features Lita Ford, but it doesn't change Brooke's mind at all. Mrs. Knight tells James he needs to confront his mom and just tell her no. Kendall, Carlos, and Logan buy some time by hijacking the ride, so now the Diamonds won't be leaving until tomorrow. A horse then randomly walks by, and we see Bitters curing all of the animals by listening to Katie through an earpiece while she looks up the solutions, and Buddha Bob gets rid of all of the advertisements. This impresses Bitters' mom, but he told her that he also has a wife and a son, which leads to,
Sorry we didn't invite you to the wedding, but I come from a long line of interlopers.
Elopers.
Elopers. Yeah, elopers.
But then an angry resident walks up and reveals the truth, and Bitters has to fess up. Just kidding.
To a really undercover CIA agent, and he is the chief. And you couldn't tell me all these years, or I could have been killed.
Yeah.
The dogs bring James back to Rock Records, and he remembers there was one time that his mom didn't get what she wanted, and that was when Kendall, Carlos, and Logan's mom all pushed back on her, which gives them one final idea. They initially attack Brooke for her selfish decision to take James back home, but then we learn that she just misses her son and walks away crying. The Supermoms decide they need to reach Brooke in a nicer way.
Kiss your mother, Hortense!
They're able to win her over by getting her an office in the area and promising to book more tour dates in the Midwest, and James can stay with the band. Yay. Alright, now it's time to cover the second and far superior school dance episode. Season 2, Episode 17, Big Time Prom Kings. It opens with the dogs very formally asking Gustavo to let them have a prom, and he agrees to pay for it. We then get a very meta joke, where the theme starts playing even though the conflict hasn't been established yet, like every other episode.
Yes! Wait, why? Uh-oh. You said yes. It's the boombox. Playing Big Time Rush. Shut it off.
They then announce to the Palmwoods that the prom is on, and everyone leaves to get ready. Except for Camille and Steve, her date from episode 10, who asks Camille to be her date yet again, and Logan is visibly jealous. James preemptively declares himself prom king, but Kendall challenges this and says that since he and Joe are the longest dating couple in the Palmwoods, he will be prom king. Logan says the award will probably go to the most liked couple there, which in his mind is Camille and Steve, so he needs to fix that. Carlos tells them the award will go to the underdog, which would be him if he can score Jennifer.
Which one? Don't know yet, but that is why I hired my Jennifer consultant.
Katie takes Carlos away to get his date, and Kendall drags Guitar Dude to Joe's apartment for a very romantic promposal.
No.
What?
It turns out that Joe is grounded since she missed her curfew earlier in the week while hanging out with Kendall, and her dad comes in and slams the door in his face, but he comes up with a plan. Katie's plan to pick a Jennifer for Carlos is to see which one has a soul, and the one with straight brown hair is the one, since she acted sad when seeing a dead bird. Buddha Bob helps them separate the Jennifers so that Carlos can ask her one-on-one, and to his surprise, she says yes. Meanwhile, Logan can't bear the idea of Steve and Camille winning prom king and queen, so he decides to help James find a hot date so that he will win royalty. Their plan is to ask Aubrey Stewart, who I assume is a parody of Kristen Stewart, and they try to find her address. They inexplicably find it, and Logan pretends to be James's agent and tries to tell the huge bodyguards it would be good for publicity, but they beat him up. While they're distracted, however, Aubrey comes to the door and James is able to ask her out, and she says yes. At Rock Records, Gustavo and Kelly are trying to find a caterer, a photographer, and a DJ, but when Gustavo fires the only candidates just for fun, he and Kelly have to do everything themselves. He decides to theme the entire prom around BTR's song Nothing Even Matters, and we get a montage of the four guys successfully meeting their dates. Kendall enlists the help of Buddha Bob to wear a blonde wig and hide in Joe's bed while she's at the dance. Logan spies on Camille and Steve. Jennifer is wearing a questionable outfit, and James can hardly be near his date as she has 3 bodyguards with her. We then finally get to the prom, which is actually a pretty cool set. Gustavo and Kelly are rushing around, switching between photography, food, and DJ, and we get to see the dogs enter with their dates.
Would you care to dance?
Sure.
Logan drags James away and says he can't win if the voters don't see him dance with his date, so they instead try and block everyone else from seeing Steve and Camille dance. It also turns out that Jennifer alone is a complete slob, and Carlos starts to have second thoughts about going to prom with her. Kendall is also obsessed with him and Joe winning prom king and queen and votes for himself, because of course he does. Also, Guitar Dude's date is his guitar. Based. James gets too fed up with not being able to go near Aubrey and accidentally reveals the only reason he took her was to win prom king, and she starts crying. Her guards then chase James and he hides in the bathroom while Carlos takes this opportunity to fill the voting box with votes for himself so that he can beat James. The other 2 Jennifers come up and tell him that if he hurts Jennifer, they'll hurt him. But after going to the dance floor, he can't take it anymore and tells her that they should just stay friends, and all 3 Jennifers chase after him, restoring balance once and for all. Meanwhile, Joe is super paranoid that her dad will find out that she snuck away.
But it's not like he's in the CIA. Your dad is in the CIA?
I didn't say that. I'm not allowed.
But it turns out she was right, because Buddha Bob completely blows his cover. Uh-oh. Logan is forced to help out James, so he asks Camille for help and tells her he tried sabotaging her win as prom queen, but she still agrees to help. And this is his plan. After multiple episodes of Logan dressing up as a girl, he finally gets his revenge by dressing someone else up as a girl. An epic end to the saga. Because yeah, this is the last time this happens. I thought it happened way more, but I guess not. I'm still counting it though, even though it technically wasn't Logan dressing up. The CIA then apprehends Kendall and Joe, but it's time to announce prom royalty. Kendall and Joe won, but since they're in a little bit of trouble, Gustavo and Kelly decide to go with second place, Camille and Steve, but they reject. Third place is Carlos and Jennifer, but he's being abused, so Gustavo decides to just put a spotlight on a random couple and make them prom king and queen, and you can see where this is going.
Logan and Jamie.
The episode ends with everyone's prom photos, which perfectly captures the craziness. I really like this episode. Nothing important happens other than a couple of Logan and Camille moments, but I like how the show will occasionally take a normal high school thing like prom and show all of the shenanigans that the dogs pull off during it. Also, weirdly enough, this episode is 28 minutes long as opposed to the standard 24-minute episodes, and it's not like it's a special or two-parter or anything, so I wonder why they made it like this. But enough rambling. I need to set the mood for this next episode because it is by far the most remembered episode of the entire series for multiple reasons, and that is Season 2, Episode 18, Big Time Breakup. If you are a BTR fan, your heart just sank. I can feel it. It opens with the dogs and Joe excitedly waiting around the phone, as Joe has auditioned for the movie Chauncey Jackson, which I think is a parody of Percy Jackson, and is awaiting a call from her agent to see if she got the part or not. The phone rings and...
I got the part! It's shooting in New Zealand for 3 years? They want me to leave this week?
Oh, yes!
But Joe's agent tells her that she needs to get out of her Newtown High contract in order to be able to do the movie.
But if you do get out of the contract, then you go to New Zealand for 3 years and your relationship is... Carlos!
Based Carlos. Kendall and Joe goodbye kiss, and she leaves to figure out more details. James, Carlos, and Logan try to comfort him right away, but he tells them to save it because she might not even be leaving. We then cut to Rock Records, where Gustavo and Kelly are ready to teach the dogs their new song, Worldwide, which yes, we did cover in the Season 1 album review. I would give you a summary of the song, but I'll let Gustavo do it.
It's a song about a love torn apart when that special someone moves halfway across the world.
He also then says Carlos needs to get rid of the helmet as it ruins photo shoots, but of course he declines and runs away. He puts Kelly on helmet duty while Gustavo commands the dogs to stay away from Rock Records for a few days since Latin pop sensation Solana will be recording there and he doesn't want them messing anything up. But she walks in right after and James is immediately in love. Kendall leaves to meet Joe and she tells him she's not able to get out of her Newtown High contract and can't do the movie. Kendall, of course, is happy, and they plan to go to a nice dinner tonight to celebrate her not having to leave, and he does a happy dance. Katie interrupts the happy dance, though, and tells Kendall that Joe lied to him and is able to get out of Newtown High and only stayed for him, but lied about it so that she wouldn't be putting too much pressure on Kendall. Meanwhile, Logan helps Kelly since he doesn't like the helmet either.
Helmet's sitting there!
We're going counterclockwise. Okay.
Helmet, do you have any threes?
They try shocking him, but when that doesn't work, they try stealing it while he's asleep, where he reveals that it has an alarm and a GPS, so any effort is useless. Back at Rock Records, James and Solana are a thing, but her manager and Gustavo forbid them from dating. They of course ignore this, and they squish their faces together. Okay. Solana's manager says that they are only there for 3 days, so they decide they will pack an entire lifetime of love into those 3 days and then break up, and they wear promise rings. So now the question is, what is the big time breakup? Is it Carlos and the helmet? James and Solana? Kendall and Joe? Maybe all of them? Who knows? I know, but I'm not going to tell you yet. Kendall is trying to figure out what to do and suggests that he just tell Joe she has to do the movie, but Katie says she won't pick acting over him. He then suggests breaking up with her so that she won't stay, but Katie says that won't work either since she can't perform the role of a lifetime with a fresh broken heart. She tells Kendall that he has to get Joe to break up with him, so he,
Can I get some service from a woman?
He makes Joe so mad that she storms off and says that she's going to break up with him and do the movie. The next day, Logan, Carlos, and James decide to put their own adventures aside to hang out with Kendall, but he tells them he'll be fine.
Solana, I'm on my way.
Now give me the helmet!
Katie tries cheering him up with nachos and a very creepy clown, but Joe walks in. She kisses him and says she realizes what he was doing, and Kendall tries to talk her into going to New Zealand.
This opportunity only comes once in a lifetime.
Maybe you only come once in a lifetime.
Real tearjerker moment right here. He calls her agent and she says she's doing the movie and that she leaves tomorrow. Meanwhile, James and Solana's relationship has taken a turn as they are now acting like a middle-aged married couple that hate each other and they break up. They are completely over each other and have no hard feelings, and the relationship is over in 3 days, just like they promised. We then cut to Kendall and Joe saying their goodbyes and they hug and leave. Sad. Kendall is then alarmed by glass shattering, and that's because Logan and Kelly are still fighting Carlos for the helmet, and they try talking to him and saying how annoying it is, ruining photo shoots and dinner.
Fine! Why don't I just not wear it during photo shoots or bring it to the dinner table?
Problem solved. Kendall walks in depressed, and Carlos says their goodbye kiss must have been one for the ages, and Kendall remembers they forgot to kiss goodbye. Then James walks in.
Hey, what's going on? Kendall and Joe forgot the goodbye kiss? How could you forget the goodbye kiss? That's your thing! I know!
It's kind of their thing. They did it like once in a previous episode, so it's not like it wasn't established until now, but I definitely wouldn't call it their thing. In any case, they rush to the airport so that Kendall can see her one last time, and they arrive just in time. The TSA lady is surprisingly chill, and they do their goodbye kiss, officially breaking up. Then Worldwide starts to play, and we get an airport music video of the dogs dressed in white and singing as Joe walks to her flight. It's not too exciting, but there's a great reaction video of them watching it in 2021, and it seems like even they didn't really understand it. Also, they did a pretty good job cutting this down. Every one of them gets a spot to sing, and it's not butchered too hard. It ends with Kendall watching Joe's flight take off, and he leaves the airport with James, Carlos, and Logan comforting him as they return home. Caitlin Tarver, Joe's actress, left the show because she was going on tour at the time, and just like that, Joe has left the show. That rhymes. Never to return. Right? I think this episode is the most popular in the entire show because it changes the show's status quo, it introduces one of their biggest songs ever, and every character shines a lot. And with that, we're ready to move on to Season 2, Episode 19, Big Time Single. This will be a direct continuation of the last episode, and is really underrated in my opinion. It opens with Gustavo in the studio stressed out because Griffin demands he write a huge summer single that, quote, rules the world, and it should be done by the end of the day. Griffin also demands that they fix Kendall, who's very depressed from his breakup with Joe, and says, or else, and Abdul strokes his briefcase menacingly. Kelly stays at Rock Records to help Gustavo, and Carlos, Logan, and James take Kendall back to the Palmwoods to try to cure his heartbreak.
I'll be fine. And no hitting me with a pie or a giant boxing glove or a water soaker.
What? We were never gonna...
They tell him about all of the fun activities he can do now that he's single, such as lobby hockey, pool volleyball, and skateboarding, but he just lays down the whole time. Meanwhile, Kelly tells Gustavo that he's had writer's block before and asks how he solved it in the past, and Gustavo remembers it was Katie Knight who helped him write the love song back in Season 1. They bring her into Rock Records, and she takes Gustavo shopping to get in the summer mood and buys herself a $400 leather jacket with his money. But Gustavo still isn't in the summer mood and draws a blank yet again. Her next idea is for Gustavo to embrace his inner teen, so he heads to the Palmwoods and is super cringe.
What's up, Fry Dude? All right, catch you on the flip-flop. Hey, ladies, what is going down in the blippity-blah-blah-blue?
Back at the apartment, Logan tries putting on a puppet show, as you do, but Kendall snaps at them and says they'll never understand how he feels until they lose the love of their lives in an instant. This gives them another idea.
Another puppet show?
Not that. They all plan to go get girlfriends so that they can lose them in an instant, so Logan knocks on Camille's door to get back together for a few seconds before she dumps him, losing her in an instant. Carlos heads to Palmwoods Park and eventually finds a cute girl who he's actually into, and James goes to the Jennifers. They reject initially, but he promises a favor in the future if they help.
Fine. Who do you want to go out with?
Eeny, meeny, miny, blonde.
They go out for a few minutes, and James is about to dump her, but then she dumps him. He's very upset because this ruins his never been dumped record, and he gets very depressed, along with Carlos, whose relationship we didn't see end, but he really liked her. Logan then walks up and is confused as to what's going on, and then Kendall walks up to apologize for snapping earlier, but now they have two depressed friends. So Logan and Kendall try cheering James and Carlos up. It doesn't work. When Gustavo can't embrace his inner teen, he decides to write a breakup song and has Kelly call the dogs to the studio, and it's here that we get one of the funniest scenes in the entire show.
She's gone forever, but I'll never forget her face. She said it was over. She moved so far away. It's over.
I love Logan's facial expressions as they all grab him while falling down, and I like how Kendall holds his nose here. Amazing. Griffin doesn't like the song and gives Gustavo one more day to write the summer single that rules the world with the word beach in it, or else. Gustavo tells Logan and Kendall to fix Carlos and James, so Kendall tries to convince Jennifer to take James back so that he could do the dumping, and Logan takes Carlos to try to find the red-shirted girl he met in the park so he can see her one last time. Logan and Carlos have no luck, but Carlos remembers that she smelled like chili cheese fries, so Logan concludes that she bought some for delivery from the new chili cheese factory, so they get a list of all the apartments that got them delivered until they find her. They have no luck at first, but when they knock on the final door, Logan is confused, but then he realizes something and orders fries for himself. Meanwhile, Jennifer refuses to take James back even when he tries charming her, but she says she'll take him back if she gets Katie's jacket.
Take it.
And now, will you take me back?
Yes.
I'm dumping you!
So now James is happy, but Gustavo still doesn't have his song.
Just call the song Rule the World. Don't have anything about relationships or girls in it. And instead of slow and emotional, make it fast and danceable.
And just like that, Gustavo writes the song. So now all they need is a happy Carlos, but he's still sad. But it turns out the red-shirted girl was the delivery person, and she brings him some chili cheese fries, making him happy yet again.
And now that Kendall has Joe out of his head...
But Gustavo says he'll be able to snap Kendall out of it with the epic summer single, and we hear the song If I Ruled the World off their second album Elevate, which we'll be covering very soon. It's kind of butchered here, but the music video is pretty fun, albeit very green screeny. And yes, this song does have the word beach in it. Griffin loves it, but Katie is sad about having to give up the leather jacket. The end. I know everyone gives Big Time Breakup the most attention, but this episode definitely had the comedy and a more interesting character dynamic in comparison. I like how Logan is the one that has to fix everything in this one instead of Kendall, because he almost never takes the leadership role, but he was kind of forced to here, which is a nice change of pace. Okay, now it's time to talk about Season 2, Episode 20, Big Time Wedding. It opens with the dogs having to meet Gustavo and Kelly at Rock Records dressed up all fancy. They ask what's going on, and Kelly explains they're meeting the king of Kerplankistan, the country where BTR had their first #1 hit. If that sounds familiar, it's because this small detail was actually the catalyst for the episode Big Time Beach Party, where the dogs were promised by Griffin that they could use his beach house if they got a #1 hit, but didn't specify it had to be in the US. So the king walks in with a sick mustache and says their biggest fan is his daughter, Princess Svetlana, and he asks her which one of the dogs she wants to marry. They do a band meeting while trying to figure out what's going on. Of course, James wants to be a prince, but Gustavo and Kelly send them all back to the Palm Woods to lay low while they figure things out. It also turns out that Gustavo has a secret passage from his office, which is pretty cool. Meanwhile, Buddha Bob is being deported back to Canada.
You're from Canada?
Yeah, I never talk about it. Tell your family. I'll miss them a loot.
Katie says he can't be deported, but the agent says unless he's married to an American citizen, he's gotta go back. She then panics and says that he's engaged to Mrs. Knight. My friend also informed me that this agent guy, played by Hamilton Mitchell, was a character in Ned's Declassified, another show that Scott Fellows made. He also told me he's like the same character as the one from Ned, so it'd be neat if I had actually watched the show before. Anyway, the agent is suspicious and says he'll be the one to determine whether the marriage is legitimate or not. We then cut to the apartment, where the dogs decide to stay in the crib so that the princess won't find them.
Stay here, lay low, and keep away from the pretty princess. All in? Oh, not
this, James?
This man is a magician. He sneaks out not to marry her, but to confirm that she would have chosen him over the others, because that's James. He kneels and offers her a white rose because she's royalty, but it turns out that's how people propose to each other in Kerplankistan. Oops. But Logan objects, and says that since they're on American soil, this isn't a valid Kerplankistanian proposal. But they have a dirt boy who always makes sure that royalty is on Kerplankistani soil, so yeah, he's screwed. Back at the apartment, Katie tells her mom that she needs to marry Buddha Bob, and of course she doesn't want to do it.
Even if I wanted to marry you, and I don't, you can't get a marriage license and a minister in 3 hours.
Someone call for a new age minister? Who's getting hitched?
She still rejects though, but when she sees a sad Katie, Bitters, Buddha Bob, and Plungy, she gives in and they get married by the pool. Also, I love this guy. Maybe I should watch Ned's Declassified.
I promised myself I wouldn't cry. But now I'm gonna be watching him like a hawk to prove this marriage is a scam. Ooh, conga line.
Meanwhile, Gustavo and Kelly bring in a member of the State Department to try and rescue James from the burden that is marriage and tell him to remain calm and to not run away. You can probably guess what he does. They capture him, dress him all fancy, and lock him in a tower. They then take him to Palmwoods Park for the Ceremony of Secrets, where James confesses he doesn't actually want to marry Svetlana, and Svetlana doesn't want to marry James either, and is instead interested in Dirt Boy. So the implication here is that after a proposal, you will get married no matter what, even if both members of the couple don't want to marry each other. Also, Svetlana never even said yes. Her father just walked up and congratulated them right away. I think the moral of this episode is to not visit Kerplankistan, you know, the fictional country. After the ceremony, the dogs steal James back and try to run away with him and shoot the king with a Nerf gun, but they get cornered. The State Department agent tries to put a stop to it, but accidentally reveals that they can just hold the wedding at the Kerplankistan embassy in LA where the US laws don't apply, so they do that. Meanwhile, it turns out that Buddha Bob is a great husband. He's taking it very seriously and makes them food, changes the oil in Mrs. Knight's car, and makes Katie practice violin. The agent gives them an immigration test to determine whether they are a real couple, and Buddha Bob is a great liar. He passes his information off to his supervisor, and I'll just let the agent guy say it.
It's real. And it's beautiful. Welcome to America.
This guy is like Doc Hollywood levels of genius. But then Bitters walks in and says it turns out his minister's license expired years ago, so Mrs. Knight and Buddha Bob aren't really married. Katie leaves to let him know, but Mrs. Knight says to just wait until he's redone her bathroom. Gold digger. Meanwhile, the dogs, Gustavo and Kelly, aren't invited to the wedding, but Dirt Boy helps them get in by pulling a Tobey Maguire.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Also, I love how the wedding song here switches to a minor key once Svetlana says I do.
I do.
Do you, James Diamond? Take Princess Svetlana.
Anyway, the dogs sneak in and they all hold off the guards just in time to switch James and Dirt Boy, and they are pronounced husband and wife. After seeing how much they love each other, the king allows it, but then we get one final twist.
Because I have 4 other daughters. Which one would you each like to marry?
Roll credits. This episode had almost nothing to do with music, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but the plot is also ripped right from an episode of Drake and Josh, so it wasn't too enthralling. The humor was on point though, and I think it's still decently fun, just super predictable and sitcom-y. But here we come to one of my favorite episodes in the whole series, which is Season 2, Episode 21, Big Time Rocker. We'll talk about it a little more later, but the reason I like this episode so much is because it introduces a very important character for the rest of the show, actively develops Logan and Camille's relationship in an actual funny way, and most importantly, this episode introduces my all-time favorite BTR song. Okay, so most episodes open with a regular establishing shot of the Palmwoods or Rock Records with the same exact soundbite, but look how this one opens. It's just silent and then super generic heavy rock music. It's so jarring. Anyway, a girl with red and black hair walks up to Bitters to get a room key and sees the dogs as she enters the elevator, and they are immediately all in love because of course they are. They are all frozen in place until Katie walks up and claps, snapping them back into reality. They run up to Mr. Bitters and ask for more information. After giving him some money, he explains that that girl is Lucy Stone, an 18-year-old aspiring rock star who lives alone. Despite everyone seeming to have a thing for her, Kendall says he actually doesn't want a new girlfriend since he just lost Joe, and when Logan sees Camille dressed up as a cool spy, he says the new girl is all theirs. Carlos and James forbid Kendall from talking to Lucy and head out to make a move on her. Kendall's hanging out alone at the pool and Lucy walks up, but Kendall doesn't say a word.
Why not?
Hello there. It's, Lucy, isn't it? Know that you can and are encouraged to choose one of us as your new boyfriend.
Carlos and James tell Lucy she can choose one of them to be her new boyfriend, but of course she rejects both of them. They ask if she knows who they are, and she says that they're Big Time Rush and they have cute music.
She said we're cute!
Kendall breaks the no talkie to girl rule and fights her on this. Lucy says it's not a bad thing, their music is catchy and danceable, but it doesn't rock. Kendall says he disagrees, and that in fact their new album has some great tracks that do rock, and Lucy says to bring some recordings back to her to prove it. Kendall rushes out to do so, and Lucy tells Carlos and James she doesn't want a boyfriend right now, but she could use some help moving in. Carlos almost says yes, but James drags him away and says that they need to stay out of the friend zone. He then gives the greatest description of all time.
The friend zone is a dark, cold place filled with ex-boyfriend talks, rides to the airport, and helping her move. I don't like the friend zone!
Kendall goes to Gustavo and says he needs a rocking track, and Gustavo says he's working on one, titled Pair of Eyes, but it is a slow love song and does not rock at all. Meanwhile, Logan finds Camille in Palmwoods Park, and her character's name is Mila Stark, and she's method acting to prepare for the role that she just landed.
If I don't make it back, remember me.
Logan is frozen, and Katie claps again to snap him back. He then goes to her apartment and sees that she's dressed all normal, and subtly tells her she should rehearse more because he's in love with Mila.
You sure you don't need to, rehearse more with that wig and that accent and the wig?
She doesn't quite catch on though, but still dresses up to rehearse more and kisses Logan again. And yeah, Katie claps in his face again. Kendall, Gustavo, and Kelly, meanwhile, have made it their mission to turn Pair of Eyes into a rocking song, and they kill the drummer. Kendall says he'll prove they rock the old-fashioned way and knocks on Lucy's apartment with a guitar and an amp, but she immediately one-ups him by playing a quote, EBCG, but also not really because she just kind of shreds and Kendall is frozen. Back in the lobby, Camille gets a little too in character and steals $10,000 from the Palmwoods safe, and she's caught on camera. This makes local news, and when the cops are knocking on every door, they panic and jump out the window, hiding in a dumpster while they come up with a plan to return the money without anyone knowing it was them who stole it. Camille decides that Mila needs to be the one who unsteals, but dresses up Logan as Mila. Okay, I know I said that the prom episode would be the last time Logan dresses up as a girl, but I totally forgot about this, so consider this just as a bonus, because I think Logan dressing up James as a girl is still an epic conclusion to the Logan cross-dressing saga. Anyway, Camille convinces the cops she's caught the suspect, returns the money, and they're home free. Totally realistic. Logan is then cringe.
Dangerous work that you might not come back from.
I'm not kissing you anymore!
We cut to James and Carlos again, who try to impress Lucy by dressing up as Mario and Luigi. Can't believe that didn't work. They conclude that Lucy must be in love with both of them, and they split up. Kendall, Gustavo, and Kelly then walk up to play the new version of Pair of Eyes, but before they can even play it, Lucy says that even the title doesn't rock, and leaves for the pool to meet James and Carlos. They're all frozen again, and Katie claps in their face one last time and asks why they keep getting paralyzed, and that's when it hits them.
Paralyzed! It's not Pair of Eyes, it's Paralyzed!
No, that is a rocking title.
Meanwhile, Lucy tricks James and Carlos and chooses both of them as her new boyfriend, but it turns out she's just using them to get stuff for her apartment, and they both are paralyzed when they realize what's going on. Kendall then knocks on her door and says Big Time Rush will be performing their new song tomorrow on the news, and we cut to them blocking traffic and rocking out on top of a semi. And then we get the greatest Big Time Rush song of all time, Paralyzed. Unfortunately, it's kind of butchered for no reason, but Lucy sees them on the news and declares that Big Time Rush does in fact rock. The end. Obviously, I can't play the song here, but it's an absolute banger, and it was instantly my favorite song of theirs when I watched the episode back in 2011. But there's just one thing. This song was only made for the show. Paralyzed gets the same treatment as Shot in the Dark from Season 1, where it was never officially released during the show's run. But thankfully, Paralyzed gets a slightly better treatment, but we'll talk more about that later. Much later. But for now, just know this song has an insane history and is a bop and is the best BTR song. Kind of like Joe in Season 1, it's not apparent just from watching the episode, but Lucy will be a very important character primarily in Season 3, but will continue appearing until the very end. Also, this episode kind of confirms that Camille and Steve aren't really a thing anymore, because she's kissing Logan and stuff, but she also kissed him a bunch in Big Time Reality, which took place in between Steve's 2 appearances, so I don't really know. Steve doesn't appear anymore, but we also never find out what happened to him. But I still think it's safe to say that Logan and Camille are on a track to becoming a couple once again. Or are they? Anyway, let's dive into Season 2, Episode 22, Big Time Strike. It opens with the dogs recording their new song Superstar at Rock Records, and when they're slightly off key, Gustavo shocks them. They're obviously super upset about this and tell Kelly to tell him to stop, but she says Griffin needs a new song by tomorrow and they need to get it done now. He shocks them while singing, dancing, and going to the bathroom, and they are so fed up that Big Time Rush declares they are going on strike. Can you believe it? Logan says that they need various roles in order to strike effectively, so Kendall is the negotiator, Carlos is the muscle, and Logan and James are leading the picket lines. Katie wants to join too, and they put her in charge of provisions and come up with some demands. They're initially very fair demands, such as more respect, frequent breaks, no shocking, things like that. But Katie tells them that they are the ones with the power here, and since Gustavo can't make the album without Big Time Rush, they should use this as an opportunity to get whatever they want out of him. And they get a little carried away.
A studio hot tub! Ooh, a backup studio hot tub in case the first studio hot tub gets broken!
Sunday brunches with Wayne Gretzky! And wheels surgically mounted on feet when procedure becomes available.
Of course they reject this, but then Gustavo and Kelly look outside of Rock Records to see the protest.
What do we want? An ice cream sundae bar, a personal hair salon, a private exotic petting zoo, brunch with Wayne Gretzky, a hot tub, a second hot tub. If okay, you know, we need a shorter chance.
Also, we get a great visual gag here where James and Logan keep fighting by flipping signs with 2 sides, but somehow every time they flip it, there's a new message. Meanwhile, Katie is supposed to bring sandwiches for the dogs made by Mrs. Knight, but the 2 of them are arguing because Katie says being a mom isn't that hard. Because of this, Mrs. Knight goes on mom strike, leaving Katie to make the food herself. Back at Rock Records, Gustavo agrees to stop shocking them if they quit the strike, but says their other demands are stupid.
I am not scared of you! Don't you push it.
Here we go. Gustavo, we both know that I'm wearing a tie.
After failing to reach an agreement, Gustavo threatens to just replace them and calls an agency to send every singing teen boy in LA to Rock Records. The entrance of the studio is soon flooded by potential replacements, and we get another sign joke before it cuts to commercial. They somehow drive them out by throwing mustard at them and threatening them with a chainsaw. They then send Katie back to the Palmwoods to apologize to Mrs. Knight so that they can eat actual good sandwiches, but Mrs. Knight still refuses. Gustavo then tells Big Time Rush they're fired, as he owns their songs, the studio, and can make the album without them, and shocks them away. Their next idea is to make their own music video so that their fans will rise up and scare Gustavo into taking them back. But Gustavo owns every Big Time Rush song.
Not every song.
Oh, you're such a turd. Oh, yeah, a giant turd. And you look like a turd. And you smell like a turd.
And Katie turned their clothes pink by doing the laundry wrong. But they soon realize the turd song won't cut it, and Katie finally admits being a mom is hard work, and they ask Mrs. Knight to negotiate for them. Meanwhile, at Rock Records, Gustavo has decided to sing all of the guys' parts by himself, and for whatever reason dresses up as them also, and we get a terrifying segment of him dressing up as every member and singing their part. Yikes. The dogs and Knight family then enter, and she's able to convince Gustavo to give them some respect, breaks, and no more shocking. Everyone makes up, and we get the real version of Superstar, and it's not really butchered, thankfully, but for the video, they just danced on a stage with some lights and called it a day. Anyway, Griffin loves the song, but demands they record the next song right away, and they predictably shock him. The end. I think this episode has a very interesting concept, but it just doesn't really have that big time rush flair. The only part I found funny was the picket line scene, but other than that, it just wasn't very exciting. On that slightly bummer note, let's make it even more bummer with another episode that is very meh. Season 2, episode 23, Big Time Contest. It opens with the show arbitrarily mentioning that BTR is on time for once and that they never are, which has never been mentioned previously, but okay. Anyway, they say they're on time because they've sworn off dating, but Gustavo then reveals that they've finally made it onto the cover of Pop Tiger with their Win a Date with BTR contest. And hey look, it's Aubrey Stewart from the prom episode. The editor of Pop Tiger meets the dogs at the Palmwoods to meet their dates. James gets a girl named Jeanette, Carlos gets a girl named Tiffany, Kendall gets a child boy named Bobby, and Logan gets an older woman named Rona. That's not weird at all. Kendall takes Bobby to the crib and he's extremely wild, but then he sees Katie and is immediately in love. James and Carlos are hanging out with their respective dates by the pool, but James is eyeballing Tiffany and completely ignoring Jeanette. He then drags Carlos away and says he wants to switch dates, but he refuses. Logan is at Palmwoods Park with Rona and admits she's never even heard of Big Time Rush. She just enters every single contest she can find and is just using the free trip to LA as an excuse to visit her sister. Logan then asks her what she's doing with him then, and she explains her sister works until 5, so they might as well hang out until then.
So how about on our first date, you do my taxes? Dig in, honey.
Groomer. Okay, so now that we have an introduction to each storyline, I'm just gonna go through each one at a time, since this episode will literally just play one scene in each storyline and then move on to the next. So Bobby really wants to go to the park to see Katie, and of course Kendall says no, but then he threatens to tell Pop Tiger that Kendall is mean and a terrible celebrity if not, so he gives in. They play horseshoes, and Bobby tells Kendall to get them smoothies, leaving the two of them alone. He returns, and Katie explains that Bobby tried to kiss her, and she punched him, and he ran away, so now they have no idea where he is. The Pop Tiger editor lady comes up asking where he is, and he quickly comes up with an excuse, but...
Can you and Bobby meet us at the pool in 15 minutes?
30 minutes? Perfect. Bobby and I will see you in 1 hour.
Gustavo walks up to check on Kendall, and they all go searching for Bobby. They try checking the pool to no avail. What is going on in there? Pop Tiger Lady walks up, and Kendall says that they're playing hide and seek and buys them some more time. She gets suspicious after a while and meets Kendall in the apartment to confront him, but it turns out Bobby was in the swirly slide all along. Katie says that she can have one dance with him at the party. Oh, by the way, Pop Tiger is putting on a party at the end of the episode for the band and their dates. I didn't mention that yet. And Bobby tells the magazine that he had the best day ever. Okay, let's talk about Carlos and James. So James wants to switch dates with Carlos, and they come up with a contract that makes James promise he'll do a bunch of favors for him if he lets him go out with Tiffany, and it works. But then Jeanette mentions that she's obsessed with hair care products, and James starts to have second thoughts. Because Carlos is too nice, he agrees to switch back, and then...
So, Tiffany, you said that you were from Newport, right? What's it like there?
Oh, it's awesome. My dad owns a combination yacht club, roller coaster park, ski resort.
So he asks to switch again, and James says he'll get Carlos a monkey butler if he agrees, and yeah, they switch again. Carlos takes Jeanette to Palmwoods Park, but then James hears her sneeze.
I know a lot of guys who like cute sneezes like that. In fact, James...
Hey, James.
He pulls James aside and says that they're ruining dates that aren't even supposed to be about them, and Tiffany and Jeanette realize what's going on, and both take Carlos to the party, leaving James without a date. Back to Logan, Rona is literally a groomer, and when he's had enough, he runs all the way to Rock Records and begs Kelly to get him out of this. She gets Pop Tiger to tell Rona that she's just way too out of the age demographic for their audience and cancels the date. I like how it took them until the date actually started to realize this. But Logan feels bad for some reason and agrees to take her to all the places she wanted to go see in LA. He ends the day with taking her to her sisters, and Rona reveals that she has a niece who's Logan's age and introduces them, and they go to the party together. So at the actual party, everyone is happy. Except not really, because James doesn't have a date and Kendall has to keep Bobby from getting too close to Katie, but hey, Carlos and Logan are happy. Also, the party is at Rock Records, which makes literally no sense. They just didn't want to build a different set for that one, like, 30-second scene. And that's the whole episode. You probably noticed that none of these storylines seem to be very developed or have much substance, and that's because they didn't. So it's always hard summarizing these episodes because there are usually 3 to 5 different plots and they're all very fast paced and we'll cut to them like 4 or 5 times until they're resolved. But this one is a whole nother level. It'll play like a 30-second clip, make a joke, and go to the next one. It does this like 10 times and then we get one scene for less than a minute at the end of all of them together. Roll credits. That's usually not a problem with this show because it'll take subplots that actually mean something and spend a decent amount of time on them. But here, we're just introduced to 4 random characters that never show up again and are basically just a gateway into the same joke over and over. Bobby is annoying, Tiffany and Jeanette are victims to James being self-centered, Rona is a weird groomer, copy and paste. And it tries to disguise this by playing these really short clips at a time, but when you look at each plot point individually, you think, was this even a complete script? I know I'm kind of ranting, but this episode isn't bad. It's just painfully average and is a rare miss on the formula that makes the show so engaging. But thankfully, this next episode is a good one, and that's Season 2, Episode 24, Big Time Superheroes. It opens with the band recording the final song to their second album, titled Blow Your Speakers. Except, this is another bop that was never released, yet they say it was part of their second album. What the freak?
What the freak?
Anyway, we then cut to Hawk. Oh my gosh. His parole has been approved after being in jail for imprisoning the dogs in the Season 1 finale, and he is out for revenge. Gustavo has just uploaded all of their tracks to a hard drive, but Hawk has intercepted it in a very intimidating outfit, and has hired some weirdos who wear beaks. But then they don't do anything. He just throws a smoke bomb thing and disappears. But their whole second album is in his possession now, and he plans on stealing every one of their songs and recording it himself in order to get revenge. They call the police, who say they'll do an investigation as soon as possible, but it might take a few days, which is a problem because BTR has to ship out the album today. They go to check the backup file, only to find that Hawk hacked into the computer and deleted it, but they also find a new artist on his label called Swagger, and his new album is all of Big Time Rush's second album songs. Except Paralyzed is on there even though they never released it. Ugh! Me when BTR doesn't release Paralyzed in real life, but they do in the show. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, some black sludge attacks Mrs. Knight, and it turns out that this is Super Clog, a clog that almost destroyed the Palmwoods years ago, and it has resurfaced. Buddha Bob explains this to Katie and tries to warn Bitters, but he ignores it in fear of causing a panic at the Palmwoods again. The clog shows up in the supply closet, and Buddha Bob attacks it with Plungy, but we lose him.
It's too late.
He was so young and full of suction.
He shuts off the water to trap it, but when Bitters gets mad and turns it back on, it attacks. All of the residents panic and run away, and Bitters finally gives in and tells them to get rid of it. Meanwhile, the dogs Gustavo and Kelly go to Hawk Records to attempt to steal their album back, and James really wants to be Bandana Man again, but everyone stops him. Lame. Anyway, they sneak in while Swagger is recording Paralyzed, the greatest song ever, and Gustavo finds a secret door containing the hard drive. But Hawk and the police catch them, and they start arguing over whose hard drive it is. The police commissioner says to just simply show him what's on the hard drive to see whose it is, and this is what's on it.
Dear Hawk's Video Diary, I am so happy today that I wrote a song. It's called I Love the Police. Police are good. They guard our neighborhood. Police are nice. I think they're cool as ice.
They're thrown in jail, and James tries to pick a lock with a bandana, but Kelly bails them out. Anyway, the commissioner tells them to stay away from Hawk Records while they figure out the robbery, and now they need a new plan. And James decides it's bandana time. His plan is to disguise themselves as superheroes and take the hard drive back by force, and they all dress up. Kendall is called Slapshot, Carlos is his superhero persona from the Season 1 finale, Logan is a surgeon, and we get a comic book action scene thing while Blow Your Speakers Out plays. Gustavo dresses like Nacho Libre, and Kelly puts a bowl on her head. Also, I like how Carlos is like,
"You can't go like that! You'll get recognized!"
when he literally is just wearing a helmet and not covering his face at all. Regardless, they all head for the van to Hawk Records one last time. Back at the Palmwoods, Buddha Bob, Mrs. Knight, and Katie have gone full Ghostbusters mode, and they successfully avenge Plungy.
Plungy! Plungy!
It's a happy ending for everyone but Mr. Bitters, because he can't have a happy ending unless it's the Christmas special. We cut back to...
We are the Supertastic Super Six. You said super twice.
You bet it did.
And they engage in an epic battle. Amazing fight choreography. The police then barge in, and the dogs think they're done for, but they're there to arrest Hawk.
We checked local costume shops to see who bought a Hawk costume, and we found this receipt. And we found your comment card, where under reason for purchase, you checked revenge.
Swagger then returns their hard drive, and Hawk gets dragged away as he swears revenge. The commissioner doesn't get them in trouble, and in fact asks them to join his squad to help those in need when he's not available, and their job is to rescue cats from trees. Roll credits. The B-plot was a little stale, but I liked this episode overall. However, I think it would have been better if they made it a double-length episode and made it the Season 2 finale, because I feel like both the A and B-plot is super rushed. No pun intended. Also, this is Hawk's final appearance, which is weird. I vividly remember him being like a recurring villain throughout the whole show, but nope, only 3 episodes. Also, where was Rebecca? Was she arrested too? Why isn't she mentioned? Oh well. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the home stretch of the season with only 3 episodes to go. So let's talk about Season 2, Episode 25, Big Time Secret. It opens with the dogs and Camille all hanging out at Lucy's apartment. Yeah, remember her? You better. They're playing a game where they spin a wheel, and whoever it lands on has to reveal the worst thing they ever done to another person in that room without them knowing previously, and it lands on James. He reveals that back at summer camp, Camp Wonky Donkey, there was a girl that Carlos liked named Heather Fox, and she liked Carlos too, and told James to give him a note saying so, but he threw it away because he had a crush on her too.
She was the love of my life!
14 hours later, Carlos is still mad, saying he's constantly reminded of her because she's a model in magazines and commercials all the time, and oh my gosh, it's Jade from Victorious. Mrs. Knight barges in to stop the fighting with her famous snickerdoodles and asks why they aren't at the studio. James explains that Gustavo is stuck on the last song of their new album. What? In the last episode, the whole plot was that the album was complete and stolen, so I guess this takes place chronologically before the previous one? Anyway, Mrs. Knight takes Katie to bring some snickerdoodles to Gustavo because he's grumpy, and James and Carlos resume fighting. Oh my gosh. Kendall says James needs to make things right according to the best friend code, which also includes not dating ex-girlfriends and not borrowing underwear, and he heads off.
Hey, where are you going? None of your business.
He knocks on Camille's door and they sneak out the lobby while Kendall twirls her and they hold hands. Uh-oh. Lucy sees this and then Logan walks up.
I didn't know Kendall and Camille were dating now.
Oh, yeah, they're totally... What?
He confronts Kendall when he returns, and he's being super secretive, and asks Camille if she told Logan. She says she told no one, and Kendall says Logan can't find out he broke the best friend code. Logan asks Lucy what she saw, and says they need to prove that Kendall and Camille are secretly dating, and he makes Lucy wear a tree hat. Based. Meanwhile at Rock Records, Gustavo tries the snickerdoodles and is immediately in love and asks for the recipe, but Mrs. Knight refuses and leaves. Gustavo resumes trying to write the song, but he can only think about one thing.
Snickerdoodle on my noodle, went to my big caboodle. I love snickerdoodles.
He and Kelly bring Katie to try to get the recipe, but Katie doesn't know it either, and they all scheme to retrieve it. They find a fake recipe card, and when they beg Mrs. Knight more, she finally gives in and reveals it's just a snickerdoodle mix and a whole bag of sugar. And that's the end of the C-plot. We then cut to James and Carlos, who head to Colossal Studios to meet Heather, but she doesn't seem to have much of a memory of them at all. Carlos sulks at the pool, and James has the idea to make her fall in love with him again by recreating Camp Wonky Donkey, and we get a montage of them doing camp activities with the most annoying song I've ever heard. It's not a BTR song, don't worry. Also, Carlos and James accidentally glue their hands together and injure Heather. Back at the Palmwoods, Kendall spots Logan spying on them and rushes away with Camille. It's then revealed that they're just figure skating together, and the reason Kendall doesn't want anyone finding out is because as hockey players, there was always a rivalry over the ice and the dogs vowed to never figure skate. Lucy confronts them and is initially mad, but when they explain that they aren't dating, she helps them sneak out of the Palmwoods because she knows that Logan is hiding.
want?
Lucy tries to settle Logan down, but he grabs a base shaped like an axe and runs after Kendall. Meanwhile, camp is over and Heather pulls Carlos aside right before she leaves because she wants to tell him something. But it turns out she has a crush on James and hands Carlos a note asking if he can give it to him. Ouch. But when James sees how upset that makes Carlos, he throws the note away, making them even. Logan then runs by, chasing Kendall and Camille with an axe, and Lucy tells Carlos and James that Kendall broke the code, so now everyone is after him. They all intercept him, and he's forced to tell the truth. It turns out they're all okay with it, and encourage Kendall to prove hockey players can figure skate well too. They end the episode by playing Truth or Dare, and it ends with everyone trying to kill Carlos. The end. Liz Gillies in this episode was very weird because she's portrayed as this nice girl who also happens to be a model, but I literally can't see anything but Jade West, especially since this and Victorious were airing at the same time. But anyway, let's jump into the lamest episode of probably the whole series. Season 2, episode 26, Big Time Interview. It's like one of those clip-o-rama episodes that most sitcoms do when they don't have any ideas. I will give it this though, the setup is decently clever. Madison Michelle is interviewing them for a TV special, and it's kind of cool to see the characters describe everyone around them, but other than that, it's just nothing special. It's decently entertaining, but also doesn't have a plot and doesn't advance the story in any way, so I'm not gonna break this one down. But the one thing I will say is when they interview Mrs. Knight and Katie tells them Mrs. Knight is nervous in front of the camera when she was quite the opposite in Big Time Reality, basically begging for camera time. And then the episode plays the clip from Big Time Reality where she's trying to be shown on camera right after, even though they literally just said she's camera shy.
She's always been kind of nervous in front of the camera.
Boys, no fighting! How about a healthy snack instead?
Also, I like how they use their actual baby pictures during the little biopic things. Okay, one more thing. I like how they keep the continuity of every character. For example, they mention Logan's real name is Hortense, Carlos's dad is a cop, Gustavo once had a hit band called Boys in the Attic. That's pretty cool, because these were all one-time jokes for the most part. Yeah, I know I said I'd only say one thing, and I said more than that. But what are you gonna do? Sue me? Please don't. Anyway, that's the whole episode. And now we've reached the Season 2 finale, Episode 27, Big Time Move. Lower your expectations. It opens with the dogs playing Biohazard Battle Blast 5, Crotchy Returns, and Knuckles. They're all arguing, and Logan, Carlos, and James start fighting physically. Kendall points out that they can't even spend 5 minutes together without fighting, and everyone except Kendall rages and decides to move out. They go to Mr. Bitters saying they're leaving the apartment.
Yes!
No, not out of the Palmwoods.
They say they want their own apartments, but they can't afford them and head out to find places on their own. Just as they leave, a man tells Bitters he's leaving the Palmwoods for a while and drops off his keys, and James promptly steals them and moves into his apartment. Kendall, meanwhile, is trying to figure out how to fix things, and Katie tells him that they're just growing apart due to the intense pressures of Hollywood. He needs a plan though, and heads to Rock Records to get Gustavo and Kelly's help, and it's revealed that they're struggling to book BTR's world tour. He asks Gustavo to yell at the rest of the dogs to get them back, and he agrees, but immediately throws his back out and can't yell, because that's what happens when you throw your back out. You can only whisper. He tells Kendall he has to do the yelling himself, while Kelly calls Doc Hollywood, "Let's go!" He tries to win Logan over. It doesn't work.
You can't live in a cabana your whole life. No, but the cabana sign-in sheet goes up to 2 years, and look at who's booked it. Me.
He says he'll only even consider hashing things out once James and Carlos apologize to him, and Kendall heads to the park and finds Carlos in a cardboard box.
Who is it?
It's Kendall.
I'll be right down.
Carlos says he won't apologize until James apologizes, and Kendall spots him riding one of those old person scooters. He follows him back to his new apartment, where James says he has retired.
You have no friends here. Wrong again.
Senior alert, is everything okay?
Oh yeah, everything's great, thank you. How are you today?
And he tells Kendall he won't apologize to Carlos until Logan apologizes to him, so now everyone is at a stalemate. Back at Rock Records, It turns out that Doc Hollywood isn't in this episode. He's only mentioned being on the phone while this spiritual advisor dude comes in instead. What the heck? Anyway, he just injures Gustavo further. No Doc Hollywood. Worst subplot ever. Katie tells Kendall he has to manipulate his friends to get them back, and he tells the rest of the dogs that the person they wanted an apology from has made them a special lunch, which Kendall makes himself. They sit in awkward silence for a bit, and Kendall points out that they haven't fought while eating, and they renew their friendship by playing Biohazard Battle Blast 5 Crotchy Returns, but as soon as they start playing, you can guess what happens.
You want help? Put down the laptop right now! No, you tell him to put down my helmet!
So now James steals Carlos's helmet, Carlos steals Logan's laptop, and Logan steals James's lucky comb, and go back to their respective houses. Kendall vents to his mom and sister, and Mrs. Knight makes a suggestion.
Why don't you just be honest with them and tell them how much you miss them?
Yeah, guys don't do that, Mom.
But his new idea is to create a tournament for Biohazard Battle Blast 5 Crotchy Returns and invite the dogs to it, and they all show up, and Kendall pleads to their hearts. It works, and they return all of their things.
Here's your laptop. You know what? Just keep it.
Kendall then finally realizes something. Biohazard Battle Blast 5 Return of Crotchy is what made them fight in the first place, and they promptly dispose of it. Oh yeah, and Gustavo's back was cured because that dude booked BTR's show in London, which made him happy and feel better. He and Kelly barge into the apartment and announce BTR's worldwide tour is officially official, and they all celebrate by playing their new song in the Palmwoods titled All Over Again. Also, Camille, Lucy, and one of the Jennifers are here, which makes sense like in-universe, but they weren't in the episode at all until here. Also, it kind of implies that Jennifer likes Carlos and Lucy likes Kendall because they like wink at each other and stuff. Also, I don't know why, but when I was watching the music video, there was like so much motion blur and it was a literal migraine factory. We get a note that the musical journey continues just like the end of Season 1, and Season 2 of Big Time Rush is officially over. Okay, I never noticed until now, but under the special thanks during the credits it says, "And moms everywhere." How wholesome. This doesn't really feel like a season finale. Like Season 1's finale was them finally being an official band that's going on tour, and it explores each character's personality and has an actual compelling conflict, and is an hour-long special. This one is basically just a regular episode that announces their world tour at the end so that there's something they're looking forward to. I get that they kind of wanted to explore the idea of growing apart, but it was just played for laughs here without any real stakes, because it was over a video game, and as the viewer, you know that won't actually be a thing that could potentially tear them apart. It's definitely a good episode still, but just kind of lame for a season finale compared to Season 1's. Okay, here's the Season 2 character appearance graph. We've added Lucy and Jet, and have removed nobody, but that'll change next season. Once again, Doc Hollywood only has one appearance, which is so weird because I could have sworn he appeared just as much as characters like the Jennifers and Guitar Dude, but no. Okay, I'll admit, he isn't as prominent a character as I remember, but I will always fight for him because he doesn't even have his own wiki page. Characters like Sylvia Garcia, Carlos's mom, and Stephanie King have their own, and they each appeared for like 30 seconds and barely had any lines, yet they're more deserving than the greatest fictional character of all time who had entire B-plots dedicated to him in more than one episode. We need to start a petition on change.org to get Doc Hollywood his own wiki page because this should be illegal. Passionate rant aside, get your headphones out because it's time to do the Season 2 album review. Rhyme. This album is titled Elevate, which is different from the show, as that one is titled All Over Again, and according to Big Time Superheroes, features some different songs as well. But the real-life album is Elevate, which was released on November 11th, 2011. Let's take a listen. The first song is titled Music Sounds Better, and does have a pretty cool music video. It has some pretty good choreography, and features a rap from I don't know how to say it. The song itself is also pretty catchy, but also super repetitive, which makes it not the most exciting track, but it's still a good one. There's not a whole lot to say about this one, so let's move on to track number 2, Show Me. I'm not gonna play it, but the opening line is very profound. Guys like me, like girls like you, and girls like you, like guys like me.
Like me, like me, like me.
It definitely has a unique feel to it, with not a ton of harmonies, and the verses being more rhythmic than melodic, if that makes sense. It also doesn't really have a bridge, which is kind of lame, so it just keeps the same energy throughout, which makes it a little boring. There's also no music video, nor is it featured in the show at any point, which is lame. It's definitely not a bad song, just a very manufactured feeling. Okay, let's jump into track number 3, All Over Again, the title track of the show's second album. This one was played in Season 2's final scene, and it's a good one. Carlos's voice really shines here, and the chorus is really catchy. It's a little bit more of an emotional song while still being decently upbeat, and it strikes a good balance, but the opening piano part is so dramatic for like no reason. Again, no music video since they sang it in the show, but still a good one. Track number 4 is titled No Idea, and this is another great one. It's a little softer, and yet again, Carlos's verse slaps. My only issue with it is it's a little long, being 5 minutes in length, so it kind of drags during the verses, but I feel like it has enough of a different feel to not get boring. Once again, no music video, but this song will play during one of the most important scenes in the whole show in Season 3, so I will not give anything else away. Song 5 is titled Cover Girl and is easily a top 5 BTR song, not even a question. It's about a guy loving a girl who's insecure about herself, so nothing new for a BTR song, but it's got way more of an acoustic and mellow feel. And that's because it was written by Kendall Schmidt, so he takes lead on most of the song. My only problem with this song is the way James sings You're Wrong in the pre-chorus. Like, did they only do one take of this? This one isn't featured in the show until Season 3, and it's butchered so hard there, but I'll save the rant for when we actually get to that episode. This is really the first BTR song to have been written by one of the members, and as we'll see later, it kind of paved the way for other members to co-write and write songs too, which is really cool. Okay, now we've reached track 6, Love Me, Love Me. The song isn't anything special, but it's really catchy and is better than the other song titled Love Me, Love Me. Fight Me, Fight Me. It definitely has those 2010 weird vocal effects, so it definitely feels dated, but like every BTR song, it's an absolute banger regardless. This will kind of show up in the show later, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Also, no music video. Track number 7 is If I Ruled the World, which you would recognize from the episode Big Time Single, the single that rules the world. This one had a music video in the show, but unfortunately the full version doesn't. But it does have a rap from Ayaz, which is meh. I don't like rap. This one slaps, but the chorus has like nothing to do with the title of the song. Everybody get up out of your seats, kick off your shoes like you're down at the beach, be who you are, love is all you need. Like, what does this have to do with ruling the world? Anyway, the song is a lot of fun, very danceable, and Kendall's vocals are really good here. Song 8 is titled Invisible, and Carlos Penavega helped co-write this one as well. It's not quite upbeat, but also not quite slow, and it's got decently unique lyrics, but it's also a love song, so it's not gonna stand out much. I like the bridge a lot. James's vocals are definitely a standout, but that's pretty much all there is to say. Time of Our Life is the 9th song, and Logan helped co-write this one. He also definitely has the most notable vocals, and I like the guitar intro. It's a lot different from anything else on the album. This one will have a music video in the show later on, and it's a weird one, but we'll talk about that more later. Overall, I think this is an underrated one, because I never hear anyone talk about it, but it's a bop. Superstar, the 10th track, is a familiar one, as it was played in Big Time Strike, and it's a very school dance type song. All 4 members helped co-write this one, and I think they all equally shine in terms of vocals. We already talked about the music video in the show, and unfortunately no official video, which is disappointing because the music video in the show was pretty lame. Also, I can't stop thinking about Gustavo's solo version of this song when listening to it, but I think that only adds to the experience. Here's another one mostly written by Kendall Schmidt, track number 11, You're Not Alone. It definitely has a similar vibe to CoverGirl, but has a lot more of that 2010 boy band production feeling to it. It's also really interesting because this wasn't featured in the show at any point, along with Invisible and Show Me, but I feel like this one could have worked really well at some point. This is definitely a Kendall song, and the soft chorus he sings after the bridge legitimately gives me chills. No shame. The penultimate song is the title track of the album, Elevate. This one has a music video on YouTube where it basically just shows clips of them on tour and performing the song on stage, and look at these outfits. Yikes. This song is pretty fun, but there is so much autotune it's kind of distracting. I like the bridge Logan sings, but other than that, I don't have much to say. But thankfully, we end on a high note, and that is with lucky number 13, Windows Down. The show tries to make If I Ruled the World be BTR's summer hit, but it's definitely Windows Down in real life. The music video is also awesome, because it's literally just them vacationing in Hawaii with some GoPros. They've said multiple times in interviews that they literally just wanted to go to Maui for vacation and convinced the team to let them go and make the music video for the song there, which is actually hilarious. The verses slap, the woohoo hook is iconic, and all 4 of them deliver some killer vocals. An awesome track to end on. I haven't talked about it yet, but this album cover is so bizarre. They're all doing these weird like jumping poses, and James is facing the camera. That is so cursed. If I had to rank the songs from worst to best, I'd probably go Show Me, Superstar, Elevate, Love Me, Time of Our Life, Invisible, Music sounds better, No Idea, All Over Again, If I Ruled the World, You're Not Alone, Windows Down, and Cover Girl.
So yeah, that's my album review of Elevate. I would give it a 10 out of 10 because it's BTR. I'm not sure if I like it more or less than their first album because I think this one has higher highs but also much lower lows, so it's kind of hard for me to choose.
Something that's really cool though is how much more involved the four guys were in the songs on this one. I think Nickelodeon releasing these albums was almost kind of an afterthought, but you can tell that Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan were genuinely passionate about making good music just by looking at how many songs they helped write. This album was definitely the start of them feeling more like a real band and being able to exist outside of the show, and that'll only get more obvious as we look at their music from here on out. So now that we have covered 2 seasons of the show, 2 of their studio albums, played a couple of awful video games, and made a tree hat, there's one more thing I want to talk about before I end part 1 of this retrospective. Yes, in case you couldn't tell already, there's going to be a part 2. There is no way I can cover the 3rd and 4th season, the movie, their other songs and albums, and all of the other BTR media I want to talk about in this video. So the last thing I want to talk about is the unaired pilot of Big Time Rush. Remember how way earlier in the video I said to remember the character Dak Zevon? That's because he was played by Kurt Hansen, the original actor for Kendall's character. That's right, they shot and edited an entire pilot episode with someone else playing Kendall's character, named Kurt Knight. This was shot in 2008, and the show and band were titled Brand New Day instead of Big Time Rush. The song they sing for Griffin was also the song This Is Our Someday, which I think is their theme song originally. And yeah, I can only speculate that, because there's no full version of this pilot anywhere on the internet to my knowledge. It's lost media. The only thing I can find is a handful of low-quality clips on YouTube, so let's talk about them. The general plot is exactly the same based on the clips you can find, but there are lots of little script and character changes, and obviously song differences. One of the biggest changes is they're from Wisconsin instead of Minnesota, and they're skaters, not hockey players. So the first clip is James singing for Gustavo, and we get some slightly different dialogue, but Kurt still loses it on Gustavo for being mean to James, just like Kendall, and they all get kicked out. At the house, we get different actors for both Mrs. Knight and Katie, where Katie is much older and meaner, and there's definitely more of a sibling rivalry between them. The next scene is them at the parking lot after Kurt rejects Gustavo's offer to take him to LA, and we get almost the exact same scene. The final scene we get is them performing for Griffin, and just like the original, he likes them and they become a band. Now, no disrespect to Kurt Hansen, but recasting him to Kendall was 100% the right move. If they had kept Kurt as the main character, the show would have kind of sucked. Kendall Schmidt was really the missing piece here. The chemistry just isn't there without him, and not only that, from what I can tell, Kurt's character doesn't stand up to Gustavo like Kendall does. The reason I think this is because at the end of the original pilot, Griffin tells Gustavo they need a bad boy, and Kurt says no problem. But in Big Time Bad Boy, Kendall refuses to be fake, and I think that creates a way more interesting dynamic. Someone has to stand up to Gustavo and Griffin's crazy demands, and while Kurt definitely does it more than the others, he doesn't take that leadership role that Kendall has. The reason Kendall is chosen in the first place is because Gustavo sees he's talented and not a pushover, which is what makes him a great leader. And maybe while on paper that was the exact same reason Kurt was chosen, it's way more believable and interesting with Kendall. Big Time Rush did an interview a while back and briefly talked about this, and I think that kind of felt the same way too.
But then when they brought him, so they flew us all to LA, us 3, for a screen test. And when he came in the room, we knew. He left and we looked at Scott and, all the producers, we were like, that's the guy. 100%. Big mistake.
Also, another thing practically is Kurt and James look so alike, so if you're a new viewer, you are probably going to confuse them. But yeah, unfortunately at the time of recording this, Brand New Day is lost media, so I can't cover the full thing, but this is a huge part of Big Time Rush's history, so I wanted to talk about it. After a lot of digging, I was able to find a Facebook page of some higher quality photos of them shooting the pilot, but that was as far as I got. But hey, I think it's very likely that the whole episode will surface at some point. Take the Gibby pilot, for example. So Gibby from iCarly was supposed to have his own spin-off show, and that pilot was considered lost media for the longest time. But while I was writing this script, the whole finished episode was posted on YouTube out of nowhere. So who's to say the same thing will happen for this show too? So yeah, if anybody watching has some more information on Brand New Day, please let me know, because I'd love to know as much as possible. And just like that, part 1 of my Big Time Rush retrospective is complete. In part 2, we will cover the movie, seasons 3 and 4, the final 2 album reviews, some other Big Time Rush media, and I have some other things planned as well that I'm not going to tell you about. And hey, spoiler alert, even that won't be the end of Big Time Rush, as these guys are still making and releasing music and are even touring again. Most recently, they finished their Can't Get Enough tour in summer of this year. Unfortunately, I didn't have the idea to make this retrospective until after the tour ended, and on top of that, I don't live close to any of the cities they were playing in, so I wasn't able to attend any of their shows to document on this retrospective. Or was I? So look forward to part 2. I have no idea when that'll come out, but hopefully sometime.
Okay, I'll admit, I didn't really know how to end this video since I don't have anything really cool or interesting to show you, but then I had an idea. I wanted to show this as kind of a special treat to those who made it all the way through this video, so if you did, well done. Thank you so much for sticking through this whole time. I hope you'll consider subscribing because I have been working on this video since August of 2023, and as I'm filming this, it is December of 2023, so it has been a long time in the making, but thank you so much for watching, and with that, I think I'm going to pass it off to the greatest fictional character of all time, Doc Hollywood. Thank you.
Hey Zach, it's Lorenzo Lamas. So this Doc Hollywood thing, it actually came to me from the producers. They had called my agent asking if I would be interested in doing a cameo on Big Time Rush, and I've always wanted to do more comedy. I kind of got pigeonholed as a dramatic actor because of Falcon Crest and then the action shows, Renegade and so forth. So to do comedy was really something that I've always wanted to do more of. And that was it. So the character Doc Hollywood was invented. I had long hair at the time, so the producers didn't want to cut the hair. They just wanted me to keep it long. But then later on, a couple of years later, I wasn't doing Renegade anymore, and I had cut my hair. So they ended up putting a wig on me just so Doc Hollywood stayed the same look. So that's some of the ins and outs of why I did Big Time Rush.